Welcome to Audiera. I keep these narrations high quality and completely ad-free, so you can just enjoy the ride. If you appreciate that, subscribing is the best way to support the channel. Alright, let's dive in.
Chapter 926. Why all of a sudden? Aurelia was pretty flustered. But that didn't mean she refused Enkrid's order. Shut up and focus. Well, with him talking like that, she didn't really have room for other thoughts. Enkrid's thinking was simple. He'd loosened up her muscles, so now it was time to poke at her head. With that good head of yours, she walks a single road. The Aurelia Enkrid had seen was the type who walks one road. A skilled one with great stamina, and who knows how to run. But she can't fly. If an obstacle suddenly appears, aside from jumping over it, she has no options. Sometimes you break through with strength. Other times you predict, and in another case, you detour. You don't cage your thinking, you make it vary. You expand the concept of fighting packed into your head. There was nothing better than experience to accomplish all of that. Innate sense, athletic ability, and even reaction speed. If you talk talent, she is missing nothing. That was why what she needed right now was also clear. Not something carved into her head, but experience carved into her body. Today it's me. Tomorrow it's Rem, then Ragnar, then Odin. You won't die. Aurelia grew up in a night order. Sparring and fighting are everyday life to her. On top of that, she trained right in front of the demon lands and made it to where she is now. It's just that there weren't lunatics like this there. The part about not dying snagged in her heart. The next day, a lunatic called Rem came over with a big, goofy grin. I don't have a hobby of bullying weak people, but it can't be helped. Well, since it's that Sir Cyprus' request. Seeing the barbarian's eyes full of anticipation, Aurelia got goosebumps all over. Get out of here right now, don't face that bastard. Her instinct screamed a warning. She forced that urge down and raised her sword. Just that made her arms tremble. What? Are you shaking because you like it so much? The lunatic from the west picked only the most unpleasant things to say and beat her black and blue. The next day, Ragnar cut her neck with an illusion. It was a trick shown by pressure alone. Aurelia praised herself for not pissing herself. After that, the bear beastmen she met tried to twist her joints to their limit and yank them out. They were all crazy bastards. She spat that out right away, and she saw a crazy bastard called Cress nod like he understood, then get his ear grabbed by his black-skinned lover. Mad Order of Knights. That name hit deep in her chest all over again. Even so, she didn't run. That was true not only for her, but also for the two soldiers she met during roadwork training. Even if they called it hell and whatever else, they stayed too. When she ran into the two of them in the dining hall one day, she asked them, "Why did you come to the front?" It was a question that cut off everything before and after, and her tone was stiff, but compared to before it was softer, and the meaning got across. Aurelia showed pure curiosity. Why do these people endure this training? For gold coins, or honor, or to learn how to use strength rationally. If they learn here, are they going to go make a killing somewhere else? My whole family moved over to this side, one soldier said. The person who saved me when I was young retired, and after that he took care of me like a father. Well, there isn't anything I want to be besides a soldier. After that, the other soldier opened his mouth too. Their answers were different, but the same. The two speaking had eyes that shone. The eyes of people who fight for a city, called border guard. The eyes of those who protect something behind them. I really hate hell training, though. At the add-on, Aurelia snorted and said it. What you're doing isn't hell training. Real hell is inside a night order, she said, like she was warning them. The two soldiers mumbled that they had no desire to become a night order member anyway, and yet If you watched them pour themselves into training more than anyone, they were the kind of people who might stand as members of a Night Order someday. Aurelia liked this place. The atmosphere, the momentum, the air, everything was really good. The sight of people who live one day like a year, sweating like rain every day, and even so laughing and joking and mixing with the city's people. It felt like it kept tapping at her heart. In the south, too. In that moment, her dream was decided, too. In the south, too. Spring. Bring in the season when wind-holding magic power comes. Call a warm breeze to that place where her Night Order is. It was her vow that she would do that. Wishes and dreams were the support that held up Aurelia's present. Die. A crazy axe murderer, the bastard called Rem, collapses and tries to chop down right where her head was. Even while hearing what he says, she talks about spring wind inside. Aurelia was becoming flexible and becoming solid. In the meantime, a little more snarling mouth was just a small side effect. Die yourself, you crazy barbarian bastard. At the words that popped out by reflex, coins passed between the hands of Pell and the guy called Roofod. See? Didn't even last a week. Damn it, no backbone. Acting like your mouth was heavy and you couldn't even last a week before you ran it. It looked like they'd made a bet over her, and the one who won seemed to be the bastard called Roofod. Spring revenge. No, spring breeze. Aurelia pulled herself together again and again. If she didn't, it was an environment that was hard to endure. The world is wide. Enkrid did not confine the road to becoming a knight to a single one. Every path is different, but the destination is about the same. After he'd recently knocked everyone down, including Rem and Ragnar, everyone had their eyes lit with fire and were absorbed in training. But not a single one of them asked him for a path. Because instinctively they know it isn't one path. That didn't mean they truly had no worries at all. Rem will go Rem's path. Ragnar will go Ragnar's path. The reason sweat stank off Jackson for 3 straight days was similar. Barbarian, come at me putting about half your life on the line. It was something you couldn't have seen from Jackson before. For him to go find Rem first and propose a spar. Why? You want to get hit? Rem greeted him like usual. Their sparring took a unique form. Once, they faced each other head-on in the training grounds, and every time Jackson lost again and again. After they fought 3 or 4 times at a level where, if an ordinary soldier saw it, it wouldn't be strange to ask if they were doing their best to kill and be killed. Ram proposed it in reverse. Bastard, change the battlefield. After that, the two went into the Penhandle range late at night. Enkrid found that sight impressive. Helping each other? Maybe if you said it out loud. Both would say no, even if they died. But if you looked deep, they were helping each other. Jackson is stealing what he can by watching the balance Rem has, and Rem in reverse experiences that exquisite knack Jackson has. The reason they changed the battlefield would be for fairness. When the battlefield changes, the way you fight changes too. Rem is familiar with mountains too, but fighting in the training yard holding only a sword was, for Jackson, the same as fighting with his arms and legs torn off. Bring something besides a sword too. I'm not dying to your little tricks, Rem growled. Drunk on victory, he wouldn't stop at just this. That mindset naturally showed itself. Would Ragnar and Odin be any different? Those two also clashed without resting. One day they fought only with hands and feet, and the next day there were 2 short iron clubs in Odin's hands. Then they switched opponents. Jackson fought Odin, and Ragnar clashed with Ae. Sometimes they called Timers and dragged him into the fighting too. Shinar hadn't come out since entering the fairy city, and watching that, Pell, Roofod, and even Teresa heated up and fired each other hotter than before. Watching all of that, Enkrid quietly sank into thought. If you fall, you get back up. If you can't do it alone, you reach your hand out to others. Humans are that kind of existence. You can't live alone. Looking at them, Enkrid repeated the same thing, meaning it was a continuous stretch of ridiculous training. Master. This sounds good, Master Enkrid. Roofod said that while looking at Enkrid. It was a title that fit well, since he led the mad order of knights and was an example to everyone. Enkrid was indifferent, and no one raised an objection to the title. Looking at Enkrid like that, Roofod spoke. My sword's name is Rampart. Rampart. It was the engraved weapon Roofod chose. Atri set the foundation and his disciple completed it, and a dwarf craftsman helped while staying up for several nights. Even while the engraved weapon was being made, Roofod held a practice sword and threw himself into training. It was a sword that, compared to an ordinary blade, was twice as heavy, thick, and wide, closer to an iron club. Just as Pell gained enlightenment on his own, Roofod, who changed weapons, also improved that much. Will is an intangible, invisible power. Ultimately, it's influenced by will. It was the conclusion Enkrid came to while looking at the two of them. There was still a lot for him to watch and learn from those two. I learn a lot while teaching. Lua Garn still stayed by Enkrid's side and took it upon herself to organize what he said and write it down. You're going to establish a path to becoming a knight? The frock was quick on the uptake. Thanks to you, you'll be faster. Enkrid accepted her help without resistance. Everyone changes. In the meantime, it was only natural that some fell into worry. Dunbakel rested well even while everyone was actively awakening to something, but Teresa wasn't like that. She couldn't easily get out of her worry. It was when Pell, using a simple way of thinking as his strength, shook off worries like that, and Roofod strained himself to make his engraved weapon. Brother Odin, holiness doesn't change. Is that right? Rem and Ragnar and Shinar all fought Enkrid and noticed something and set their training methods. Even Rem and Roofod and Dunbakel changed their direction while watching Enkrid. Everyone around didn't know how to hide what they were doing, so if you looked a little closely, it wasn't hard to know. Watching all of them, Teresa realized she'd lost her way, and she asked the person who had led her here. When everyone set their direction and moved forward, she was someone who didn't even worry alone. She answers Ragnar and others' calls to spar, but she was someone who didn't move toward anything herself, you could say. Or was it because she was already complete and couldn't go further? Or maybe it's because I don't have the qualifications. She swallowed the self-mocking question. It was the kind of thing that, if she spit it out, would become reality. Does she dare handle holiness? It was something that wouldn't come out from inside Teresa. She had been a member of a cult, and a mixed-blood giant. The past doesn't change. Maybe for her whole life she would ask about qualifications and wander, looking for an answer. Teresa felt something like a limit, and that question stretched out in another direction and came out. Holiness doesn't change. Then isn't it the opposite of will's variability? That's right, Odin answered. Then what should I do? Instead of a painful question, Teresa showed desire. To Odin, that question was reasonable. The competitive spirit hidden inside Teresa in the meantime didn't look that bad either. Pell, Roofod, Dunbakel, Teresa subtly took each other as rivals. With the others charging ahead, falling behind alone wouldn't feel good. First is humming. What? For a full month without rest, you chant. Do that in every moment your eyes are open. Even when you eat, make time and do it. Odin didn't prefer a method of giving answers first, and Teresa was used to that. After that, you'll have to find the path yourself. It was what he said next, smiling like usual. Teresa followed that, and Odin thought it was time for him to leave this place for a while. Meaning, It was when not even a month had passed since returning from the southern front. Captain Brother, Giant Sister, and I would go to Legion. As always, Enkrid didn't bother asking the reason. Instead, Chris asked, "For what purpose are you going?" He said he was leaving suddenly, but not a single person thought he would leave the mad order of knights and return to the Holy Knight Order. Why? "You going to pray to the god, so you don't become the youngest again?" Ram only teased him. "And prayer alone won't change anything, brother." Odin spoke like usual and answered Cress's words. "My armor and hammer are there. Is there armor that fits that body?" Even Roofod asked in surprise. "It's not for combat." Just like that, Odin and Teresa left border guard for a while. "I'll go to the Zhan family too." It was with the intent to deliver what he'd realized this time. Ragnar tried to leave without even telling Enkrid, and Cress barely stopped him and attached Roofod. "I'm looking forward to it. I think there'll be a lot to learn." Roofod accepted gladly, and the two set off quickly. With Shinar, Odin, Teresa, and Ragnar gone, the training grounds were a bit quieter, but nothing changed. Letters still flew in from noble ladies, and letters also came often from the Eastern King, Krang, and Pope Noah. Enkrid sometimes even wrote replies, and sometimes he went down into the city and looked around here and there. He hadn't done it with some meaning in mind. Then Venzance invited him to dinner. "I don't know if I'm allowed to call you. I'm the one getting fed." He hadn't done it with any special meaning. Enkrid sat at Venzance's table, and he saw the child. Bright eyes, flailing hands, and even way, with a mouth that couldn't even speak. It babbled, non-stop to assert its will. "The kid's pretty lively," Venzance said, and Enkrid smiled while looking at the child. If someone later asked what he drew his sword for, he would answer without hesitation, "Today." The stew was warm, the child laughed a lot. Venzance treated him with friendliness, and Venzance's wife recalled the past, said it was a waste, and teased her husband. The time when she'd once kept Enkrid in her heart had become material for jokes now. It was a moment beyond cozy, to the point his whole body turned languid. With the crackling fireplace as the backdrop, fleeting stories went back and forth. Enkrid ate his fill, got up, and went out. Outside the door, a chilly wind made him forget the fireplace's warmth in an instant. Outside was still winter. A cold, cruel wind was blowing. I waited. Enki. Facing that bitter wind, the witch with black hair called to him. Chapter 927. Do you know who that blonde is? It was when not even 2 days had passed since they came back. Christ chased the identity of the bastard who had put a hole in Enkrid's stomach. It was one of his habits born of anxiety. Even if you don't know who the opponent is, you gather bits and pieces of information like this to find out. A guy who faces Enkrid and Ragnar alone and wins overwhelmingly? Is that even possible? Cress was also part of a Knight Order, but he wasn't that good at fighting. Still, he knew well how difficult and hard what he had just weighed in his head was. Unless even Ryanessus Oniak came back alive. No, that one was a great figure who established and organized swordsmanship, but there's no way to know if he actually possessed outstanding skill. Would a Knight of Duskforge be enough? A Knight of Duskforge was one of those stories passed around by kids more than in history books. One of those heroic epics minstrels loved to sell. Back when there was no light in the world and only darkness, they said he split the sky with a single sword. That's going too far. No matter how much it was just a story, the exaggeration was severe. Bryce had read many books, and he'd spent a long time listening to rumors too. Even if the opponent wasn't a Knight of Duskforge, he could think of a few other knights who could suppress those two at the same time. A dragon slayer, for instance. They said it was a knight who killed some evil dragon. Since it was the time when dragons existed, this too was still a protagonist from a minstrel's tale. What about a beastman king? A beastman who let all the beastmen who had lived spread out as slaves and built a country on the frontier was the beastman king. This one, at least, was a great figure said to have existed historically. Though it's the beastmen's oral history, seeing that Dunbakel, the Night Order's only beastman, didn't even know that existence, it would be a story handed down only among some beastmen. Even so, historians in many places across the continent had proven the Beastman King's existence. So, to face those two at the same time, doesn't it become a story that's only possible if you're at least myth or legend? That was Kreis's conclusion. We'll see him again, right? That was why he asked Enkrid like this. We'll see him. Good. Then what about preparations? I already did them this morning. He trained without wasting a single day. That was the only preparation. Kreis accepted the scattered problems, including the blonde and the demon, and said, "Fight without me. Isn't it a situation that makes you want to immediately get out of the city and hide in some rural backwater? You pick fights with every demon in the demon lands, and now an absurd swordsman is showing up too? Huh? Why is our situation this uniquely harsh? We didn't carve up the face of the goddess of fortune or something, did we? Getting talkative was a sign of anxiety. Kreis knew himself well. He took a breath and said, as if repeating it to himself, "Well, if you know and still don't prepare, that's being an idiot." Kreis looked like he was about to cry. Enkrid found it funny and let out a snort of a laugh. He was talking by himself and answering by himself, wasn't he? Don't laugh. I'm serious here. Kreis was consistent. He took a breath and opened his mouth again. Even if you don't know, I think what we have to do is weigh all sorts of possibilities and prepare. Through a few conversations with Kreis, Enkrid found what he had to do. If you know, prepare. There was no one who knew demons better than a witch. Esther had, more than once, told him warnings from beings like that, so he asked her, "Do you know how to kill a demon? There are many demons left in the demon lands. Truly, many." Still in leopard form, Esther used her claws to write letters into the dirt ground. Wait. Esther, who had spent days as a leopard and then returned, came to find Enkrid right away. That was now. "Hey." To the witch, who said she waited, Enkrid lifted a hand to show he was glad. No matter how cold and sharp the winter wind was, if someone was beside you, you could share warmth with that person. "Want to walk a bit?" Enkrid said again. Seeing the sky dim, it looked like it would snow around dawn. He could be wrong about rain, but maybe because of his experience on campaign, he was good at calling snow. Snowflakes were the enemy of every soldier. The memory of making excuses to Shinar back then and avoiding shoveling snow came back to him. A familiar memory. "Sure," Esther answered and came up to his side. With the city's night as their backdrop, the two set off. There were several paths to the training grounds. They chose the longest one. It was a route that didn't go through the city center, but looped around the outskirts. From far away, Border Guard looked like it was wrapped by 3 large roads, and what they were walking was the stone path laid along the very outside, around the edge of the city. It wasn't a time for people to come and go, but patrols carrying lanterns were obligated to check this place. What they ran into was one of those patrol teams. For glory, one fresh recruit with discipline pulled tight, and 2 soldiers who deserved to be called veterans. 3 to a team. It was a manpower composition made because 3 handled things better than 2. Kreis had said it was Abnayar's concept made real, or something like that. Kreis was the type to spill every story, important or not, so Enkrid had heard all sorts of things through his mouth. Good work. Enkrid gave a nod and passed, but the recruit couldn't take his eyes off Esther. From the black fur coat reflecting light in a strange way, she looked like she could enchant people. With the lantern reflecting, the shadows on her face would look twice as mysterious every time you saw her in the day. Blue eyes, a nose bridge that carved shadows clearly. If you split beauty into standards, it was beauty on par with a fairy. A goddess? The recruit thought. Eyes. The woman who resembled a goddess muttered. One of the veteran soldiers tugged the recruit's shoulder. Do you want to go blind? There was no joking in that. You can't stare at a black flower for long. Half-wit. The recruit, tensed tight, followed the two seniors and vanished into the darkness. As Enkrid stepped forward, he asked, You didn't actually pluck out a few soldiers' eyeballs, did you? I've never plucked them out. Even so, the fear had been very clear, hadn't it? While Enkrid thought for a moment, Esther added, I blinded them for about 2 days. Esther was a witch, but she didn't cast spells on just anyone. There was a proper reason behind her actions. Enkrid believed that. It was truly fun. Esther smiled as she brushed her hair up with her hand. No matter how you looked at it, it was a smile full of something sly. Of course, if an ordinary man saw it, there would be people who would offer up their lives to a single smile like this. I can't understand every action. She'd handle. Esther would have her own standards too. Enkrid walked as if shaking thoughts off. Esther walked with him at his side. For a while, the two walked without speaking, looking around. Sir, they ran into another group. It was members of the Gilpin Guild who called themselves the Night Watch, guarding the city's night. Recognizing Esther and Enkrid, they stopped and bowed their heads instead of a military salute. Good work. Enkrid brushed past them without any fuss. They too were 3 to a team. This side too had long since become Cresa's private information guild, so it was natural they moved in a structure similar to a patrol team. Even if the routes they came and went on were different. After they passed them too, a few faint presences approached and then withdrew. They would be the people Jackson had with him. To face them, you have to know them. When there was no presence at all around them anymore, Esther opened her mouth. Enkrid was walking with a small wall piled of stone on his right. There was no need to ask who they meant here. Esther didn't wait for an answer and spoke again. Do you see the stars? Clouds covered the sky, but now and then a few bits of starlight stuck their heads out. With not a single light around, the starlight was clearer. I see them. Enkrid glanced up and answered. In the past, a number of mages gathered and built a tower. A story he'd heard somewhere followed. The tower's name was the Tower of Wisdom. All the mages who built the tower laid hands on forbidden arts, and that summoned the Lord of the Demon Lands and 12 Balrogs. An event where a gate to another world opened and drove the world toward the omen of destruction. Their wish was to become the stars in the sky. Esther said it, stretching her right index finger up toward the sky. Enkrid's gaze went not to her finger, but to her eyes. Ascension. A demon's purpose is not different from that. A demon was already half immortal. Would the Lord of 100,000 wraiths die because its lifespan ran out? Then why do they live? For what? Becoming the stars in the sky is called ascension. It was the demon's purpose. They wanted to climb to the sky with everything they had. Among countless mages who flaunted wisdom, not one knew how to ascend. Do you think demons would know? If they did, they would have already done something, whether the continent turned into a sea of blood or not. The fact they didn't means they don't know how to ascend either. After Esther stopped speaking, she walked 2 more steps and asked, So, what will you do now? They're the kind that say they'll become those stars up there. For all sorts of experiments, I'd consider killing a few thousand people a trivial thing. They weren't people you could kill just by cutting them, because they had physical substance. Demons were beings like that. Esther finished what she had to say. Enkrid opened his mouth. What do you mean? What? Esther also looked into Enkrid's eyes. Those eyes were no different from starlight that pierced the dark. The words those blue shining eyes spoke hadn't changed in the slightest from before. When they first met and now, he was the same person. Nothing had changed. Our fight. The Lord of the Demon Lands placed no value on human life, and it didn't hesitate to urge war and fighting. That was why this man would fight. Without retreating even a little, he would fight like that until his life burned away and disappeared. And I'll be at his side. Esther vowed it inside. Was only a knight's oath the kind that held power as a vow? A vow made upon mana was as valuable as a knight's oath. The witch nodded as if submitting to the demonic charm that had bewitched her. Yeah, you will. To face demons, she would be very busy. Even if she fought while offering up her life, she couldn't promise victory. If you had no anxiety, you weren't human. In that sense, Esther was deeply human. Because she was human, she felt anxiety. Starlight shone on the two of them. Esther placed her hand over Enkrid's heart. Thump! Before she turned from leopard to person, the sound of Enkrid's heartbeat had been Esther's lullaby. To that beat, Esther's heart also beat the same. My heart settles, Esther said. Enkrid closed his mouth and waited a moment so she could be reassured enough. The fear that had faintly shone in her eyes slowly disappeared. Like salt dissolved in water, it scattered down under a blue lake. The two passed 3 times. Patrols, the Gilpin Guild, even the group of Jackson's subordinates. But on the 4th they didn't notice, far away, the eyes of those watching the city's night. A fairy had eyesight that saw at night as in daytime, so even from far away, it recognized the two clearly. That was why its presence didn't get caught by these two. A scout from the city of Curhay quietly memorized the sight of the two of them. It was a sight it had to deliver to the king who was training with life on the line inside the city. Enkrid came back, washed, and lay down. His bedroom was on the 3rd floor of the small fortress. Every time Enkrid was away, Cress had fixed up the Night Order's training grounds and also put effort into the lodgings. Before he knew it, he'd made a castle like a small fortress. Beyond the window, snow began to blow. In a lightly blowing wind, the snow drifted down gently and quietly covered the world. Closing his eyes like that, Enkrid fell asleep, and he dreamed. This is as far as it goes. Whew! He recognized it was a dream, but though he spoke with his own mouth, it wasn't a voice coming out by his own will. It was a strange feeling, like he was opening and closing his mouth underwater. I'm only this far. His mouth opened separate from his will. Someone who was himself, and also someone else, howled and dropped to their knees. Everything he felt and saw had an unreal texture, like it was made of grains of sand. I can't choose. Frustration and despair seeped in. All he had right now was helplessness. He couldn't move even a finger. He only lay still, trembling with suffering. Then he died. His life cut off. When he opened his eyes again, he thought he would see the ferryman. But it wasn't that at all. Damn it, do I have to stop this? It was like just before. Words came out of his mouth, but it was a woman's voice. She had very large, thick hands. The sensation in his right hand was unusual. Right then, what she was holding came into view. A spear big enough to be called a small pillar, meaning long and thick. He could recognize it as a shape, but the fine details of the weapon's form or the surrounding situation didn't all enter his head. What is this? The ferryman's trick? It was a reasonable suspicion. The self who held the spear, and also her, faced the wave of monsters and beasts she had never seen before, and died. Each one was a thing that wouldn't be out of place taking a name from the demon lands. The notable thing was that every single one was huge, and above, a monster flew around spraying black liquid. A dragon? He'd never seen it before, and it was made of grains of sand, but from that sight, it was hard to associate it with anything else. His body was torn, arms and legs ripped off. His guts burst and something streamed down from the corner of his mouth. The pain was dull, like a blunt knife pressed over leather clothes, so it wasn't agonizing. Everything around him wasn't just made of grains of sand. He saw even that like looking into a blurry mirror. He died again. He didn't know the process. What he felt was only an instant. Like that, several dreams brushed past. When he experienced dozens of situations in an instant and woke up, he was leaning his back against the swaying side of a boat. Chapter 928, You'll Die Like That Too. The ferryman said it. Today's ferryman had his face covered by a rippling purple light. From some point on, you could roughly make out what he looked like. But not today. It was like he was wearing a mask. Or was it makeup? Did you dress that face up in your own way? Enkrid said it. It was a question, asking if he was hiding an ugly face with something. Light covering the ferryman's face wavered for a moment. He didn't reveal that he'd been flustered by asking back. What a nasty joke. Enkrid pushed his back off the side of the boat and stood up. The railing was higher than before. The boat was bigger than the one from before. One of the places he'd brushed past in the dream within a dream just now came to mind. On a boat shaped similarly to this, a swordsman wrapped something like a strap around his sword and fought as he swung it. All around, monsters about the size of human heads kept rushing in and biting and tearing at bodies. Jaws and teeth that could crush human bones in a single bite. Of course they were monsters. Like how people said that the monster bestiaries countless scholars rushed to compile were always unfinished. You couldn't know every monster in the world. That was why it was a form he'd never seen before. Each individual was dangerous, but the number was truly horrifying. A few thousand? No, it was tens of thousands. Everywhere except the boat was their territory. Trapped in the middle of that territory, fighting and fighting until he died. A dream like that had also passed by. Even though the Emmy in that dream was also a fairly skilled fighter, he couldn't hold out. His end was him planting his sword into the floor and dropping to one knee, in a posture of acceptance. It was the attitude of someone who had accepted something. Do you think your end will be any different? Even if you weren't sharp, it wasn't hard to know what the dreams he'd gone through meant. The ferryman's dreams. More accurately, they were the ends of countless ferrymen. By revealing their own ends, they were saying Enkrid's end wouldn't be beautiful either. If he couldn't understand it through words, they gave examples, and if he still couldn't accept it through examples, then you could say they'd shown him the real thing. You're working hard. It was a line spoken because he'd seen through all of it. The ferryman also knew that Enkrid had seen through his intent. Your future is a drop of water placed on a swaying line. You can't keep going forever. At even a small shake, it would fall and become part of the pitch-black river. The purple wave covering the ferryman's face writhed. Enkrid stood up from his seat and stared straight at the ferryman's eyes. He looked at the face hidden inside the mask covered in purple. What are you trying to say? His heart wasn't going to change because of this much. There was no way the ferryman didn't know that. His true feelings were like the filling of a well-baked pie. If it was apple pie, the fresh scent would let you guess what was inside. And if it was finely minced meat, the savory smell would tell you first what was inside. What the ferryman was doing now was like that. The only difference was that he didn't want to let it be known what he had inside. But can you really hide a smell by covering it? What was the identity of the faintly rising smell? Hesitation? Indecision? Something like that showed through. The moment Enkrid observed it and recognized it, the ferryman tore off the purple mask, covering his face with his left hand. No sound came out, but crack. That kind of sound rang in his ears like an auditory hallucination. The purple mask stretched long as if it had turned into sticky mucus, then went thud and fell as if it had snapped off. The ferryman, having torn off the mask, threw it into the black river. How stifling! His tone had changed. He revealed his face, but to Enkrid's eyes, the gray skin looked like another mask. The ferryman's green eyes glittered as he spoke, a gaze that would pierce through whatever was covering his face. If you had to choose one of the two, what would you do? It's time to solve the hard problem, mortal. This time, for some reason, his voice sounded excited. Thunk. That was what woke him from the dream. A dream was only a dream, and Enkrid didn't put much meaning into it as he got out of bed. Another today. Time to prepare for the swordsman Chris had spoken of, and to build up what he needed to face demons. A servant who took on all the small errands like drawing water every dawn asked at the door, "For breakfast today, which would you like, lamb or pork?" A knight eats a lot, and among them, Enkrid ate far more than an ordinary knight. To maintain abnormal strength and reflexes, it was basic that his body had to be supplied with a lot of nutrition. And naturally, his digestion would be developed too. The servant in charge of breakfast, matched to Enkrid's schedule, knew that well. That was why the answer from the night orders captain he served today didn't sound that awkward. Both lamb and pork in full. That was Enkrid's choice. Is this maybe the hard problem where you have to choose one of the two? Choosing what to eat was a problem you had to worry about every single day. Enkrid mostly chose to eat everything. There's no way. Somehow the ferryman's illusion seemed to click its tongue. What kind of people live in Zhan? Roofod asked as he bent his knees and stabbed the neck of a venomous serpent monster hidden at his feet. Thada. Thud. If he took out the engraved weapon he'd named Rampart, he wouldn't have had to bend his legs, but he deliberately pulled out a short sword and stabbed. It was because he thought it was a waste to smear the beast's blood on his sword. If a weapon isn't familiar in your hand, you should swing it even at empty air. Ragnar answered. It wasn't an answer to the question, but an answer to the action. I see. Roofod accepted it easily. He spared an engraved weapon just because it was an engraved weapon. It would instead not become familiar in your hand and cause danger. A lesson packed into a short line. Roofod repeated it several times and engraved it into his heart. To an ordinary person, it was a mountain range you'd have to risk your life to cross. But to these two, it wasn't a rough road. From time to time, a few monsters and beasts came out, but both were knights. And one of them, though he'd been broken recently, was a genius of geniuses everyone acknowledged. The other one, too, if it weren't for the mad order of knights, was a skilled fighter enough to compete to be the successor of any knight order. Just people live there. It's not different there. Only then did Ragnar answer about Zhan. But even as he spoke, he felt awkward. The words he'd let out made him feel like he'd eaten a stew that tasted horribly bad. I see. Roofod didn't ask more, and the two headed for Zhan as they were. Ragnar insisted on a shortcut while looking between the trees, but Roofod, having heard words close to brainwashing from Cress and even gotten a map from Enkrid for guiding the way, didn't listen to that even with half an ear. Yes, that's the shortcut. He just answered and kept going his own way. Your answer and your actions are different, Roofod. Ah, were they? Looking at Roofod like that, Ragnar somehow thought everyone was starting to resemble some part of the captain's qualities. Roofod was sly but calmly led Ragnar as he moved. And just like he said, every time a monster or beast came out, he swung his weapon. When you swing from above to below, use force all the way to the end. If you ease up because you cut, the next move gets blocked. If the opponent you thought you killed used a trick, you just died. Don't blindly trust your senses. To Roofod, every word Ragnar said was more precious than gold. The phrasing was rough, and the explanation was sloppy like a 7-year-old sewing up a torn shirt. But the core is clear. Once you're a knight, your reliance on instinct rises. It was him saying not to fight, believing only that. He didn't understand it all. Some of it sounded like words he couldn't make sense of. Even so, it didn't matter. Roofod had also spent a long time in the mad order of knights. He'd learned the attitude of listening from Enkrid, and he didn't disregard the experience from the Red Cloak Order of Knights either, and he chewed over what he needed. If you can't understand it, memorize it. Back when he stayed in the capital, he memorized everything he didn't know and mulled it over. Back then, it was rare for someone to kindly tell you the path forward. There were many who made it their goal to get even a single line from the knights who visited now and then. If Pell was specialized in senses, Roofod was clearly specialized in intellect. He knew how to use his head. Maybe that was why Cress looked for him whenever something happened. Anyway, some key part of what Ragnar said went right into his ears, and in an instant it crossed into the realm of understanding. Of course, this too was only possible because there had been days he'd worked and piled things up every day. How to prepare for a deceiving sword. It was him saying to obsess over the completeness of technique more than what you saw on the surface. Even if you swing once, put intent into it. Use a technique that matches the intent. Roofod repeated and chewed over what he'd realized again and again. If he slackened even a bit here, he'd get passed by that bastard Pell. That can't happen. And Ragnar wasn't someone who cared about other people. It was rare for him to teach anything like this at all. Roofod didn't miss the chance. It was fine to swing the sword and follow. The meaning of what he'd thrown out this time was to use the sword before your feet. In the phrase, fine to follow, the subject was missing, but Roofod understood the words as if possessed. Whether you held a sword or a spear, the basis of fighting was your feet. Of course, but Roofod was also a knight, so his basics were solid. Then just now, Ragnar spat out words that went against those basics and... Why the sword first? It was a technique where Ragnar reinterpreted Orara's connecting sword. If it connects, it's that. A knight shows motions an ordinary person can't even dream of. Even if you lean your waist back and extend your sword, you split a skull like cracking a ripe pumpkin. The point where force acts changes without rest. That was the core Ragnar was making and conveying. Even if you didn't blindly trust a knight's senses, it was stupidity not to use what you could do as a knight after becoming one. Your way of using will is crude. He agreed with those words. Up until now, Roofod had fought like that. Faithful to the basics, he didn't cross the line. It was the opposite of Pell, who crossed lines without rest. Wasn't that my weapon? Ragnar didn't explain. He just threw out the words needed in that moment. Taking it in was his job. Is it better to have many weapons? Suddenly, the words Enkrid had said came back to him. Night came early in the mountains, and it was also the moment when the sunlight that had tilted to one side made a winter sunset. The sun tilted. The speed at which the light faded was very fast. Shadows stretched out, and the continuing light looked like it was divided into dozens of colors. A day ends. It announces the end of the time called today. Roofod felt one fixed way of thinking he had break apart. Excel at one thing, but then change it so that that excellence becomes ordinary. And when everything becomes balanced, break the balance again. It was words someone could say only because he'd crawled up from the bottom, because he'd looked at every peak and climbed up. Roofod felt those words hit his chest now. Break the world I made and fill it again. Once it's filled, empty it again. If you want to go forward, you have to do that. Making everything you have into something ordinary couldn't be easy, but still do it, because that's how you go forward, and that's how you achieve what you want. Neither Ragnar nor Roofod could feel boredom or anything like it. Each had their own thoughts. If Roofod was fixated on swordsmanship and technique, Ragnar mulled over what he'd said. Just people, huh? It was the answer to the question of what kind of people lived in Zhan. It was a line he'd spat out without thinking because Roofod asked. As he said it, his mouth felt very rough. For some reason the thought wouldn't leave his head the whole way. In the past, he would have turned away with the excuse that it was annoying. That too was part of him. But now he didn't do that. Don't use my weak parts as an excuse. Saying you lost because you had no time, because you lacked talent, because you had nothing, those were only excuses to Enkrid. Then to himself too, those were excuses. If I'm lacking, then I do what I can while lacking. Wasn't that the most impressive part of what his captain had shown? That was how Ragnar looked back at himself. Had he ever watched the people who lived in Zhan with interest until now? He had no memory of anything like that. Walking a fixed path is a boring thing. Boredom was a shackle that strangled Ragnar's life. Using that as an excuse, he hadn't looked back at anything, and he hadn't taken interest in anyone. It was while he walked, sunk into that thinking. Little brother? It was near the city of Zhan. Someone who recognized Ragnar approached readily. Greed. Ragnar also recognized the other person. What is it? A woman holding a greatsword strode up. There was no wariness showing. She only spoke with a faint disappointment showing. You didn't come together, and our Enki is doing well. Roofod could tell what she'd been expecting without even asking. The bewitching night. Maybe you could say the nickname of Captain Enkrid was shining. If he came this time, I was thinking of trying again. Greta Zhan said like a joke. There was no need to ask what the trying was. Ragnar nodded roughly. It was a tone like he was half listening. Neither of them cared about the other's words or attitude. After exchanging greetings with Roofod for a moment, Greta guided the two into the city. Chapter 929. The city of Zhan used a small gorge as its entrance. Passing through it and going inside, there were many striking sights. He said they were just people. Roofod found the surroundings looking different all over again. In a way, the meaning of the just Ragnar had said came through with sincerity. Everyone swinging their swords with an expression similar to the captain's. They all looked drunk on enjoyment. This is the house of Zhan. This is the basic. The answer came from the person who was Ragnar's older sister. Greta, who had a wandering streak, had traveled all over and knew other people's eyes. Well, since she knew the other party was a member of the Mad Order of Knights, she'd also expected he wouldn't be surprised. What is it? It's Ragnar. Magrun passed by for a moment, and Roofod gave a suitable greeting and followed behind Ragnar. Ragnar went straight to find the head of the house. Are you saying you came to teach what you learned in the meantime? Blitzkling Alexandra Zhan's eyes grew wide. Her father was similarly surprised. Tempest Zhan was pouring tea into a cup and missed. Of course, he didn't snatch it back in midair and keep it from falling. Who are you? Then father asked. Hearing the heavy joke, Roofod read the fluster hidden inside it. What a strange thing to say. It's me. Ragnar shot back with his brows knitting. Yeah, my son. That's why I'm asking, because it isn't something my son would say. Zhan isn't stingy about sharing techniques, teaching and learning from each other. But hadn't his son had habits that didn't fit this place at all? A guy who knew only himself. That Ragnar had come all the way here on purpose to teach techniques? Tempest Zhan and Alexandra Zhan met eyes. Is it an evil spirit? Odin Zhan, who appeared after, also put strength into his eyes when he heard Ragnar's words. Was he a discarded child? Or something like that? Roofod whispered and asked. Ragnar's brow knit even tighter. Even if you lose an arm, you'll be fine. He answered in Rem's bastard style, and that was enough to shut Roofod's mouth. 2 rounds of bullshit, and an arm goes flying. Roofod shut his mouth. Ragnar didn't know some way to persuade these people by reciting his life one by one. Unless it was that king. What about Krang? He was the kind of great man who would seize the situation here with a few words. He'd state his will clearly. He was someone who, when you saw him in the south, did things like that as if it was nothing. There's no need to do what you can't. Just like that. For 3 days, Ragnar faithfully carried out the purpose of coming here. The process of teaching and learning. He explained to his father and mother about the concept called the density of will. Fine. I can't understand a single thing. You damn little brother. Greta got angry a few times, but everything went smoothly. Ragnar felt awkward through this whole process. In the process of teaching everything that was needed, he recognized his own change all over again. If you walk alone, it's fast. You build skill, and there's no need to explain it to anyone, so you just go on to the next. Ragnar had that kind of talent. That was why, until now, he'd walked alone without worrying. And he lost. Defeat. To Ragnar, it was his first defeat. And even so, he didn't feel bitter. Was it because the opponent hadn't killed him? Out of disregard? But why am I not angry? Since when had it been? Even while walking a fixed path, Ragnar wanted to walk fast. He expected that if he reached the end of this, something new would come out. It was a way of living he'd realized on his own, after seeing Enkrid. And now he realized a new principle. If you walk alone, you're fast, but you can't see properly. A step that walks without looking around. If you walk together, it's slow, but you look around. It holds not only fun, but meaning too. The gain you get from looking back. Meaning. What had his father swung his sword for? To protect the family. In other words, for the people standing behind his back. His thoughts scattered. Ragnar caught the moment his thoughts split into a few branches. He too now knew that meaning. So what he had to look at now wasn't meaning. It was time to learn how to turn his head to the side. As much as I catch my breath, I can see the path I've walked too. Had he always made only the right choices? No. When he looked back, he could see it. That was how he looked back at himself and looked around him. It isn't slow. Being together with everyone isn't slow. When a storm rages, you can't build a levee with 2 hands. But if those hands become 100, and then more than 1,000, you can stop even an overflowing river. It's not slow. It's wide. It widens your field of view. It accepts a new world. A thought that's hard to express in words settles in. Ragnar had picked up the burning log that had been lit when he lost to Enkrid. Now he looked at it, digging into the meaning contained in that flame. Don't talk to him. Without realizing it, Ragnar had sunk into his own world. In Zhan, this was rare, but at the same time, familiar. Alexandra pushed everyone around them back. My son, your eyes got better. She thought that inside and felt proud. It was because she'd seen the side of Ragnar that she truly had longed for. Belle had a dream. Before going to sleep, he'd been repeating his resolve to beat the shit out of that bastard Roofod, and as he did, his shepherd days had naturally come to mind, so it was probably because of that. Pell, you bastard, lead them properly. That's a cliff. He heard Roofod's voice, and the place he stood was beside a flock of sheep. What are you talking about? How many years did I live as a shepherd? As Pell spoke, he looked ahead, just like he said it was a cliff. When he turned around, a bizarre creature with Roofod's head attached to a sheep's body looked at him and said, "The one who led them here is you. Run away." "Sure. It isn't your responsibility. And it isn't true that you guided them either. Then you go. I came here on my own anyway." Dozens of sheep with Roofod's head spoke, and spoke again. Then their faces twisted, and they charged forward. "That's a cliff ahead," Pell shouted. The sheep with Roofod's head all turned back. Even so, their feet didn't stop. "Then catch me," the falling Roofod said. Pell woke up from the dream. A shitty dream. As he woke, he sat his upper body up in one go and shouted. In the mad order of knights, there were several servants living together. Some of them were also some of the new recruits. A new recruit assigned to Pell opened the door, got startled and asked back, "What?" It was like he was showing what a stupid expression was by the book. At that single question, Pell's mind returned to reality. "It's nothing." Pell got up. Annoying. It wasn't a nightmare, but it was a deeply unpleasant dream. Pell went outside, closed his eyes, and felt the wind. The icy wind washed his head clean. Responsibility. The words from the dream were still left in his chest. It felt like a tangled skein had gotten tied somewhere around his heart. When he spoke that worry to Luagarn, "Right now you referred to that at Frock, you idiot." He got the opportunity to show a talent for making even a calm Frock like Luagarn angry. Pell spent several days like that, then took charge of a unit. It was Crace's request to have him fill the empty spot left by Roofod. For glory, Pell still found it awkward to receive a military salute. Yeah. He was part of a knight order, but he'd lived more comfortably with informality than military salutes. Crace organized border guards' infantry formation into a peculiar shape. You could say he'd implemented the characteristics of the knights, as they were. That was so if you excluded the direct command unit he personally handled. Rem, and the charge unit, Odin, and the martial infantry unit, the swordsman unit under Ragnar, and even an infantry unit that was written as Enkrid's direct escort and read as a death squad. If you excluded Jackson, they were all organized to resemble the colors inside the Knight Order. Pell took charge of the swordsman unit under Ragnar. More precisely, even within the swordsman unit, he taught the top 10. If the charge unit was rough and the martial infantry unit was stubborn, then the swordsman unit was sharp people. They're about at a squire's level, I guess. Especially among these 10, a few had a considerable gap in skill. Sparring? It started as light sparring, and as it did, something that had been tormenting his head came at him as a clear question. What is responsibility? The worry that started from looking at Roofod still had no answer. Duty, responsibility. He hadn't lived a life that suited words like that. To Pell, they were truly unfamiliar words. So can I just not know and pass over it? A bad intuition ran down his spine. That bastard Roofod would go to Zhan and still not stop learning and building, and it was unacceptable for him to fall behind when the bastard came back. For several days, Pell thought about what was important. He was trying something new through the answer he got that way. He mixed with the soldiers and the unit, teaching, eating together, sleeping together, rolling around together. When the awkward relationship at first reached the point where it had become much more comfortable now, Pell realized why he'd lost to Roofod again and again in group fights. They get tied up with each other. They trust by watching what the one who leads from the front shows. A unit commander who carries responsibility on his back, and someone who doesn't, the difference is too big. Responsibility was the way to do your best at what you'd been entrusted with. Rather than saying, "Trust me, it's better to show it once." It was advice he'd heard from Enkrid before starting all of this. Pell followed that. Now he knew responsibility. It was a pretty long way, wasn't it? At Odin's words, Teresa nodded. It was far to come on foot, but it was enjoyable. On the surface, Odin looked like someone who only read scriptures and preached every day, but he was more skilled with words than you'd think. He also knew many interesting stories and knew how to be considerate. Teresa was grateful for that consideration as she reached Legion. They had passed through the castle of the High Pontiff, white with gold decorations, and come inside. Welcome. It was a small reception room. The one who greeted them was Pope Noah. The Pope had come out personally. "Since you're my friends, people, it's pleasant just to look at you." Noah treated the two with a face smiling broadly. Teresa doubted whether she was allowed to sit with someone like this, but she didn't step forward. "This isn't a place for me to step forward." She was a blade of the Demon Land's holy ground sect, a heretic cult. She fought on their orders. The past doesn't disappear. Therefore, her sins were something that would be bound to her body forever. That was why, until she came, she was full of doubt about whether she was allowed to set foot in Legion. No matter how much the Pope welcomed her, to her this place was still a place that held anxiety. Noah was busy. He barely drank one cup of tea and soon left his seat. Later, tell me more about that friend Enki. Then the one called Odin's adoptive father stepped forward and guided them. Inside Legion we've mostly cut out the rotten ones, but you never know where they might be coiled up. Until recently, we caught remnants of the Demon Land's holy ground sect. Doughty, are there still some left? They deceived several neighboring people. They kept saying they'd repented, that they weren't like that anymore, and begged them to protect them, didn't they? Listening to the story, Teresa thought it didn't feel like someone else's business. She was in the same position. Then, Knight Overdeer also came to find the two. "Did you come to hit a few guys who have gotten lax in their state of mind?" Overdeer had been in charge of the training of the Holy Knights inside Legion lately. That was why saying this when he saw Odin was too natural. "If it's sparring, I'll welcome it gladly. Yeah, a few of them don't look like they believe your fame. Some even come out saying you hung back in the Southern War. Ha, what amusing brothers." "Yeah, amusing. Really amusing." Teresa naturally joined them too. Odin worked over the Night Order talents who showed fighting spirit toward him. In the process of accumulating discipline, those who still couldn't throw away their youthful heat threw it away in real time. Even seeing that, Teresa had no particular thoughts. She was careful in all her behavior. "My existence is a burden." From some point on, Teresa had made it her duty to only fight and die. "If only I can remain at the war god's side." Her prayer always began the same. When it was time to stake her life, she would step forward without hesitation. That was her goal. "You look pitiable." It was the third day after she came to Legion, when Noah suddenly came to find her, and said that to her. "What do you mean?" Odin had left, saying he had something to do. She felt burdened that the Pope had come alone without an escort. She thought it wasn't right for him to be alone like this with her. "You said you were from the Demon Land's holy ground sect, didn't you?" the Pope asked without changing his expression even a little. Teresa felt a stinging pain in her heart. Everyone has a part they want to hide, but that shame had been laid bare. And it was something the Pope, the highest responsible person in Legion, had brought up. Chapter 930. It was harder for Teresa to part her lips than to lift a boulder bigger than her body. It felt like a heavy rock had flown into her heart and lodged there. No, had a dagger flown in and stabbed itself in. She even had the illusion that blood was pouring out. She was afraid to lower her gaze. Teresa kept her eyes fixed on the Pope and opened her mouth. How? Noah threw away a smile shown before, kept a blank expression, and spoke. Is that what matters? Was she even allowed to be here? Only I heard it. Night over dear doesn't even know. Noah lifted the teacup. Steam rose in thin curls, spreading over Noah's face. Is it true? Were you a cultist? She'd heard that lately. Cults had been causing a lot of trouble inside Legion. That the ones who said they had completely turned over a new leaf, swore they had escaped it, would one day suddenly have their eyes roll back and rush at people. That it happened often. That there had been multiple operations recently to wipe out the remnants of those cults too. With a single spell, the madness flares up, and they can't even recognize their own child. Teresa had heard Night over dear say that to Odin. She might be the same. The suspicion was valid. I need an answer. The Pope didn't raise Noah's voice even a little, didn't change posture, and even kept drinking tea. Yet the words were packed with pressure. Teresa felt her hands and feet stiffen. What do I answer? No? Can she do that? It's true she had belonged to a cult. It wasn't like she had only stayed there briefly. She went through all kinds of things there and fought for them. The past doesn't change. Teresa's pupils loosened. Her eyes looked not at the present, but at the past. Memories she wanted to forget clawed into her head, dug and gouged. Like the track a blade heated red in fire had torn through. Her skull felt hot. There are 2 guards at the door. The Pope left the guards outside and met her alone. If she reached out a hand to the Pope like this, the Pope wouldn't even be able to put up resistance worthy of being called resistance. Reflexively, she searched for a way to get out of here and save her own life. Tactical response engraved into instinct thanks to the harsh training she'd endured in the Order. Take the Pope hostage, or kill the Pope and stir chaos. There were 2 methods. However, she chose neither. That's right. You were a cultist. The Pope spoke. Teresa lowered her head. Veins bulged on the back of her hand. Strength went into her body. With her head lowered, Teresa's mouth opened. Noah quietly waited for her to continue. I'm not someone who should be here. Noah didn't force anything on her. In the midst of being so busy, there wasn't even time to blink. Noah simply hadn't forgotten why Noah came here. Why? Noah asked back. What? Teresa lifted her head again. Why shouldn't you be here? Noah asked again. Teresa's eyelids trembled. Wasn't the Pope going to drag out her past, the sins she'd committed before, and interrogate her over them? Answer. The Pope straightened up rigidly. With both hands gathered on Noah's knees, Noah looked at Teresa. Without meaning to, pressure must have been leaking out, yet Noah's posture didn't waver at all. I don't even know my parents. Then you're like me. The Pope is an orphan, too. Long ago, the horrific blade called war tore through the continent, so there were countless orphans in this world. I was a cultist. Yes, I heard. Is that a big deal? It was as if the Pope were saying that. Teresa's head tilted. So you aren't condemning me. Only then did the Pope smile faintly. Me? Condemning you? Of course not. Keeping the smile, the Pope continued. I'm the Pope, but I can't use holiness even a little. Her muscles were still tightened by tension, but the reflexive tactical response vanished. Now, when asked who you are, what will you answer? At the Pope's question, Teresa didn't hesitate. I'm Teresa of the Border Guard, Teresa of the Mad Order of Knights, a disciple of Odin the Bear Beastman, and a knight under Enkrid. This was the root that had sunk into her heart. One who would love others. Love yourself first. A person who is harsh to the self cannot be generous to others. Words interpreting part of Scripture. The Pope recited a few more lines. Listening. Teresa loosened up. She relaxed the tightened muscles and listened closely. Naturally, her mouth opened too. She confessed every sin she had committed in the past. There had been coercion and oppression, but the hand that did it was her own. She spoke of her own pain as well. If there was any comfort, she hadn't killed the powerless and pitiable. She tried to save them. Even so, the sin of looking away remained. Noah listened to her story. It was repentance, confession, and seeking forgiveness. It was confession. The first time she had ever done it since being born. While talking, Teresa let a few tears fall, but Noah acted as if they weren't there. Teresa didn't wipe the tears away either. The long story ended. It was a story that held the life of a mixed-blood giant. The Lord watches over you. After Noah spoke and a brief moment passed, Teresa asked, "Weren't you reluctant to meet me alone? Why would I be reluctant? I'm a mixed-blood giant, and I was a cultist. There may be giants with outstanding intelligence, but there are no giants with outstanding patience." It was a famous saying. Patience was the element farthest from giants. Inside the border guard, there weren't many who feared her, but outside, the wary eyes on her were everyday life. On the southern front, she had smoothed it over by singing hymns, but after everything ended, she felt a subtle distance. "And you are a sister who serves the war god, and a knight under knight Enkrid." Noah said it. Enkrid is a close friend. Mixed into it was the meaning. If that person believes, then Noah believes as well. There was no soot in Noah's heart. Noah only looked straight and spoke. The Pope, one who tries to see everything rightly. Among the stories she picked up while going here and there were many that said all sorts of problems happen because of the Pope's stubbornness. Doesn't give up on people. Wraps them in benevolence. Noah's heart is full of generosity. Cannot use holiness even a little, but breathes light into everyone's hearts. Suddenly she thought of the captain who would be at the border guard. There were many similar points with the Pope. Both put their convictions first and embrace everyone around them. She also remembered the time she entrusted herself to Enkrid. Bear responsibility yourself. It was something Enkrid had said. The last line of a conversation that began with her saying she would fight and fight to prove herself. After that, she went through so many things and arrived at the present, but from some point on, Teresa fell into self-loathing. Noah had pinpointed that part. "Knight Odin worries about you a lot." Those words had created the current situation. Teresa nodded. Confession was her first time, but after pouring everything inside her out, it was comforting. "I hated myself for being mixed blood, for having giant blood flowing in her, for being unable to control the instinct for slaughter, for having belonged to a cult." She hated everything. She tried to forget, but failed, so she hated it. The past remains forever. She couldn't chop it off cleanly with a sword, so she had to accept it and hold it. Love yourself, if you want to love others. As Noah said it again, the dagger that had been stuck in Teresa's heart was pulled out. In place of the dagger, she brought a fireplace burning in midwinter inside herself. The moment she set her mind like that, change occurred inside her body. To be exact, it was the giant instinct she had forced down until now. She had been afraid that if she awakened that instinct, she might lose reason. That won't happen, for one who believes in the self has no delusion. Good eyes. Now, can you love others? Yes, Teresa answered. She expressed gratitude to the Pope. Noah only smiled faintly. It wasn't something done in hopes of anything. Odin had spoken of Teresa's pain and wandering, and Noah had only offered a few words and listened to her story. Teresa steeled her heart and looked at a bright future. "When I get back," I can beat the piss out of Pell and Roofod and that stench." She meant it. She had thought hymns and giant instinct were opposites, but they weren't. She had realized they were both inside her. Ista will do well. Thinking that Odin stepped forward. Now wasn't the time to worry about others. But even so, Odin didn't forcibly snatch away the thought that rose up. Stairs leading underground. The inside went deep, and there wasn't a single torch hung on the walls, so only pitch-black darkness greeted Odin. The only light was the torch in Odin's hand. Relying on it, Odin set a foot on the stairs. The fire in Odin's hand didn't light up the whole area, so the ground underfoot was dim, but even without seeing, Odin could feel the flow of air, so walking wasn't difficult. "Do you really have to go there?" Just before coming, Knight over Dia had shown worry. The place Odin was headed was one that only a few people knew, if you excluded the Pope and Odin. Its name was the Abyssal Oratory. In other words, the Sunless Oratory. Though the master of that oratory called the place a prison. It was a place reached by going down through an underground passage hidden in the central cathedral of the Holy City Legion. The stairs curving down felt like a signpost pointing toward hell. Was it this long before, too? Odin learned a tempering method as a martial priest, and with overflowing talent, honed skills and tempering methods. There were many who taught Odin, including the adoptive father, the ragged saint, yet Odin still felt lacking, and then met a new teacher here. "Come to meet me." It was a place Odin went down to, drawn by words that kept prodding at holiness again and again. The best way to keep a secret is to reduce the number of people who know it. Legion did that as well. If they set guards, it would be like announcing they were hiding something here, so there was no one guarding the Abyssal Oratory. The underground passage was hidden cleverly, and the secret was maintained. That was the best way to hide this place. And because of that, when Odin found this place and went down as well, there was no one to stop Odin or watch. "Come to meet me." The same words were heard. To be exact, they rang inside Odin's heart. It was when Odin had just awakened to holiness and was drunk on learning how to use it. Odin was full of confidence that no temptation would make Odin fall. If a demon had coiled down there, Odin was fully prepared to face it. "It doesn't feel like a demon." Odin acted on instinct. There was no malice in the call. Odin's heart hadn't wavered from being drunk on desire either. If something happens, Odin went down that path after preparing for this and that. The trick the master of the oratory used was to vibrate the ground through holiness and deliver will only to the exact desired target. Odin realized that. "Who is it?" Odin had never seen someone with such a trick. Curiosity rose. The will to win, too. Like that, Odin was drawn by the call and found the underground cathedral. Who could it be? A demon hidden in Legion's underground cathedral? Something with an evil spirit attached? A prank by a god trying to draw Odin in and test Odin? The path down was dark and quiet. Going down the stone stairs, a door twice as large as Odin's body waited. The moment Odin put a hand on it, a burning pain climbed up the palm and dug through Odin's head. Putting strength into it and opening the door, the master of the oratory greeted Odin. Come at last. No emotion could be read. No intent could be read. What it delivered was only colorless will. It's been a long time since I've seen talent like this. It had a body made of light, but it wasn't dazzling. And it was a figure with chains hung from arms and legs, bound to a single sword. No eyes, no nose. It was made of light, yet it was something barely clumped into a human shape. With no mouth. There was no tongue either. It delivered words by vibrating the air. It was an incredible trick. "What are you?" Odin asked. "I am Legion's last guardian knight." There were two parts to the answer, and also a fool drunk on holiness. Sleeping in the abyssal oratory was an addict of light, one who was drunk on holiness and in the end took a part of God into the body. Also one who, deep underground, barely survived by clinging to God's mercy. The wish was to die, and it waited for the person who would kill it. The memories of the past blurred like something brushed past and faded. This was the second meeting. "You came again," the holiness addict said to Odin. "Yes, you don't look ready to keep the promise." This was its territory, a sanctuary it had made, a space where its power was projected. Just from Odin stepping inside, it grasped the level. The holy knight, who was no different from a disciple, still didn't have the power to kill it. "The promise will have to wait. I came because I need my armor," Odin said. The mass made of light lifted its bowed head, though it had no eyes. Still that special light with no glare. A vibration rose from the center of the light and delivered will. "In the end, you intend to walk the same path as me." The light spoke. "No, that isn't it," Odin answered. "If just anyone came down, they would be crushed by the pressure and die. That was why, in this space where visitors had been so rare, conversation went back and forth." Chapter 931. No? Yes, no. Odin was firm. In this part, Odin spoke with the will that there would be no compromise. A faint light gathered on Odin's shoulders. Since Odin even stirred holiness and spoke like this, what more was there to say? It wasn't any different from swearing on will. "Then, why did you come?" the teacher asked. Odin corrected posture. Both hands were gathered neatly, and the back was straightened, polite, and proud. From here, it was time to persuade the teacher. "I came because if I stay as I am, that barbarian from the west will run wild and make youngest noises, and it's obvious." The light blinked. It was still a confession no different from an oath. Odin continued. "And the swordsman from the north will act arrogant too." The light flickered several times. If it were a human, would that be nodding or tilting the head? "Explain." The answer came back. Odin knew the habits of the teacher made of light. The teacher had great interest in worldly affairs, to the point that, if allowed, the teacher would want to call a storyteller here all day long, so long as that storyteller didn't have eyes melted by the intense holiness and die. All the more if it was the story of a disciple the teacher acknowledged, interest would only grow. From the outside, it looked like some incarnation of an angel. But if you looked closely inside, you could see an old person who was nosy about other people's business. An old person who at the slightest thing would go, "Ah, I should die, then." Odin began the story. If it were the past, Odin would have told it without any order. But it was delivered in a plausible, organized way. Should this be called thanks to Enkrid too? Teaching him, and then watching him again and learning. It was like learning how to speak all over again. The long story ended. Interesting. The teacher showed enjoyment. Odin nodded. They were enjoyable days. Past the point of grasping the thread of a life that had wandered and suffering over mistakes that had gone by, Odin accepted it and moved forward. This was now, after ending the wandering and breaking the taboo. The illusion of the child who had been called a saint and died after making medicine underground still appeared, but there was no resentment like before. Sometimes Odin only smiled. It felt like it was saying the path being walked now was right. "You've made up your mind," the teacher said. Odin's armor did not have physical substance. It was a kind of metaphor. "Take it." As the teacher spoke, the teacher projected light. The light became a form, settled on Odin's shoulders, flowed down, and then tightened and squeezed the whole body. Odin was able to accept it. At the same time, Odin observed the inside of the self. How far he realized? The teacher asked. Long ago, in a time worthy of appearing in history books, this was one who abandoned the self to protect Legion. Not a fool eaten by holiness, but one who sacrificed the self and protected everyone. Instead of words, Odin answered by releasing holiness. Vortex. Based on what Enkrid had shown at any time, Odin put rotation into holiness. The armor laid over Odin's whole body began to dig into the flesh little by little. Because of that, blood began to flow from Odin's whole body. If Odin stayed like this, Odin would die. Night or not, if you bleed too much, you die. Odin released holiness and wrapped a holy light armor over the skin. The materialization of holiness. It was drawing a formless power out into a tangible form. I increased the density here. Odin mixed in what had been learned from talking with Enkrid before. Under the armor pressing down on the body, the holy light armor took form and endured. Thanks to that, the blood slowly began to stop. Shape change and materialization. It felt like the teacher's words were coming from far away. Odin raised concentration, letting the hands hang down in place, throwing the gaze into empty space. Odin concentrated and concentrated again. One more time. Beyond shape change and materialization, Odin made holiness penetrate into the light-forged armor, pressing down on the body. Transference and projection too. The teacher's words followed. No matter how much this was the teacher's territory, the teacher couldn't know every detailed technique the other held. That was why the teacher was surprised. It wasn't only Enkrid who had overcome difficulties until now. There were also madmen around, endlessly provoking and pushing forward together. Even Teresa would eventually break the shell and come out. In the past, Odin was so drunk on holiness that Odin left a portion of holiness here. More precisely, the teacher tore it away by force. If you get eaten by that armor, an even more splendid berserker than before will be born. A holy knight drunk on omnipotence, an event that happened because talent was not just outstanding but excessive. Of course, the desire to turn away from a world full of suffering also played a part. If there had been no teacher then, there would have been no Odin now. It was holiness clung to like escaping reality, because the heart hurt. If Odin entrusted body and mind to it, even this suffering would end. In the end, you would have become something like a slaughter weapon that kills those who oppose holiness. The teacher had recited Odin's future. Odin cut off the portion of holiness realized with great difficulty. Instead of being drunk on power, Odin opened eyes again in a place full of suffering. It was the time when the child's illusion endlessly spat resentment. It is armor you made. If you have the confidence to overcome it later, take it then. Even when being subjected to the taboo, Odin had not thought even a little about receiving it again. The situation changed. Brothers and sisters. Even if beaten to death, Odin could not live while lagging behind Rem. Odin was already realizing something and moving forward. Having noticed that, how could Odin stop in place? The substance of the armor made before was holiness forged, while forgetting the self and forgetting the world. Making all of that entirely one's own, chewing it up and swallowing it, was the purpose of coming here. Rotation, change, materialization, transference, and projection. As the teacher said, Odin handled holiness freely. In a way, it was a flow similar to changing the nature of will. With it, Odin tried to suppress the armor made before. But this was not the right answer. And it wasn't the end either. A wrong path. It was not the right direction. No one told Odin, and the teacher did not teach it, but inborn talent showed the way. Even while wandering a wilderness thick with clouds, with not a single starlight, the right direction is found by instinct alone. That is the advantage talent gives. Odin was the strongest genius Legion had ever produced. Odin reviewed and tied together what had been learned from the days as a martial priest up to the present. What is holiness? Is it power bestowed by God? Then why does it not settle on all who are devout? Then why does a counterfeit called the Grey God exist, granting power to them as well? The manifestation of holiness belonged to some talented people and was not proof of devotion. What if holiness is, in truth, not something God gave? Distrust brings cracks. Odin accepted the cracks. Odin endured breaking and shattering. You will die, Odin daughter. The teacher spoke. Vibration made of light shook the chest and carried into the head. Cracks born of distrust shattered the holy light armor formed over Odin's body. Because of that, the mass of holiness made while drunk on power pressed down on the whole body. It dug into flesh. It tried to tear muscle and break bone. Do not doubt the Lord Father. Odin recalled the words of Scripture. Even in a moment like this, must I not doubt? Did you not? Has the Grey God throw away the devotion of all who possess holiness? Odin asked and waited for an answer. God did not answer. Because of that, distrust grew. What was interesting was that, here, Odin thought of Ragnar. If the destination comes out, then it isn't a wrong path, is it? Walk until the place desired appears. Ragnar was like that. Ragnar did not doubt the chosen path even a hair. Only a human, yet there was no wavering in the will held. The thoughts continued and reached the captain. The captain! Odin still did not know how Enkrid had reached the present. Enkrid's talent was terrible. It would not have been strange for Enkrid to die at any time. Effort? The world does not change by effort alone. But it changed. Enkrid did that. Enkrid swung the sword, even saving the time that would be spent doubting. Enkrid's single moments gathered into a day, and that day became a month. Time clumped like that and formed the present. A life forged by will. Steps taken forward without even a hair of doubt. Hold as much as you believe, and walk as much as you believe. The words of Scripture mixed in and clawed through the head. Odin believed in God. Odin realized what was inside was not distrust. Odin believed wholly, believed earnestly, relied and leaned, asked for boundless benevolence, and received as much as was asked. Within faith, thoughts settled anew. Holiness is something God gave. Only the one who uses it is a person. The Lord only gave, only treated so with boundless benevolence and love. A sword held by a murderer kills people, but a sword held by one who holds purpose protects people. Like the sword the captain held. Holiness is given to talented ones, and they are told to use it rightly, even a little. Scripture says it, and hymns say it. God always spoke. It was only that people were divided into those who listen and those who do not. Odin heard the scream of the holiness piled up in the past. It was the scream of stubbornness that wanted to smash and crush everything around, force everything into the order God set, and cram it in by force. I was young, too. Unlike before now, the eyes that saw the world had changed. Odin gathered the mind and collected holiness. If will is change, holiness is immutability, a central axis set firmly within a wavering heart. Faith, even if it shakes and surges, does not collapse. It must be so. Holiness is the center, an anchor. It is what grabs what tries to fly here and there and makes it stay. It is power that makes one hold firm in that place even if a tsunami crashes. So is it enough for it to be firm like a rock? It is not. If the one who uses it wishes, holiness becomes rock and becomes steel. It also becomes current and also becomes flame. Anything is possible. Believe in omnipotence, diet cond. Faith is a weapon. If you believe in yourself, your holiness will respond and catch up. The teacher's words were heard. Odin agreed. Faith granted a portion of omnipotence. Holiness becomes anything. If faith, too, does not change, just as will does not change, then that is all. As thoughts were gathered, peace came into the heart. Fildin's illusion nodded. Blood that had been flowing from Odin's whole body stopped, and wounds began to heal on their own. Blood flowing through blood vessels doubled in speed, and the holiness dwelling within it emitted the light of healing. Starting from Odin's fingertips, upward it went to forearms, shoulders, and face. Downward it ran along the thighs to under the feet, a faint light slowly dyeing the body. It moves according to faith, but the center is faith. Believe and revere. Then everything will be achieved as desired. Because the Lord loved us and bestowed it, only the way to use it fully is needed. I will look forward to it. Later you will come to finish me, won't you? At the teacher's words, Odin opened eyes. I will. Legion's guardian knight still held this place. Odin had also heard that Pope Noah had raised voice, saying the soul placed here should be released at once. Odin knew the teacher's will, a person as peculiar as the adoptive father. If the teacher wanted an end, the teacher could end it alone. Let go of everything, cut it off, and go to meet the war God seated above the heavens. But the teacher did not. Out there, war and demons are still overflowing. Saying that, the teacher did not let go of the self. The teacher still guarded this place. That was why the teacher was Legion's guardian knight. Only, there was a lot of grumbling, to the degree of saying the teacher wanted to die, and even the Lord accepted that level of grumbling serenely. The Pope had noticed that will as well, and now only left it alone. I will come again. Do so. Odin broke the armor, and once again came up to the surface. Outside it was just before evening. The sunset fell and lit the surroundings. Orange light wrapped the world. Odin felt God's love. To bestow love, even like this. Lord died. At any time, the Lord watches over Odin's world, wraps it in light, and hides it in darkness, helps the difficult, reaches a hand to the pitiable, spreads benevolence regardless of right and wrong. Even if the human who watches it uses it wrongly, the Lord's benevolence does not change. Odin stepped forward. Now, if Odin went back, Odin would be able to smack that bastard Rem and Ragna, and even Jackson, once or twice. That was something to look forward to. This too must be joy the Lord has given. Chapter 932, if you watched Enkrid's day from the side, you would end up saying it was boring, to the point it was monotonous. He opened his eyes at dawn and started training. Physical conditioning was the main thing, like using tools made of muguum or smashing his abs with a hammer. That was the morning routine. It was a day that began against the blue light of dawn. When it got light, he ate a ton of meat, stew, and the like for breakfast, then swung his sword. It was time to train the basics again. Basic swordsmanship training continued until lunch. If you watched from the side, it was time that went beyond boring and made you click your tongue. Enkrid polished swordsmanship that was close to the basics all morning. Every day was like that. He wasn't trying to find meaning. He was just doing it. Just. Watching that, it was also routine for a few soldiers who were focused on training to join the training yard. A soldier named Marco, who handled a spear, was the representative example. And as for the mad order of knights, including the squire, It was only natural that all of them attended. Clement, who fell over today, let's settle this. It was also natural for sparring to happen among them, because it was something they did every day. Everyone trained around Enkrid all day. That was the daily life of the mad order of knights. When it was lunchtime, Enkrid looked for prey. In other words, it was the process of finding a sparring partner. Today I choose you. Pell, come out. Yesterday it was me too, was it? Roughly that kind of conversation would go back and forth, but even if it was a little different, it was similar words every day. Like that, until evening, he sparred and honed techniques. He repeated this without missing a single day. That was what Aurelia had observed, barely keeping up with the training process. So on a late afternoon, right before the sun went down, it was only natural for her to stop in surprise when she saw Enkrid asleep, while lying sprawled out. It felt like seeing the sun rise in the west. Aurelia stopped and observed Enkrid sleeping. Sleeping? That Enkrid? At a time when he should be training? Looking now, there weren't even traces of sweat. Fluffy? Was he really resting? The guy called Enkrid even set times for resting. If there isn't enough rest, the body won't have time to recover. He said that, and then called soaking his body in a wooden tub before sleeping. Rest. That's right. Brother Dos. Next to him, the bear beastman, who was carrying out a torture labeled flexibility training, had chuckled and nodded. That's rest? To Aurelia it wasn't. But Enkrid did it. He rested after measuring the minimum rest time that would not strain his body. A human who lives for training. Should it be called swordsmanship thinking? A madman who lived looking at only that one thing. Mad Order of Knights. It wasn't for nothing that they had that name. It wasn't just that bastard alone, like it was a plague. Everyone around him was like that too. Aurelia was clever, so she realized what she had to do to survive here. I need to get dyed like that too. Already, every process had naturally seeped into her body. You're roughly like someone from here now too. That was what the big-eyed man named Chris said, the one who sometimes joined the morning training. Even if I understand it with my head. Enkrid was a strange person just to look at. Once you were a knight, you could force that kind of training, but seeing it performed directly was another matter. Resolve becomes will and shines. His resolve and will did not illuminate only a moment. It was like a flame that never went out, no matter what. That kind of person lay down and slept on the grass in the corner of the training yard. That place wasn't even a training ground. It was a place Chris had made because he said it looked rough with only training tools and bare dirt. Sometimes, when one of the soldiers fainted or collapsed from exhaustion, it also served as an outdoor bed where they were left until they recovered. Should I wake him? Seeing that nobody reacted, it must be right to leave him alone. Normally, her thoughts would have stopped there, but because her field of view had narrowed from the harsh training, and because it did not feel real that Enkrid was taking a nap, she unconsciously reached out a hand. Tap! Someone grabbed her wrist as if snatching it. A slick sensation was conveyed to Aurelia's wrist. Luagarn was gripping Aurelia's wrist. Shh! Luagarn said. Aurelia stepped back. She had only backed off 2 steps, but her field of view widened again. He's not sleeping. Everyone left Enkrid lying like that and did what they had to do. When Aurelia asked with her eyes, Pell, today's sparring partner, answered instead. Sometimes he does that. Just leave him. Don't try to understand it. Just put in the effort. That was all the answer was. Even while Aurelia kept glancing in shock, Enkrid was lying down, sunk deep in thought. It wasn't that he had simply stopped in thought. It was time to chew over what he had repeatedly carried out with his body over the past few days. More precisely, Enkrid was in the middle of calmly observing the changes of will that swirled inside him. Upright and straight, he upheld the will and made it swirl and move inside his body. At the same time, his thoughts stretched out with it. If it blazed like fire, a swordsmanship that resembled that nature came out, and if it changed like wind, it became swordsmanship that resembled that too. So what is the source? Fast change. Fluidity is being prepared to change at any time. Then what and how is being changed? It was concern about directionality. One day a question came to mind, and he spent several days pondering the answer. In this part, he had an advantage over anyone else. Didn't he have the time of crawling up from the bottom and reaching the present? He dug into and examined, one by one, what he had and what he knew. At times like this, should Enkrid be called an obsessive and calm madman? If necessary, he was the kind of person who gathered and piled dirt with only 2 hands and made a mountain. That was the result of digging through things one by one. Right before the sunset wrapped the surroundings, Enkrid lay sprawled out on the grass. He didn't care if the ground was cold with winter chill rising up. He forgot even the soft feel of the grass. He only needed time to stop. Just like that, he closed his eyes and observed his inner self. He dug and dug into it. Source, becoming fire and becoming wind, was not the core. Changing heavy, while stretching out upright and straight, it changed heavy. Sometimes it drove in fast and rapped softly, and yet, by changing in an instant at any time, it deceived its previous shape. Zhang Wankweyu. Enkrid, in the middle of spending time on training and cultivation, realized why Ryanesis Oniak had divided swordsmanship forms like that. He had also realized what the person who became a legend realized. 5 changes of nature are the core. Ryanesis Oniak divided swordsmanship forms based on the changes of will. Enkrid sank into himself and repeatedly organized his thoughts. Was this what it felt like to be a fisherman who had hooked an unexpected big catch? This is fun. Enkrid saw something new, and he felt exhilaration from it. From head to toe, his whole body tingled. Even if the end of this was a death so painful it was unbearable, it didn't matter. The ferryman's words, the knifeman who stabbed his stomach, he forgot everything. As always, Enkrid sank into the present. This is so fun. To the point it would not be an exaggeration to say he swung the sword for this moment. He only enjoyed the present. This is really fun. An answer came back to what he said as he opened his eyes. Is it? A black-haired beauty, Esther, stood with the sunset behind her, looking down at him. Yeah, it's so fun. I agree. Unlike their words, both of their expressions were flat. Because there was no need to deliberately show inner exhilaration on the outside, neither of them showed any change in expression. Esther, too, had been researching a new spell today, and had come back after realizing something. Those two. Aurelia, who had been watching quietly, opened her mouth. As the sun set, the witch named Esther reached out a hand, and Enkrid took that hand and stood up. The whole sight was like a painting. Famous painters and musicians and the like had already made songs and drawn pictures, saying they got inspiration with the mad order of knights as the background. Even now, if some artists saw that scene, they would receive inspiration like being struck by lightning. Stop it. If you want to get in there, you have to get past the fairy and the witch. Luagarn gave advice politely. Aurelia immediately denied Luagarn's words. It's true I fell for a cool person after seeing him, but it's not that. I already came after promising the future. Her chest stung as she looked at them. Was it because she remembered what Ingus had come to say right before she left the southern front? Aurelia, come to hear my oath. What do you mean? My oath is yours. The words of a knight who would fight for his lady. It was also a confession. A knight-like confession, you could say. Aurelia, was satisfied. Cyprus telling Enkrid not to snatch his granddaughter was sincere. For his granddaughter, there was a knight who had guarded her side since childhood. His name is Enkrid. He fell in love at first sight in childhood, and had been consistent all the way, until now. And Aurelia was the same. Only now did your way of speaking get gentle. Luagarn puffed out her cheeks as she spoke. Luagarn had also fallen for Enkrid in the same way, even if it didn't take a certain form, and even if no return came back, it was enough for Luagarn to be satisfied. Their whispering was not heard by anyone. But it's still far. What Enkrid said after standing up spread around, and because everyone looked at him, everyone stopped training. All eyes gathered in one place. It was a rare thing, since they were people who could just devote themselves to their own training. The reason they reacted now was because of the sincerity that soaked into the words that came out of Enkrid's mouth. For the demonic knight, the knight who cut down demons, the knight who cut down Balrog, to say it was still far. Those words grabbed everyone's hands and feet. Enkrid saw that the swordsmanship of the one who stabbed his stomach was not merely fast change. So it was far. There was still a long way to go. That was how it felt. This isn't the end. Ahead, there was more. So it was fun. His heart pounded and anticipation surged. The ferryman's illusion rose and whispered from behind Esther. Walls still remain, mortal. He ignored it. He ignored it even when he met it in dreams. So what was a hallucination? Esther opened her mouth, as if nothing was wrong. Truth has no end. When we reach that end, what do we become? The ascension the demons desire ultimately means divinity. That's what they want to take. Esther wanted to ask. If you go on like that, in the end, just how far will you go? Well, no matter what question was thrown, the answer would be the same. Enkrid happened to open his mouth. It was not the answer to the question thrown inside. It was the continuation of what he had said earlier. It was the next sentence after saying it was still far. But it's still fun, me too, Esther answered, and their conversation set fire to the hearts of everyone watching. Whoa! A soldier who had been sprawled on the ground lamenting the lack of talent sprang up. That's right, it was like that. The soldier Marco also recalled the beginning he had forgotten. What was the reason he first grabbed the spear? Because it was fun and enjoyable. Pell also let out a snort of laughter, and Dunbakel nodded as if it was only natural. It was a day like usual, but should it be called a day unlike usual? The sun set and starlight shone on the surroundings. The winter wind was endlessly cold, but the ones in this training yard each forgot even the cold thanks to the flames that had flared up inside them. That evening's training was lively beyond measure. That effect also returned to Enkrid. Heat and zeal. Gathered together, they trained, taught each other, and did not spare the process of learning. What they saw and learned in Zhan, what they went through and realized in the lives they had lived, all of it had gathered in the training yard now. What's needed here is a system. There were many things he had built up as theory, one by one. He steeled his heart again and chewed over what he had realized. 5 changes. Everything derived from that remained as the swordsmanship of the present. If you tell anyone to do it like this from the start, nobody can. Enkrid knew the path of climbing up by stepping on what had been built up, one by one. Starting the next day, he began to organize the path. Now it's about time to stop fighting, too. Luagarn took charge of that work. Luagarn was originally a scholar, not a combatant. Looking at the skill, it wouldn't be wrong to call Luagarn a quasi-knight, but Luagarn was someone who enjoyed researching and organizing something more than training and tempering. If what Luagarn wanted to dig into, establish, and research was a fruit made by the person Luagarn had fallen for, it would be even more enjoyable. I'm going to quit fighting. The purpose of my life is here. Luagarn declared retirement. Well, the one who heard those words was only Enkrid. If you want? The answer was short. It was fine. I. Enkrid respected the other person's dream, no matter who it was. For Luagarn, someone close enough to be called extremely close, Enkrid only felt like cheering her on even more. They got. I heard you told them to do everything you need, and there was even talk that you should build an entirely new building. What did you say to the captain? That feeling was conveyed through Cress. Luagarn puffed out her cheeks and smiled. No need. A suitable single room, a desk, and writing tools that are convenient for me should be enough. Putting 2 fingers through a ringed pen and writing letters, like using a sword, was a Frock specialty. Given their body structure, it couldn't be helped. Cress granted that request. Like this, it was about 5 days after Odin left because of this and that. A letter arrived. It came for Sir Rem. It was a letter a soldier who had been given the task of collecting and distributing letters had left from early morning. The sender was Owl. Chapter 933. Jackson quietly melted himself into the surroundings. Assimilation. It was a technique of melting his presence into the environment. It was a fairy's specialty, but if you made assassination your trade, it was a skill you had to learn. Once you reached the level of a knight, you could move will and erase the presence itself. But even before that, if you trained, it was a skill you could learn as much as you want. So it was the basics of stealth, an assassin's essential skill. Assimilation and silent kill thrust. It was Jackson's specialty. He knew the answer was to sharpen the basics and go beyond the limit. He had been confident that no one in the Order, including Enkrid, would be able to stop it. It doesn't work. The moment he confirmed Enkrid's skill, dozens of methods came to mind in Jackson's head. In his imagination, he targeted Enkrid over and over. Ways to catch him from behind, ways to approach and cut the back of the neck, ways to stab deep from afar, with a long, long sword, ways to wrap a cord around the neck and snap it, even ways to poison his nails and brush past and kill. Blocked. None of it worked. Starting from that, Jackson naturally began to tear apart what he had, one by one. Sparring with that bastard Rem was a struggle to face his own limits and break out of them. He thrashed to go forward. Enkrid had done it until now, but this time it was his turn. Assassination is carried out in a total of 5 methods: perception, psychology, deception, calculation, realization. Perception is knowing the target. Psychology is reading the opponent's mind at the moment you want. Deception is using the gap in that opponent's mind. Calculation is putting every element up to execution into the range of prediction and killing the opponent countless times in your head. Realization is going out on the mission using everything you have prepared so far. Because he used those 5 methods best, Jackson was the master of Dawn Dew, and he was the top among the assassins of the Assassin Guild Dagger of Jor. Even though he had gone beyond the level of being the master of an assassin guild, and had deepened and tempered himself to reach the present, it still wasn't satisfying. Assimilation and silent kill. And then he added a sensory technique, coating his 5 senses with will and perceiving everything around him with super senses. Jackson chewed over his specialty. A voice cut in between. Are you there? It was on the road climbing the mountain range. Between massive trees that could easily smash a house if they fell, gray eyes were seen. The bastard who had found his exact position threw an axe. There was no sound. Before sound, a hand axe that looked like a disc flew in and lodged in the tree Jackson had been hiding behind. Bang! The air tore and the tree exploded. The side of the tree burst and fragments scattered in all directions. Jackson had already left his original spot, but he knew that if he took that head-on, he wouldn't die cleanly. I'm getting pushed back. Assimilation works and silent kill gets blocked. He had tried countless times to catch him from behind and use the silent kill thrust, but the gray eyes drew a long line and chased him. That bastard Rem blocked the thrust with instantaneous reaction speed. It was something he had experienced over and over. If I'm not prepared to kill, it's not easy to land a hit. That bastard fought Enkrid too, and his senses had gotten sharper than before. Should it be said the water rose? The owner of those gray eyes hid his momentum like he was some kind of beast, and he found the hidden Jackson well. A bastard who moved while habitually taking the headwind. It was a fighting style that showed the face of a hunter. Jackson didn't stay in one place long. If he lingered, Rem's axe would fly in. Even as he kept moving like that, his head repeated thoughts. He repeated calculations and aimed for the moment the other let his guard down. His predictions were beyond the track of an ordinary person. In this state, Jackson glimpsed a future that would change as time passed. "Hey, aren't you a washed-up feral cat?" Rem spoke, convinced he had the upper hand. It showed in his attitude. He raised his nose and looked down. The corners of his eyes bent as he held laughter in them. Eyes that made you want to gouge them out, even if you had to pawn your soul to a devil for 3 days. "Ah, you, yeah? What was your name again?" Ragnar ignored him, as if Jackson didn't exist in the first place. "Youngest brother, don't be too hurt. Being the youngest isn't a problem, is it? The youngest is just the youngest. In some ways, the youngest might be good." In a single stretch of talk, he said the word youngest 5 times. Odin would keep flipping someone's insides over like that, again and again. He felt that bastard Rem had been hanging around him for a few days and had realized something, edging into a new realm. The future drawn by anxiety stimulated Jackson. Jackson's realization came at that moment. If he got pushed back by these crazy bastards, he had no future. Nothing would be more painful than that. Crude will is useless. Following the flash of inspiration that came to him, Jackson erased the color from the will inside him. He removed the shape, and in the end, he emptied it. "What is it?" Even Rem flared his eyes and stopped. Jackson moved with everything emptied like that. Right now, he was detached from the world. Absence from everything. Forget the world. Forget myself. Forget what I'm holding. Forgetting even where this place was, Jackson moved for a single goal. Stop. Will flared, but it was buried and concealed by the colorless will. Thunk. Jackson made a hole in the place he wanted, just like that. That bastard did something weird. At Rem's words, Enkrid examined the wound carefully. There was a hole in Rem's left thigh. It wasn't a deep wound, but it was true he had gotten hit properly, and had applied medicine and wrapped it with a bandage, so you couldn't tell the angle the blade went in. That was something he could ask Rem directly and hear. That wasn't what mattered. He stabbed you from outside your perception range. It's not that I only knew after I got stabbed. Shit, how do I put it? It felt really nasty. A lot, really a lot. Watch out for that sneaky bastard. Rion, as usual, slandered Jackson. Enkrid nodded. It wasn't that he agreed with Rem. He understood that Jackson had done something. Rem would already have prepared for silent kill thrust, so it was something new again. Every time he heard something like this, his heart pounded. He wanted to fight it, to experience it. You can't yet. It's hard to control, so if I mess up, I kill. Before he knew it, Jackson was there, tossing out the words in his usual arms-crossed posture. He was speaking just from reading the pressure Enkrid let out. Hearing that, The ends of Rem's eyebrows rose. If you mess up, you kill. Then what, did I stab you so you could die? In the first place, can you even kill me? If you want to die, say so. I'll do it for you for free, specially. Hey, you think I'm just lazing around eating and sleeping? Rem put strength into the hand gripping his axe. Veins bulged up over the back of his hand. Jackson, too, before he knew it, was gripping a dagger in the hand that was crossed. A murderous pressure passed between them like never before. A few of the soldiers watching swallowed hard. They had fought often before, but this time was different. The sharp pressure pinned the air down. If it was a soldier with weak guts, his legs would have trembled. Fortunately, this was the training yard of the Mad Order of Knights. Even if you were a soldier, if you didn't have some backbone, you couldn't even come in here. Once you came in, it was a place where you had to digest a training intensity that made you think, so this is hell. That's a shame. Enkrid showed emotion as he spoke between their murderous exchange. As always, he meant it. He had beaten everyone in the order, but he wasn't satisfied with that. He wanted to go further, and he wanted them to follow. He was truly consistent. The reason he said it was a shame right now was his sincere regret that he couldn't cross blades with the new technique Jackson had used. Wait. Jackson's killing intent died. Instead, zeal rose. The captain's words were like magic that touched a person's heart. Hey, I've got to polish it a bit too, so wait. Rem chimed in too. He scratched his neck with his axe for no reason. Considering that murderous axe blade could cut steel if needed, the fact that he scratched his neck with it seemed to show just how tough his neck was. A letter? Only then did Rem take interest in the letter. He and Owl sometimes exchanged letters through a merchant association. He expected it wouldn't be anything that big, and look. A low groan came out of Rem. It was that reaction people have when they hear unexpected news. Rem's eyes moved left and right as they followed the contents written in the letter. After reading it all at once, he said, I need to go out to the west for a bit. Enkrid also didn't have that much he had to do while staying in border guard. In the first place, Chris ran this city. Enkrid was the decision-maker, but most of the time he just nodded, and right now was a quieter period than ever. A short peace gained after the fight with the South. However, in some places, rough fights were breaking out, and what was written in this letter was that kind of thing. It was news that some of the giant clan who had deserted from Rehinstetten had pushed out to the west. Of course, if it was only that, Rem wouldn't have to move himself. He read the nightmare part written in the letter over and over, then said he would go west. Let's go together, Enkrid said. Using what he had newly realized only in sparring situations made his body itch. And Owl was Rem's companion. And didn't he have many ties in the west too? Well, let's do that. Looks like we can just hurry up, get it sorted, and come back. With that leg? Dunbakel asked. When it wasn't training time, it was her daily routine to roll around on the ground like a lazy cat. Even now, she had spread a heated blanket on the floor and was half lying down. Is that a bed to you? When Rem threw out a line, Dunbakel tilted her head. No, the bed is inside the lodgings. This is just the floor. Dunbakel's tone was serious. Doesn't it seem like she's doing it to mess with me? Rem turned his head and asked Enkrid. Enkrid put the truth in his mouth. It looks sincere. Rather than intending to tease, it was like she was really trying to tell him, a word for a colleague saying stupid things. That makes me even more pissed, Rem muttered. Dunbakel shut her mouth. She had learned already, after being made to look bad over and over, that if she jumped in at times like this, it wouldn't end well. Rem showed a look like he'd roughly let it go, then tried to immediately get ready to leave. He looked like he was going to walk out on a limping leg. Like Dunbakel said, going with that leg would be too much. Enkrid said, and tried to get a horse, and Chris happened to arrange it, saying the Lockfried caravan was leaving for the west, so they should join it. Something happened in the west. They said weird things from the south kept bursting out in all directions. I'll tell them to pack up and go as fast as possible. To Chris, the west was a treasure house of resources. The obsidian they mined had already become one of their specialties. After 2 days, Ram was able to walk decently too, and like that the two of them joined the caravan heading west. It was a caravan Leona Lockfried personally commanded. "It's an honor, sir." Leona smiled and welcomed Enkrid. If Shinar saw that you're smiling so wide, she could rightfully snap and tell you to lower the corners of your mouth immediately. Ram evaluated her smile like that. If she'd get mad enough to be angry at my smile, then I feel like she would have buried Sir Aurelia, who you brought this time, somewhere in the mountains. She was the owner of the caravan, and she knew the importance of information. Especially because Aurelia was someone who had newly joined the Mad Order of Knights, the group that guarded this city and was the core of its force. She couldn't not be interested. It also meant she already knew how outstanding Aurelia's beauty was, and who Aurelia's grandfather was. Cut the nonsense. Why are you moving personally? Is the caravan idle? As Enkrid spoke, Leona moved to the carriage. After the two got on the carriage, Dunbakel climbed onto the carriage roof saying it felt stifling, and Rem took the passenger seat. The guard sitting in the passenger seat looked at Rem. "What? Why?" "Nothing." Rem's sulk still wasn't completely gone. Because he had taken a knife stab to the leg because of that bastard Jackson. If he tried to run in earnest, he felt discomfort. He didn't like that at all. That bastard's knife work was really weird. It wasn't right before he got stabbed. He only felt the existence of the blade after he got stabbed. Rem closed his eyes on the driver's bench. Right now, recovery came first. Enough rest would heal his body quickly. Just from Ao's letter didn't seem like a big problem, but since the letter even brought up nightmares, setting aside giants and whatever else, it was filled with an ominous feeling he couldn't name. Feeling the carriages swaying, Rem just went to sleep. "Not border guard soldiers? Troops raised by the caravan?" Enkrid asked as he swept his gaze around. It was said while assessing the state of the soldiers surrounding them. Inside the carriage, only Enkrid and Leona were riding. Since Leona was the caravan master of Lockfried, it wasn't like she had no guards who stuck close morning and night. But right now, the person by her side was the Mad Order of Knights captain. If he decided to harm Leona, it would be useless to stop it. And conversely, if someone wanted to harm her by getting through the disaster called Enkrid, then guarding her would also be meaningless. For those reasons, only the two of them were inside the carriage. It was a personnel choice that showed Leona's way of thinking, taking responsibility for the caravan. She valued efficiency. If necessary, even accepting loss was ultimately something you did because it was necessary. If it became a bigger profit later, that was efficiency. No matter who looked, she was a woman with a big vessel. For example, she became the owner of the city Lockfried and had border guard troops behind her. But she did not spare investment in raising warriors who escorted the caravan and protected the city. If you only looked at the outside, it looked like wasting gold coins, but if you looked at what was inside, it was full of valid reasons. It sounds like you're asking why I don't borrow the strength of border guards troops. A caravan that can't stand on its own will go under someday, Leona said, flicking her finger. Chapter 934. It had been a while since the two of them met. They had more than enough to talk about. Because if border guard starts harboring other intentions, you can't respond, and unreasonable things could happen under the condition of lending force. At Leona's words, Enkrid answered, "You really do get me. How about quitting as a knight captain and coming to the caravan as my vice leader?" Then the current vice leader would be really hurt, wouldn't they? If they're hurt, what about it? The Mad Order of Knights captain is coming, for heaven's sake. They met each other's eyes and laughed. The eshek of air leaking out was friendly. A few jokes a seasoning that fills the empty time. The two of them talked about this and that. Leona wasn't the type to spare her body just because she was the caravan master. If it was necessary, she often led the caravan personally here and there. This time was like that too. Do you know what paradise water is? Enkrid searched his memory. The time he'd gone to the west felt like a very long time ago. This was the harm today's curse brought. Leona opened her left hand and, with the index and middle finger of her right, used her palm like ground and made a digging gesture. Ground squirrel fruit? When he barely managed to dig the memory up and said it, Leona nodded. They say they succeeded in breeding ground squirrels in the west this time. She said it as she brushed her hands off with a pat. Her eyes kept sparkling as she spoke. Like a child who'd found a precious thing and gotten excited, she opened her mouth again. Drinks made based on paradise water taste incredible. Supplying that to inns or cafeterias. Good goods sell for a good price. That's the basis of trade. A miner is tempted by precious iron, and a cook is tempted by precious ingredients, and a merchant is tempted by anything that becomes gold coins. Like Leona right now. So you're going to negotiate in person. If the caravan master moved personally, it was proof she put considerable weight on this matter. And I'm loading some gifts too. The caravan wasn't that small. There were more than 8 baggage wagons following behind. And it wasn't only material things that counted as gifts. The West is always short on grain. How to improve that land at its root? How to store grown grain, farming techniques, making water wheels and windmills, even the know-how to dig waterways. There was more than enough to pass on. Of course, all of that only mattered if grain properly grew in the West soil. It won't happen overnight. Something everyone knew. They said that thanks to the trade routes, people stopped starving to death. But that was only in the West Center. The surrounding minority tribes were still living rough, coarse lives. What they needed wasn't grain right now, but a way to live for the future. When Enkrid fell into thought, Leona shrugged and continued. And you've been going around killing everything under the sun. It's an unbelievable feat. If bards took your name out of their songs, half of them would have to go find another job right away. Should it be said the whole continent was shouting for the Mad Order of Knights? Thanks to that, letters from ladies, nobles included, had increased tenfold compared to before. Leona treated him as a friend, then and now, and Enkrid liked that. Enkrid told her in moderation about fighting the South, including Barrow. He put special effort into the story of Odin spreading its wings and taking flight. Incredible. Leona couldn't hide her admiration. She didn't often get chances to speak as Leona the person, not Leona the caravan master. She liked this time too. That was why she kept the line. She didn't see Odin as a beast. Questions like whether, if it had a foal, they'd all become Pegasus didn't come flying out. He'd heard that in the capital, a few nobles were spouting nonsense about buying Odin, and Enkrid couldn't help wondering whether they'd say that even after seeing his face. At some stories she cackled with laughter, and at other parts she listened nodding. They say you get rid of the boredom of travel with chatter. Maybe this was that time. Like that, in the daytime they rode in the wagons, and after the sun set, it was preparing camp. They could enter a city, but they were used to moving along the stone road and camping. The stone road was built to go around cities, in a form that blocked the surrounding monsters, so it was hard to find a city. Instead, since it touted itself as the safe road, guard posts could be seen here and there, and those guard posts had enough equipment and supplies needed to camp. The caravan's workers, beyond being used to it, skillfully spread the tents, made field beds, and lit fires. They did all of it in one go, quick and clean. They looked like people honed by real practice, no less than an army. There were more than 100 people moving together, but there weren't many who were resting. The field tent they set up for them was quite cozy. "It's thanks to Chris," Leona said as she closed the tent entrance. It was an answer to the words about it being cozy and warm. Chris? The heating stones he distributed helped a lot with winter travel. It'd be nice if we could sell them as is, but he says we still can't sell them. According to Leona, that was how it was. He looked at what heating stones were, and it turned out they were an improved version of a new ore a salamander made. You put a non-burning net in the center of the tent, put 5 stones into it, and the heat spreads out. What a trick, seeing how it hadn't even been long since it was discovered, yet he'd found places to use it and even refined it. And even shaping it like that. The non-burning net was made by braiding monster hide, too. Didn't he say he opened trade with the Demonlands front village, too? Chris had made it so that people and caravans went back and forth everywhere Enkrid had traveled. He shared all the profit from that with everyone. If only one person's belly got full, it meant nothing. They said salon culture only shines when everyone has some breathing room. Because it's a luxury good. Chris had said that with conviction. What an incredible bastard. Enkrid loosened his body only to the point where he wouldn't sweat. There wasn't a well at the guard post, so washing was difficult. Even if they ran water and dug a well, it was so cold near Border Guard in midwinter that the well would freeze in no time. On the first night of camping, Enkrid lay down and had a dream. Now, who should we kill? It was a voice brimming with delight. It was a nightmare that began with the ferryman's question. You'd recognize the moment you fall asleep. That was why, if he had a dream where the ferryman appeared, he would feel like he'd been dragged onto a boat all at once. He definitely closed his eyes in bed, but it felt like he opened them in a completely different place. If it was a boat, he was so used to it now that there was nothing to be that flustered about. But it's not a boat. Enkrid checked where he was standing. A bridge. A shaking bridge, more precisely, a flimsy suspension bridge that wouldn't be strange if it snapped at any moment. Under his feet were wooden planks, and thick ropes twisted and fixed in place supported the footing on a diagonal. Below is a cliff. It was a little strange to call it that. Because of the purple fog ahead and behind, he couldn't see anything. All he could perceive was the bridge, and that black river water flowed below. The ferryman was above Enkrid's head. Without any boat, holding only a lamp, it floated there and opened its mouth. Now, who will you kill? The ferryman asked. Its mouth split wide to the left and right, becoming an utterly unpleasant smile. If you looked at the distance, it was only about 5 steps. Even if you couldn't reach with an outstretched hand, they were close enough. They could see each other's faces well. Why are you smiling like that? As always, Enkrid asked sincerely. If you were going to smile anyway, wasn't it better to smile nicely? It wasn't like he'd be scared by a face like that. It's a mark of my joy. Turn around. Enkrid obediently looked behind him. Beyond the fog, one lump could be seen. It twitched its fingers and trembled its body. If you asked who it was, he'd have to answer that he didn't know. He could tell it had a face and hands and feet, but he couldn't perceive its shape clearly. The fog cunningly covered the face and distinctive body parts. It felt like looking through cloth that barely let the form show through. The blunt shape was crouched and lying face down. Was it looking this way? It looked like it might be. But one thing was certain. It's someone I know. And he could tell it was someone close. Someone he didn't know. But someone close? It sounded like a contradiction, but that was what his intuition told him. The moment he perceived it, a sense of loss raised its head. Regardless of resolve, losing an acquaintance was painful. It was the beginning of the nightmare. Look to the other side. Enkrid's gaze went forward. There was another lump there. Likewise crouched. Enkrid knew that once he started moving from where he stood, he couldn't come back and cross to the other side. This was law and rule, and decided fate. This is law and rule, and decided fate. The words that surfaced in his head repeated out of the ferryman's mouth. One remains. Only one reaches your hand. With its mouth split wide, the ferryman said again, I can't go back. One remains. Enkrid didn't walk. He stopped right there. The dream ended quickly. When he woke up, it was around dawn. He opened his eyes out of habit. It was the time he woke up every day. As soon as he rose, Enkrid reached out and grabbed his sword. He had left it right under the bed before sleeping. I named it Night Walk. You can take it instead today. Atris' words came back to him. It was a sword with a blade darker than dawn, the same sword as before, the one that had broken. When he said he was leaving, it was something Atri handed him. The strange thing was that it felt as sharp and excellent as dawn he'd held before, and that it was an engraved weapon. But still, a sword I'm only using for a while. Should it be said, it proved how big Atris' greed was. When he gripped the sword's hilt, the sense of loss from the nightmare slowly scattered. With his eyes open, Enkrid passed the second day as if nothing was wrong. In the daytime, light sparring and training, and from time to time, warriors belonging to the caravan came and asked for instruction. Rem slept in the day and slept at night. He acted like someone recovering an injured body and preparing for a fight. Aren't you kind of bored? Dunbakel judged the leisurely travel like that. Norelia put its heart into cleaning up the monsters and beast creatures wandering inside the continent. That affected the stone road heading west too. And the West had thrown itself into this matter as well. You could say they were joining hands and going around eliminating every element that posed a threat. It was a quiet, calm, boring road. An atmosphere that would have been unimaginable even a few years ago. It wasn't that there was no tension at all, but compared to before, there was plenty of slack. Now, let's go with energy again today, Leona shouted from the front. The road was peaceful. A travel road without bandits, monsters, or beast creatures was originally this uneventful. When night came again, Enkrid had the same dream. Now, who should we kill? The ferryman asked. The same question as yesterday, with the same smile. Behind that thoroughly unpleasant face, Enkrid recalled the ferryman from before. More precisely, he remembered what the ferryman had said when it appeared in the form of a woman. If you have to choose one of the two, what will you do? It's time to solve the dilemma, mortal. Back then, the woman ferryman had called it a dilemma. This nightmare was an extension of that dream. Except for the fog-covered areas, it was only 5 steps ahead and behind. Enkrid didn't take a step anywhere. So you're going to try to kill them both? The ferryman cackled. Hearing that laughter, he woke from the dream. Good morning? Hey, have a good dream? Aren't you kind of bored? Leona started the day with a shining face for someone who'd slept in the field. Rem tossed the words out with half-sleepy eyes, and Dunbakel looked like she was itching to move. Yeah. On the third night, too, he had the nightmare. It was the same kind of dream. Enkrid didn't take a step this time either. On the fourth night, too, it was the same. He opened his eyes on the bridge at the start of the nightmare. But this time the dream didn't continue. Instead of laughing, the ferryman narrowed its eyes and said, You're lucky. You look like you ought to dry up and die. Before it even finished speaking, he opened his eyes in reality. Why? His head was heavy on one side like he'd dozed and woken. The reason he'd opened his eyes immediately struck his ears. Run. It was a roar twice as loud as an ordinary beast's howl. When he grabbed his sword, threw on his gear roughly, and went out, he saw a shadow on one side go pop, as its head burst and it collapsed, under dim moonlight. The thud of the body falling and its shape made what the opponent was unmistakably clear. Giant! There were no collapsed tents or injured people. Even the giant that had just fallen had charged in, and then its head burst. There was no need to ask who had burst its head. Did you leave something here or what? Why do those giant bastards throw a fit here every time? A shout rang out. There wasn't a line that was officially drawn where it started being the west, but right after crossing a boundary, you could roughly count as the west. They'd resupplied on the safe road and walked quite a bit. The one who took down the giant was a westerner with an axe, standing sulky after receiving a letter from his wife. With a limp, Rem rested the axe on one shoulder, and with his left hand, he wound up the sling he'd been spinning and stuffed it into his chest. They're all dead. Rem burst forward. You could say he charged the moment he grasped where the giant pack was. The reason he acted like that was because he trusted the two left behind. Even though it was an ambush, Leona didn't panic. She guided the workers and people to the center of the tents. This way! It was a smart move. Even if there were some workers and fighters, the main force here was herself, Rem, and Dunbakel. Leona gathered everyone in one place so that the three of them could protect everyone here more easily. Since from the moment they set up camp, they'd put the supplies in the center and pitched the tents to surround the middle. Using each wagon as a wall was also an excellent response. Dunbakel. When Enkrid called the name, the beast person approached as if bursting out. Why, hit the ones that come in within a certain distance centered on the tents. Right now, over there. As far as perception in the dark went, the beast person had sensory organs superior to Enkrid's. And her sense of smell was superior even among beast people. Before he even finished speaking, Dunbakel moved. The giants had encircled the caravan and tightened in, and a few of them were striding inward. Dunbakel charged one of them. With a bang, pushing off the ground, Dunbakel's blade cut the back of the giant's knee, and then, like a squirrel climbing a tree, she climbed the giant's leg and cut its neck. Thunk! The sound of the neck being cut was like chopping at a giant tree with an axe. With two swings, one giant fell to the ground. Thunk! Its body sprawled on the ground. Under dim moonlight, dark red blood pooled, like it was about to make a pond on the ground. Where's the chief? After dealing with one, Dunbakel asked like she was shouting. Enkrid realized he'd been unknowingly building up a lot over the past few days because of the nightmares. Even if he didn't want to care, wasn't it a dream that kept getting under his skin? Instead of answering, Enkrid sprang out toward the opposite side from where Rem had run. Ah, seriously? Why is it always me? Behind him, Dunbakel spat out a complaint, but he ignored it. Enkrid concentrated will into his hearing. Giants were a species opposite from fairies. It was hard for them to move without sound or deceive their presence. Finding where the giant pack had gathered wasn't difficult. Tactics? Their movement smelled like that. Even while encircling the caravan, they were gathered into 2 points. One was the side Rem hit, and the other was the opposite side. Hit from the front and steal their eyes, then hit again from behind. For a caravan like this, they could just crush it with sheer force, but by striking in succession from front and back, they made it hard for the other side to respond. It was tactical movement. A trained group. Chapter 935. Highest the moment from the dream now? Enkrid searched for the meaning of the nightmare the ferryman had shown him. It had been 3 days now. He couldn't just leave it at, it's a nightmare. It's painful, I can't choose, and be done with it. A moment of choice. That was what the ferryman was telling him through the nightmare. He didn't know if that was truly the ferryman's intention, but inside the nightmare, Enkrid felt consideration. If he met it in a dream and asked whether it counted as consideration, would that become the kind of question where it would pull out the oar it had been rowing the river with and swing it at him? Anyway, now isn't that time. There was no reason to feel stuck like he had on the bridge. When he sprang forward, 3 giants blocked his path as if surrounding him. 2 spread left and right, and 1 pulled back, naturally forming a formation that drew him inside. They learned tactics. You don't form a formation overnight. It takes training, and it has to be completed with real battle mixed in. The movement those 3 giants showed was enough to see it as completed through training and real battle. The South's influence. Enkrid stepped into the intangible net the 3 giants had laid out. If he'd noticed, he couldn't have avoided it. But he didn't. Here, with force. In terms of tactical judgment, he'd received the teachings of Zhan, the Frog who was called a combat scholar, and he possessed instincts he'd honed by dying and coming back hundreds of times. It meant he was someone whose ability was incomparable even against an ordinary knight. He grasped the correlation between what he had and what the opponent was aiming for, and found the optimal path. That was how Enkrid swallowed his breath and entered a soundless world. From left and right, 2 angular maces dropped down, and the one in the center thrust a spear. The weapons the giants held were large enough to match their arm length and bodies. Weapons they had smithed to fit their use, with the length and thickness set. Enkrid swung his sword 3 times in place, using 3 methods at once. It was the first time he properly used Endure in real battle. And he spat out the pressure that had piled up over several days of nightmares into it. Thud, slice, boom. 3 different noises formed. The one who swung from the left, Enkrid wrapped heavy will around himself and struck back, and the mace snapped upward, and its half jammed into its owner's skull. And on the opposite side he swung with speed packed into it, sharp. The blade named Nightwalk cut straight through the mace, brushed the giant's Adam's apple with a tap, and returned. For the last one he pulled Nightwalk and met the giant's spearhead. Naturally, Will turned like a clump of wool, took the spearhead into itself, and floated off to the side. So Will moves on its own, the way I want. That was the core of Endure. Will's changes played, crossing back and forth over the boundary between consciousness and unconsciousness. 2 giants collapsed. Enkrid continued into a 4th swing. Aras connecting sword. Endure, the changes of Will, could draw out any swordsmanship he'd refined in training in an instant. And also, like when he'd faced that blonde genius swordsman, he maintained a speed far superior to the opponent's. In the time it took the 3 giants to make one movement, Enkrid swung his sword 4 times. Finally, the blade that performed a vertical cut from below to above in reverse split the giant's head down the middle. Enkrid left the intangible net the 3 giants had formed and walked forward. Blood gushed from the place he passed. The left one, with half its head caved in, died on its knees, and the right one, pressing a hand to its Adam's apple, let out a GK groan, then collapsed with a thud. It was a head and 2 taller than Enkrid. A head that was close enough to reach with a sword, but far enough that it was hard to strike the Adam's apple with a hand, sprawled on the ground. The last one was pushed back by the force carried in the cuts and fell over backward. Atri, what did you do? Enkrid felt shock and fun at the same time. When he swung Nightwalk out again, the sword's power that had just tapped the giant's Adam's apple left itself vividly in his hand. Its cutting power. It was to the point he couldn't compare it to any sword he'd held until now. It wasn't just a sword that cut well. And what about when he put weight into it? It felt like it added force to match the center of gravity. But separate from the movement of will, You could say the sword itself was showing itself off too much. I'm this incredible sword. Come on, swing me. Stab and cut as much as you want. It was as if the sword was talking to him like that. It was desperate to show off what it could do. I'm a weapon. I was born to kill people. So feed me blood. A sword you could well call a demonic sword or a bewitched sword. Naturally, Enkrid wasn't influenced by anything the sword conveyed. If he could wear Balrog's leather armor without a problem, he could probably laugh off most mental attacks. So his impression of the sword only passed by for a moment. If some half-baked person had held it, they might have fallen for the sword's wickedness and become a berserker. But Atri handed it over without any worry. His trust was rewarded. Enkrid was fine. More than that, in that brief clash, his chest felt cleared wide open. A duet of liberation and ecstasy pounded at his heart. If I want it, the way I want. If he set his mind to it, Will moved. He'd felt it in sparring too, but this really, it's fun. It had been the same ever since he started repeating today for the first time. It's so fun. Enkrid didn't get tired of this at all. The sludge that had built up in his head because of the nightmares blew away in one go. After breaking through the 3 giants, he saw 8 more giants holding maces, spears, axes, and the like. Not few. There were still this many opponents left to talk about swords with. To the giants, this was nothing but a monster. Wind blew in, and the cloak Enkrid wore fluttered. It was enough for the pattern on the cloak to show. That's that! One sharp-eyed giant spotted the step pattern. Madman Deutsch, it muttered next. Enkrid twitched Night Walk in his right hand and finished his calculation. There's no threat. There were no Night-class giants. There were 2 at a level of imitation, and that was all. To an ordinary mercenary, it would be a tough opponent, but not to him. If they scattered and ran away, that would be one thing. But if they came at the Caravan, he was brimming with confidence. He wouldn't let a single one slip past him. This isn't the moment of choice. Just as expected. This level couldn't force a choice on him. Thinking back, a lot had changed now. Even without deliberately thinking, Enkrid caught the intention of the group that had come out. In Owl's letter, it said giant bastards were sticking around between Norillia and the west, aiming at cities, but they aimed. They moved, expecting a caravan would come on this road. It wasn't loaded with some great strategic intent. They just poked at the west here and there, then saw the road got cleared and did something like an ambush. They fought well, but they didn't draw a big picture. That was the conclusion. Still, it was surprising. A giant pack with this much tactical ability. Guessing what they were wasn't hard. He'd already come after hearing information. The south. How many giants could recognize the pattern on his cloak? These were ones that came out of the south. And even after seeing the cloak's pattern, they didn't retreat. They were ones with different spirit. One that covered its chest with an axe, one whose eyes reddened as it pulled its momentum up. There was resolve showing that not one of them planned to back down. Fight, one giant said. The others nodded, saying it was good. Before leaving, Teresa had said that the giant pack that came out of the south seemed to be aiming at something, taking advantage of the chaotic time. What is that something? I don't know. It was natural not to know, but it was irritating anyway. Want to spar with me? That just sounds like you want to beat me up. When he tried to check Teresa's skill after a long time, Abner, who'd been listening beside them, cut in. It would be a stupid thing to do. Abner's words after that were reasonable. Giants aren't a species that uses their heads much. It's not that there aren't special ones among them, but if they were ones who served in the army, they would have marched expecting some prize. and what they're doing now is desertion. Someone who thinks would not do something like this. That's why my guess is that they're ones who decided to make a quick killing and run somewhere. Just because they were big didn't mean they were stupid. Even among giants, there were quite a few who were sly and used their heads well. Since my mercenary days, I've been fooled by judging only by the outside more than once. Enkrid thought that, but looking now, Abnaya's perspective seemed right. If we do well, we can kill. Then all those wagons are ours. Kill all the people. This road is ours. Words the giants exchanged. The giant pack intended to kill every last one without leaving any behind. You could say their intent was transparent. If you go onto a battlefield, you have to be prepared to die as much as you're prepared to kill. It was a creed he'd gained after living off the blade for a long time. The giant pack must have charged in with everything taken into account too. Enkrid repaid their resolve. To the giant body that showed the trick of turning its skin into steel, he answered with sword strikes that cut steel too. Funk. Soon. As the neck was cut, he felt the texture of cutting metal, and the sound was the same. The decapitated giant sprayed red blood in all directions. A few drops of blood splattered onto his cloak. Enkrid moved to the side and swung his sword again. It wasn't an empty fight, but it was a one-sided fight. Leona, watching from one side, didn't even understand what was happening. The only thing she knew was that if the ones guarding the caravan right now were together, it was the safest place on the continent. It wasn't for nothing that she'd led the caravan out in step with Enkrid's movement. Their movement is weird, from the caravan's perspective too. The giant pack that pushed into the west was a headache. The obsidian that came out of this side was a specialty that extended all the way to Trade City. If the trade route had been cut here, it would have been quite troublesome. In the middle of that, when Enkrid said he was heading west, joining up was only natural. Even if they didn't bring it up directly while talking, it was something both Leona and Enkrid recognized in each other. Whatever it was, Enkrid didn't show mercy to the sword. He cut, stabbed, and killed. "Why are you so strong?" one giant muttered as it died. Even with an arm cut off, they charged, and if a leg was cut off, they threw the weapon in their hand and opened their grip. It was a fighting spirit that suited the words. Red-blooded beast creature. Well, when it was time to fight, they were the kind that rushed in drunk on ferocity, reason thrown away. Even if he moved leaving only afterimages, they reached out somehow. Their desire to fight clung like a vicious tick. And like that, with a few cuts, he turned the giant bandit pack into a dead bandit pack. "Is it over?" Rem came up, caked in blood, and said it. The clotted blood on the axe blade in his right hand dripped onto the ground, drop by drop. It looked like the axe blade was gulping down blood and letting it run. "You fought without me again." Dunbakel came up and said it too. She'd killed 2 giants as well. The total number of the giant bandit pack was a little over 30. Since the giants had piled up on Rem's side, they must have planned to threaten from the front, and then, from behind, wipe everything out in one go. And someone shoved tactical movement into them. In reality, they were a group with no thought. If they were the kind that knew how to use their heads in the first place, they wouldn't have left the Salve's embrace and drifted all the way here. I saw traces of sorcery here and there too. What kind of bastards are they, really? Rem said, stripping all humor from his face. He didn't like that things like this kept popping out in the West. "Are you going to chase them?" "If we chased just by traces, even staying up for several nights won't be enough." It was a tone like it wasn't a big deal, a natural attitude. Would Owl have called Rem just because a few giants popped out? Enkrid didn't think so either. In the West, there weren't few people with force, even if they weren't a Night Order. Owl, Generai, the twins, Jewel, even Ire. Besides them, there were many warriors who fought riding Belopters. At this level, it's not a threat. It was just annoying. "Let's go," Rem said. The giant's attack cut the dream in the middle. Maybe because of that night, Enkrid didn't have a nightmare. Instead, he had a dream where Nightwalk turned into a person and walked together with him. "I fight well, right?" The sword just flat out bragged about itself. Black, long hair, and eyes black too. Overall, its looks resembled Esther. "Yeah." Enkrid soothed the sword that had turned into a woman. Then, on one side, Dawn approached. This one had pale blue hair and eyes of gold. "Just because Dawn broke doesn't mean you don't need me anymore." Dawn had broken, but Enkrid asked himself whether it had really broken. Is that right? Dreams are an outflow of the unconscious. If reality is light, dreams are shadow. The shadow settled into Dawn and whispered, "I'm still here." That was the end of the dream. It wasn't long or short, but when he woke, only an afterimage that had passed in an instant remained. Opening his eyes, Enkrid saw snow flurries. Snowflakes fell from the dark sky. He thought he'd heard snow was rare in the west. Winter's cold didn't spare its influence here either. Looking at the sky, the dream, the snow flurries, Enkrid organized his thoughts. Organizing your ideas and thoughts is as important as training your body. Words Luagan had told him one day. Enkrid chewed on those words and digested them. Is an engraved weapon finished when you make it? No. That was the answer his intuition gave him. Then, did Dawn, the first engraved weapon head held, break an end? It remained inside me. The experience and traces that Blade had given him remained clearly. An engraved weapon doesn't end when you make it. The one who holds it has to accept that weapon. That's why that weapon has to resemble its owner. Why engraving? Because once you bind, it gains absolute binding force, so it's an engraved weapon. A short realization struck his head. The Nightwalk he held now might become a friend, but it wouldn't go as far as engraving. This sword was similar, but different. A sword that couldn't engrave him. He could feel in his chest why Atri was hammering a new sword. Dawn opens the morning. Noon and sunset pass through the day. The flow that rides over the night completes today. That was Atri's intent. It was filled with a heart that wanted each day that meets dawn to continue, no matter what. While he was thinking, they arrived at a western village. Since caravans came and went often, it was rare for people to pour out in a rush. Only a few people with business came out. In the middle of that, someone ran over. By Enkrid's standards, it was a little kid. Was it even 10 years old? "Honey!" the little girl shouted. Leona tilted her head. The little girl ran straight into Enkrid's arms. Chapter 936. Enkrid caught the little girl's forehead with his left hand and grabbed the child's arm with his right, turning the child to the side. The child, who'd been running in with both arms raised, stopped without even struggling. Both arms settled neatly against the sides. The face was familiar, but the name wouldn't come to him at all. A kid, still, he knew who it was. A child who'd suffered because of a plague-shaped curse. After the child got better, she'd said she'd become his bride later, the kind of dream that was hard to cheer for. The person looking on from behind with pitiful eyes was the child's mother. What's pitiful about it? While Enkrid glanced at her in passing, "You didn't forget me, right, husband?" the child asked. The situation came back to him, and a few words they had exchanged came back too, but the name just wouldn't. Enkrid wasn't someone who discriminated, so he was the same no matter who it was. He said the first thing that came to mind. "Ollie!" He tossed out some name at random. The child nodded, like it was only natural. Good. It's okay. I'll forgive you. For what? Leona looked on with interest, and Rem let out a pfift. A laugh with all the air gone out of it. Dunbakel just wrinkled her nose and looked around. It changed a bit. Dunbakel muttered. Just like she said, the scenery of the city of Elder Bear had changed a little from before. Did the tents increase? It was thanks to resources growing plentiful through trade. He remembered hole-ridden tents being common, but now there was none of that shabbiness. This side was the region that benefited the most from trade with the continent. Of course it had to show this much leeway. Tap, tap, dot. When he turned his gaze elsewhere, the girl in front snapped her fingers. Come on, look, I'm definitely growing. The child turned again and shoved the top of her head toward him as if to show it. Enkrid put a hand on the child's crown and turned her body outward. Yeah, you got a bit taller. Yes, I'm growing. I'm definitely growing, so wait. You could infer it just from the way she lunged at him. Whether it was the giant's attack or whatever, the city of Elder Bear was prosperous. It had become steadier than before, and more relaxed. On the road, there were still several women twisting bark into rope, and there were still lots of kids running around playing. Ba-a-da. Even the goat bleat from one side, and the moo of a cow, the pastoral scenery itself was the same. It was just more relaxed and more abundant than before. Jiba. Let's aim for the next chance, the girl's mother who'd come up said. Aim for what? Enkrid started to say something, then stopped. It was obvious it would only make things longer for nothing. Impressive. So it really is demonic charm, Leona muttered. In a lot of ways, it was a whisper with plenty of room for misunderstanding. If it's not hole-ridden tents, but even a stone house built in the center, the city changed a lot. Rem. Even between the tents, a proper hall built of stone caught the eye. It was a surprising thing. A sight so surprising you couldn't possibly just look and pass by, thinking that Enkrid dragged Rem in. It was a mistake. Rem didn't sympathize with Enkrid's thoughts. So, because it's after the old maid fairy and the witch who plucks out people's eyeballs, that kid's the third one then. Rem, catching a case for the first time in a while, teased with a cackling laugh. It's still a kid. No matter how narrowly you counted it, the age gap was over 20. The girl's mother was closer in age to Enkrid than that girl was. In front of love, age is nothing but a number. As the caravan was being welcomed, female Rem came up and said it. That meant owl. Beside her were Jenare and Jewel. There's a reason he's famous as a knight of demonic charm. With Jiba, that's grown enough. Jenare and Jewel added a word each. The West really was Rem's hometown. None of them had mouths he liked. Come at me one at a time, Enkrid said to all of them. Of course, nobody really came at him. He'd never been an easy human before. But now, if you just said his name, he'd become someone the entire continent knew. Demon Slayer, Balrog Slayer. Those two titles represented him. I said you didn't have to come, but you came together as three, not alone. Owl only spoke up to there, then dropped all the mischief and bowed her head toward Enkrid. It was a posture you only saw in Western-style greetings when it held respect and reverence. It held the meaning of not forgetting the old days, pressing the forehead to the ground, treating him as a companion, and calling him a savior. I pray that this time you won't lose your way, saying that with a thread of respect in it. To other people she could be casual, but not to Enkrid. Owl kept the proper form. You should welcome your husband first. When Ran said it from the side, Owl smiled and swung her fist at him. She spun her body and tightened her muscles in an instant, then loosened them. The fist that flew with a thump was powerful enough that if you blocked it wrong, it would be fine even if your jawbone broke. Thud. It clearly showed that while he trained, Owl had also poured effort into hardening up. The fist she threw was heavy. Of course, Ram caught her fist with his palm in front of his face. Did hugging change like this while I was gone? When Ram mouthed off as usual, Owl finally showed a smile and said, "So you went fooling around somewhere, husband." If I couldn't even get a greeting just now, I would have cut it off. As expected, Owl hadn't changed. Wordplay enough to call her female Ram. "What?" When Ram asked back, Owl continued, still smiling. "If your skill was standing still, that means you were lazing around somewhere. And that's the same as letting your eyes wander to another woman. So I should cut it off, right? Does that make any sense?" Absolutely not. Listening from the side, Enkrid remembered the first time he'd met Owl and spoke. "If you need testimony, I'll do it." He put one hand on his waist, adding careful eyes and a hardened expression. You could say he wore an expression like a symbol of trust. He didn't know whether that testimony itself was favorable to Rem or unfavorable, but when they'd met before, Owl had shouted to him not to butt in, but this time it wasn't like that. "If you say so, I have to accept it." Acceptance. Right? Right and right again. Yeah, exactly. If you didn't come after filling your belly, I'll prepare food. Generari and Jewel nodded too. Westerners were like that, as always. But they were really fun people. People who enjoyed jokes and spent time for today's happiness. Jewel still dreamed of becoming the West's best cook. Generari looked like he was subtly observing Enkrid. Like he wanted to see for himself how much Enkrid's skill had grown. Enkrid had more than enough willingness to pound Generari, so whenever he showed fighting spirit, Enkrid subtly accepted it. "You said you had a weird dream," Rem said to Owl. Owl looked at her partner with clear eyes and answered, "That's a reason to come all the way here. From long ago, your dreams matched weirdly well, especially ominous dreams. Rem was bothered by that and came all the way here. Even if it turned out to be nothing, they could just look around since they'd come and go back. On the way, we cleared out one giant bandit pack. You did everything you had to and came. Only then did Owl fall into Rem's arms." The two met eyes and used a light kiss to replace a greeting. A pair full of trust, unlike the words coming out of their mouths. Trust that even if the continent split in half, they'd each do what they had to do. After that, Rem went to see his child. He'd said the newborn squirmed and clenched a fist and swung it around, hadn't he? After spending a little time, Rem evolved into a fool for his kid. This is something. The kid clenched a fist and was swinging it around. Looks like the kind that'll be big when it grows up. It was a baby boy. And even by ordinary standards, it was true the baby was very sturdy. But a just-born kid didn't swing a fist around like Rem said. It just flailed a hand. It's not to that extent. Owl was about to scold him. Enkrid also saw the baby himself. It was a kid raised passing through the hands of multiple women. Wasn't one of the West's cultures that they raised kids all together? Each little element like that was one of the reasons the West showed a concentrated bond like it did now. No matter what monsters and beast creatures lunged in, they clumped together and fought. Why did their ancestors settle down in land this barren? He didn't know the details, but because they were here, the West was land where people lived. Purely by intuition, he thought they were like a wall that held back the demon lands called silence. Dawned. The moment his mind latched onto that one element, the realization about engraved weapons had been turning over earlier, mixed into Enkrid's head. If there are stages even before engraving myself into a weapon, put simply, it wasn't weapon separate and person separate, it moved as if they'd become one. You have to fight thinking of the sword as your hand. The time when he'd first gripped a sword also came back with it. Even if you went back to basics, everything applied, joined, and mixed. Proof it was the right path. Whew. Enkrid let out an even breath. It was after spending time with various thoughts after seeing Rem's child. In front of him the chieftain had pulled out 7 bottles, saying it was precious liquor. It's liquor. Dunbakel smacked her lips when she saw the bottles. Beside her, Jewel showed off his cooking skill. It's a dish mixed with barley and paradise water, minced meat, a few vegetables, and a specially fermented sauce we brew. The dish had sourness and spiciness and sweetness mixed together, and between them it was full of oily taste. It was a bit excessively stimulating, but the taste itself was excellent. I'm thinking of following the next caravan and opening a shop in the city, Jewel said. Everyone had something they wanted. A dream, a goal, a long-cherished wish, whatever you called it. The man in front of him wasn't a warrior. He dreamed of another life. The trade route opened through the caravan had become the chance that told him what he truly wanted. I'll cheer you on, Enkrid said. He cheered on anyone's dream, as long as it wasn't something wrong. Jewel smiled. The smile on his full face made even the watcher feel good. Thank you, Sir Knight. Jewel bowed his head, keeping proper form. It was the 3rd day since they had entered the city. Enkrid had nightmares the entire time. Come on. Who should we kill? What's your choice? The ferryman still, on the bridge, forced a choice. Another bad dream. Owl, waking from sleep, turned her head and looked at the child's face. The baby was sleeping softly. On the other side of the bed lay the husband who was scheduled to leave in a few days. When she turned her head, Rem asked with his eyes closed, "Why? You're still not sleeping." "I'll sleep. Did you wake because of me?" "Did he talk in his sleep?" They said he'd muttered a few times while sleeping. It was something a few women who sometimes came to look after the child had told her. "Same dream?" Rem asked, still with his eyes closed. Owl wasn't a prophet, but since she was young, ominous dreams matched well. For example, after dreaming 3 times or more about falling and scraping a knee when she was young, she actually fell while hunting and broke a leg. It was a minor injury considering she'd fallen off a running bellopter. Because the experience in the dream felt like she was really falling, her body reacted reflexively. It was such a vivid memory that even now it wouldn't fade. After that, she experienced similar things many times. It didn't come true every time, and more often than not, it passed with nothing happening, but it's ominous. The feeling was worse than any time before. Whatever it was, this nightmare was a dream that needed interpretation. In the dream, Owl dies. She burns to death, and dies sitting still with her head bowed, and dies vomiting blood and struggling. What was strange was that all of those deaths happened in one place at once. She saw herself dying while taking in laundry, and saw herself dying while swinging an axe. When she died while twisting rope, it strangely felt like her forearms were thin, and when she tripped while running, it strangely felt like her legs were short. An ominous and strange dream. That was all she wrote in the letter. Rem reached out and wrapped his hand around Owl's head. With a baleful dream, you don't want to let it out of your mouth, because it feels like it'll really come true if you say it. But if it's necessary, it's something you have to do. Owl had already said everything about the dream before. Rem thought in many directions, but he couldn't know the dream's meaning. Still, there was only one thing he could be sure of. Don't worry. Before I die, there's no way you'll die. Hearing that, Owl slammed the top of her head into Rem's chin. Her skull hit the chin properly with a sharp crack. Stars spun in front of her eyes. Owl, instead of saying you'll die, why don't you just save everybody? That's what that means. Bullshit. That's a completely different thing, you crazy bastard. How can your habit of speech be that to your husband? You didn't forget that before we were a married couple, we were childhood friends, right? There was nothing to say. Since he was young, Rem had never once beaten Owl with words, and he was going to use Enkrid's style provocation. That's something you use when you're trying to kill the other person. Enkrid didn't care about that kind of thing and sometimes used it in everyday life too. But that was because that human was a madman. The morning of the 4th day broke, and Rem came to find Enkrid and said, "I need to go take a look at Silence." The name of the demon lands that had settled in the west was Silence. At the sorcerer's words that if you didn't look into it, it wouldn't even react. It was a place people rarely went to unless it was something special. Waking in the morning, Rem acted and moved purely following an ominous intuition. The chieftain had already sent people a few times and said there was nothing wrong with the demon lands, but seeing it with his own eyes would put his mind more at ease. Even if you rode a belopter, it was a place that took over 20 days to reach. Yeah, even so, Enkrid and Dunbakel naturally followed. "I'll guide you." Jewel volunteered as a guide, saying he'd found a faster road. "If we go now, it's 10 days. He said he'd fixed the road a bit so belopters could run well, hadn't he? Seeing the stone road the continent made, the Westerners hadn't had nothing to learn. And so, when exactly 11 days passed, and the 4 reached Silence, they saw the black clouds hanging over their heads. Demon lands, clouds that Silence had made by spreading black soot. They said the last time they checked was a month ago. Jewel muttered. Demon lands, Silence opened. The reason? There wasn't even a need to argue about it right now. Shit. Before, monsters had come out of Silence twice, and both times it dealt the West a serious blow. Now it wasn't monsters, but the demon lands itself expanding its territory. "We have to go in," Rem said. There was no need to ask where they were going. Chapter 937. No one can cut the future to shape. In other words, you can't know what will happen next. A prophet changes the future by speaking it, and can't prove their own prophecy by not speaking it. That's why every prophet is a deceiver who makes a habit of lying, because the future has variability. In the end, the future changes. It's variable. Therefore, you arrive at the conclusion that you can't know what will happen next. Ominous. Right before Rem spoke, he looked ahead. It wasn't some lofty prophecy. A hypersensitive sense built on the sorcery he'd piled up until now thrashed like crazy. For a moment he felt like a deceiver and peeked at the future. A black shadow covered overhead. Up in the sky, a black mass clumped together, took shape, spread its wings, and flew. A body bigger than a decent-sized house descended on the city, and Elder Bear, the descendants of the bear, fought it. They all die. Everyone died. The violet mine that came out of Silence before used a plague-like curse as its weapon. If you just got close, your body rotted. They fought for 3 days and nights with sorcery wrapped all around their bodies, and only then managed to kill it. Because of that, countless people the West called heroes were sacrificed. The monster that came out before that was a lizard shape with short legs. It swung just one tail. Just from that, it killed more heroes than the Violet Mine. The Violet Mine killed the most Westerners, and Tail Needle killed the West's best hero. Then, this time, it was a dragon-like monster that flew and spat black smoke. Something that hasn't happened. Rem knew nothing had happened yet. That was why the words came out bluntly. "We have to go in." If something was going to come out from in there, he would take preemptive measures. From here, 10 days on a belopter, and you were at Elder Bear. If it was a winged monster, it would reach there in no time. And his wife and child lived there. His wife's name was Owl, and the child's name was Kyoda. Kyo. It was a name with a double meaning. One was Utkora, darkness that waits for the light taken from dim dawn, with the meaning of light that wraps around it added. It didn't mean tearing the dimness apart and pushing it away. It meant a light that embraces anything, not just Owl and Keo. Even now, behind his back, there were piles of things he had to protect. It was one of the reasons Rem fought. Ending the war, getting rid of fighting, and wiping out all the demon lands. That's my dream. Wasn't that one of the reasons he'd been drawn to what Enkrid said? It was because he had a lot he wanted to protect. Rem gripped his axe and stepped forward. It was the brief moment when his right foot fell, and right before it touched the ground. In his mental image, Rem saw a round mass of pitch black, with a vertical yellow line drawn on it. An eye! That was the first thought upon seeing it. The yellow line opened left and right. Inside it he could see another pitch black round circle. That vertically split eye stared at him. It watched. It kept watch. It inspected every last detail. A warning his instinct told him tore through his head. The opponent was inspecting him, trying to pierce through him and grasp him. "What are you?" He gathered his mind and asked. His sorcery power reacted, clumping gray light all over his body. No answer came back. Thunk, his foot touched the ground, and the illusion vanished. "So you want to do this?" Rem felt like silence was calling him. He hadn't expected to fight the demon lands today, but if it was needed, he would. His resolve was high, and his will was firm. He stepped forward. Right now, nobody could stop him. Gray flames flared up from both eyes. The sorcery power that burned too fiercely took form and showed itself in his eyes. Unease that had started when the yellow-brown ground slowly turned black became a violent ominousness the moment they reached the demon lands, and Dunbakel slipped her right foot slightly back at the discomfort that stimulated her entire body. It was an instinctive action. What is this? The trees were gray, and the dark brown rocks looked like they'd had the insides of a living person pulled out. The entire environment, including the trees and rocks, was bizarre. In the middle of it, a faint black fog wriggled, trying to block left and right. Like a will that said if you entered here, it would snatch you and kill you. This feels disgusting. A monster in the east called Thorn Trap came to mind. The moment she'd almost died the first time she went there. Thorn Trap hid under the ground, made the ground collapse when you passed over it, and tore apart and ate the fallen prey's body. It was a monster full of viciousness that couldn't move, but never let go once it bit. It also didn't have any special weak point, so you had to drag the whole body out and burn it to kill it. What a damn memory. Dunbakel blew away the stray thoughts and focused on observing the surroundings. The black clouds covering overhead looked like smoke clumped together from burning the entire forest. The demon god's clouds. There was a similar phenomenon in the east too, but the smell was different from that. If she had to split it up, in the east the stench of piss was strong, and in the south the metallic blood stench and acrid burnt smell were strong. A pooled, rotted smell. This side had that kind of smell strongly. No, a rot stench so thick it was incomparable to the two places she'd experienced stabbed into her nose. That was why she'd talked less the whole way here. Everyone had been quiet since they all sensed the ominousness in the realm of gut feeling, but this isn't normal, Jewel said. Both her instinct and reason judged she couldn't go in there. We should get away from here entirely. She thought it was right to run away and escape like this. In the middle of that, she also saw an illusion. An eye. A pitch-black circle with a yellow crack drawn across it. The same thing Rem had seen. Dunbakel held her breath. Like a frightened rabbit, she tensed her body and finished getting ready to spring at any moment. The eye in the illusion only watched and withdrew. Here. I back off. Dunbakel made a firm decision. It wasn't about overcoming fear or not. This was the kind you couldn't face. For sure. Enkrid also saw the same illusion as the two of them. His mental world opened, and he faced a yellow eye split long in a black circle. The watching eye observed him. If Rem asked what it was, and Dunbakel held her breath and prepared, Enkrid was a little surprised. "Did I fall asleep standing up?" Enkrid asked. The target of his question moved. From behind, the ferryman popped out and stood next to him. Why was the ferryman coming out here? That was why the question came naturally. Halfway, because That intended it. The voice was clear and high and lively. The hood covering the ferryman's head slipped back. Then the lamp in her hand drooped and turned into a long spear. And the robe wrapped around her body had, before anyone knew it, become thick iron plate armor. Even though Enkrid wasn't short, a woman taller by a whole head stared ahead. A faint line of the ferryman's characteristic violet traces ran over her entire body, as if sprinkling powder, and both eyes poured out a clear green light, and the braided blonde hair that hung back shone like it held light. "I told you we'd meet again, didn't I?" The ferryman's apparition asked, staring only forward. It was the same appearance as when she'd said it was only the 11th today. "I thought I'd ended it all, but look at that." "Choose the right answer, kid." The first, "ended it all," was in a self-mocking tone, and when she said to choose the right answer, it was aimed at Enkrid. With those words, the ferryman's apparition quickly blurred. Leaving the vanished apparition behind, Enkrid faced an eye as big as a human body. The right answer? He didn't care whether that thing was looking or not. Her words bothered him more. Normally, he would have brushed it off as the ferryman pulling some trick again, but this time, he didn't. He'd felt it before too, but from some point on, it seemed like the ferryman was helping rather than hindering. If not, he'd get played one more time. That didn't mean he would collapse. So he only walked in the direction he believed in. His mental world blurred, and the mind that had half gone out returned to reality. The huge eye only watched, then withdrew. Opening his eyes, Enkrid recalled the nightmare. The nightmare the ferryman showed was always the same. Standing on a bridge with visibility limited because it was covered in fog, being forced to make a choice. "I'll go in there and end whatever it is." Ram said. "I'm not going in," Dunbakel said from behind. Their wills diverged. "First, it seems like we should go back and tell everyone." Joel offered a compromise. Enkrid didn't open his mouth carelessly. This was a branching point. If I choose, what happens after that? If he hadn't learned anything from the repeated Todays before, he wouldn't be Enkrid. Especially since the today he'd experienced recently had been so memorable. If it had gone just a little wrong. Instead of not giving up, he would have repeated only the today of dying on a bed. The ferryman's wish would have been fulfilled with endless death. Ger Pit. All of a sudden the names of comrades he'd lost before came to mind. The dead can't come back, and you can't scoop up spilled water. A choice brings a result. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He accelerated his thought in an instant and drew the road ahead. If Ram and I go together? If they killed what was in there, was that the end? On the surface, it was a simple problem. It looked like the most right path. He would go in with Rem and leave Dunbakel behind. If a monster came out that he and Rem missed, she would stop it. So what to say was decided. Rem and I go in together. Dunbakel, you stay and deal with whatever comes out. Rem nodded like he'd expected it, and Dunbakel also nodded like she was satisfied. Enkrid went in with Rem just like that. And inside the demon lands, a monster popped out. While he and Rem were gone, it wore a hood made by clumping soot together, and the gray skin looked like it had been stitched together. It had a human shape, but there was nothing at all where the face should be. The hood had become skin in its place, The thing stared straight at Dunbackle the moment it came out. She screamed. Ah! Just like that, black flowers bloomed from her entire body. She decided to kill the parents who abandoned her, and she blamed the world. I'll kill them all. She was weak to mental domination. In some ways, she'd grown and gotten stronger, but right now the weakness was hit exactly. Everyone has a weakness. If there had been someone here to stop her, or someone who had a huge influence on her, everything would have been different. But right now, there was only Jewel. Why are you doing this? Jewel's neck was cut the moment the words ended. The head flew into the air, and the remaining body sprayed blood while standing. Dunbackle's blade cut Jewel's neck. With the death of one Westerner, whose dream was to become a cook and open a restaurant, a mind was born that resented everything in the world. And everything blurred, scattered like grains of sand, and vanished. Blink. Enkrid blinked. His sense of reality was hazy, then came back right away. An illusion. It was right before he spoke after thinking he'd found the most rational path. He'd actually opened his lips a little and pressed the tip of his tongue to his palate. It was right before the pronunciation of Rem came out. He closed his mouth. Rem looked ready to go in right away, waiting for his words, and Dunbackle was the same. With her preparations to withdraw finished, she waited for a decision. If I send Rem alone but tell him to come back any time if it's dangerous, then he could make a plan after. This time, too, he saw an illusion. Staying behind with Dunbackle, fighting the monster that dug at her weakness. This time, too, her mind wavered. Black soot clumped all over her body, trying to become a flower. Seeing that, he said, "They say the liquor made with paradise water is that sweet." At that one line, she licked her lips and light returned to her eyes, then split the hoodskin monster vertically. "Who brews that liquor?" she asked. If you asked who, among the Mad Order, was the most crazy for liquor, the answer was decided. It was Dunbackle. She loved liquor more than food. Especially if it was excellent and tasty liquor, she went crazy for it. Every time Rem stepped up and told her to hand over the liquor, she charged in and snatched the bottle and bolted. "Jewel does, May?" Jewel asked back. It was written all over the face like it didn't sound like something that had been agreed on. The illusion continued. Rem went into the demon lands alone and fought. At some point, the connection to everything around him was cut, and the entire forest attacked him. He fought using all kinds of sorcery, but his weakest part was stamina. Compared to an ordinary knight, he would last an absurdly long time, but it was clear his specialty was a short, decisive battle. There were multiple monsters that were hard to handle. A wave attack continued, stealing any time to catch his breath. He won a number of ridiculous victories with movements close to a stunt, but endure for a long time, and then die. In the meantime, the demon lands kept sending mind domination monsters that targeted Dunbackle. Enkrid stood on the bridge. He couldn't leave the spot. It was impossible for him to intervene in what happened in there. Again, the surroundings withered away like grains of sand. "Come on! Who should we kill?" The ferryman's auditory hallucination came. If he sent Rem in, he died, and if he left Dunbackle behind, she died. The moment he reached his conclusion, the sweat that had been coming from pouring his mental strength into deliberation stopped. Is this really consideration? What would he have done if it hadn't been the ferryman's dream? He didn't know. He did what he did in the nightmare. In all 4 nightmares, he'd said the same thing. "Come here." He'd said it to those in the fog beyond both ends of the bridge. With the same heart, he opened his mouth in reality. "Rem, stop. Dunbackle, don't bolt. If you get caught while running, I'll beat you." It sounded like a threat, but inside it was trust overflowing, trust to believe him. Trust me." At the words that followed, Rem stopped the raised resolve and firm will, and Dunbakel felt a stability like never before. Before, in the city of Aurora, he'd bought trust through action, but now there wasn't even a need for that. They were the mad order of knights, and they were people under him. "Wait." Enkrid stopped on the bridge and stretched out his hand. Did he have to go? The answer was no. They could come. Here. Making their hearts bend and wait was the same as that. "Fine, then," Dunbakel said. Even though Rem had seen the illusion of his city and wife and child dying, he stopped. "What are you thinking?" His excitement quickly calmed, because relief came in. "I don't know." Enkrid only answered like this. Literally. He didn't know. Tomorrow, the future. Nobody could cut it to shape. But no matter what happened, one thing was clear. Whatever comes out of there, I'm not going to pass it behind my back. He would stop it here and end it. If it was a problem because they were split up, he wouldn't do that. "That's enough," Rem answered. It was a truly satisfying answer. Chapter 938. You pick stupid things to do. In the end, you chose a path where you die alone. Idiot. He saw the ferryman's apparitions, one lamenting, one speaking flatly, one snickering. What if this is the wrong path? It was the kind of question that made itself arise. What if, because of this choice, everyone standing behind him died? What if he couldn't stop anything? Doubt and distrust weaken will. That was why Enkrid didn't entertain the question. He ignored what anyone might ask, and he didn't allow stray thoughts to slip into his choice. He didn't need a self-mocking attitude, so he simply swept it aside. Just as Airman Dunbakel looked at him and believed, Enkrid also believed in himself. "Stop it." He set his will. Night walk hummed at his waist. Will swirled around his whole body, ready to change however he wanted at any time, ready to grant what he wished for. Resolve. He layered on what he'd learned from Cyprus, the guardian god of the southern front. Not a single one gets through. He swore it and made a vow. He didn't intend to expand will like Cyprus did. Instead, his head was clearer and cleaner than ever. Oh! Blue frost mixed into his breath as it came out. It was will's influence. With that, the pressure that had been pressing down on the surroundings was pushed back. To Rem, Dunbakel, and Jewel, an illusion overlapped, something they couldn't see, as if the demon land's outstretched hand had been shoved aside. It was a strange sight, like the demon lands itself and one human were facing off. In that way, Rem and Dunbakel were people who followed instinct. Rem stood to Enkrid's right, and Dunbakel stood to his left and a step back. "So, you're going to fight?" It was definitely really ominous until a bit ago, but it seems a little better now. Dunbakel said, "I saw an illusion. Something like a dragon was flying. Looks like it'll keep pulling that kind of cheap trick, so brace yourselves." It was named Silence because it ruins people without a sound. "What are you talking about?" Dunbakel cut him off. Rem was about to say more, then shook his head. "Silence. Just because it's quiet doesn't mean there's no response. It's a name that contains the danger this demon lands has. Silence shakes the mind of whoever comes close." Rem was going to explain the sorcerous meaning tangled up in the name Silence, then stopped. If he'd experienced it, the two of them would have already experienced it too. One experience was enough, more than 100 words. "It means the demon lands does dirty little things?" Enkrid summed up what Rem meant. Rem nodded like that was close enough, and recalled the illusion he'd seen a moment ago. Was it trying to lure him in? Should he call it a fatal illusion? He'd almost fallen for it, but now he knew for sure. A nasty bastard, seriously. It hid its intent and used every method to manipulate its opponent. It was like a demon lance made by combining Jackson and Cress. "It's coming." Enkrid was going to tell them about the illusion he'd seen too, then shut his mouth. There was no need. The grey rocks warped and changed shape. They were the ones from the illusion. Beyond the fog, shadows drooped and monsters stuck their heads out one by one. There were many kinds. The one at the very front caught his eye. A manticore. It was different from an ordinary manticore. Its whole body was pitch black, and instead of eyeballs, there were thin tentacles coming out of its eye sockets, but the overall shape was similar. And plenty more monsters came crawling out, writhing. NG. A thin groan slipped out of Dunbakel. It was the moment she saw the mind wraith with a grey hood for a head approaching. Just like Rem had warned, the demon lance was pulling a trick. More precisely, the monster the demon lance spat out was approaching Dunbakel's mind. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it. Then should he do it like in the illusion? Enkrid was the type who got more skilled the second time once he'd experienced something. He used a more efficient and certain method. He suddenly raised his left arm, drew a half circle, then struck Dunbakel's forehead with his elbow. The motion was quick, so discreet he didn't even let his breathing leak. And Dunbakel was half out of her mind and couldn't dodge in time. Thump! Thanks to that, it hit her squarely in the forehead. Light returned to Dunbakel's eyes as her head snapped back. Ah! The scream came a little late. It was an outburst, like she was protesting. You could have called it her asking why he was hitting her. Whatever it was, Dunbakel snapped fully back to her senses. Then she looked at the wraith, trying to dominate her mind again. One more. At Enkrid's words, the domination broke. This bastard, if he said he'd do it, he'd do it. If she got bewitched by them, he'd beat the hell out of her. And that bastard Rem will add a few more from the side. A saying from the continent seeped into her. They said a club was medicine for someone who'd lost their mind. The medicine worked. Perfectly. Hallucinations and illusions trying to dominate her mind, along with dark feelings. Resentment, injustice, came creeping toward Dunbakel. Shaking, Enkrid asked again, Kra. I'm Dunbakel, the one who'll become the Beastman King. It was a spell she used to shout whenever her self-esteem dropped back in the east. It was the first time she'd said it out loud since coming back. What the hell is a Beastman King now? Brown said, shaking his head side to side, and Enkrid nodded. Talking about good liquor, and all that with words, hadn't been something you did just once. He'd had to wake her mind up. That was how it had gone in the illusion. This time, there was no need for that. She'd beaten it herself. He'd only shoved her back a tiny bit. If you need it, say so any time. Enkrid showed consideration, and Dunbakel answered without even breathing. I'll handle it myself. Her forehead throbbed. But did it hurt enough to kill her? No. No. Getting hit was something you could endure with your body. What stung her pride was a different reason. My mind wavered and I almost got played by trash like this. To Enkrid, she must look pathetic. Dunbakel hated that. A beastly growl spilled from her mouth. She straightened her resolve again, showing her unshaken heart once more. Stink breath, get a grip. Quit whining. Rem clicked his tongue as he looked at Dunbakel and said it. In his eyes, he could see the black energy lodged in the monsters coming out ahead. Every one of them was a big clump. From the standpoint of sorcery power, even if they weren't at the level of a general, they're about around the ones below that. The giant bandit pack they'd met on the way here wasn't even something you could compare. But if you wanted to call this a crisis, sure. Oh, Monsieur, Enkrid called him. It felt like an answer had come back to the question he'd asked himself. That call made it sound like this wasn't a crisis at all. He drew a line on the ground with his sword. With a light slash, the ground scraped. It was only a line cut into the earth, but a wall appeared in front of the demon lands. An intangible fortress wall. It was just one slash, yet it brought a fortress wall to mind. "There's too many," Jewel said, with a face gone pale. There really were a lot, just like the words said. An army was coming out of the demon lands. The number was in the hundreds. Each one was the kind that would set off an alarm if it attacked a city. A few gnolls with pitch-black skin lowered their bodies the moment they came out, then vanished into the fog. The stage favors the enemy, and the numbers were overwhelming. And you couldn't even grasp the opponent. So did that become a reason to retreat? Not a single one gets past this line, Enkrid said. Hearing it, Rem laughed. That's our captain, all right? Rem pulled out 2 slings and gripped them in his hands. The sorcery power lodged in his eyes dyed them gray. There's too many, Jewel said again, and Rem answered his captain. I'll start. The reason Enkrid had called his name just now meant start first. Even without spelling it out, they understood. As Dunbakel lowered her stance and set her hand on her scimitar, Rem spun his slings. Oh no. Odin! 2 discs rose overhead. For the ones facing them, it was the appearance of discs the Reaper threw. Jewel started to wonder if the training as a warrior had been neglected too much. It was neglected. That was an admission. Even if blood had been coughed up and bones shaved, the scene in front didn't feel like something that could be understood. None of them were human. Had some of the 8 generals of the West from myth come here? Rem made discs and threw them. Every time he did, part of the monster horde that kept wriggling out ahead burst. Flames surged, flesh exploded, and the fog was pushed back. Boo-wang! With the sound of air popping, pressured heat brushed Jewel's face. Skydropper, the one who brought down a flying general with a single stone. The story surfaced on its own. Rem's slings smashed and shattered everything. In the hands of a small giant, the slings were faster and longer than the spear a general held. And the instant they hit, they burned and exploded. Even if Skydropper came back alive. Could it be done like Rem was doing now? Aside from the gray glinting eyes that showed up now and then, Rem didn't let a single bit of sorcery power spill. Perfect control. He loaded strength into the slingshots and threw them. A Westerner knew how. There was no loss of force. Without leaking anything, he handled sorcery perfectly. Only a faint part of the flow could be sensed, and in truth, there was nothing that could be seen clearly. In Jewel's eyes, only the results remained. Black, thick blood splattered everywhere. Sometimes there were ones whose blood was even hard. Ones with scales sprouting on their bodies. When their whole bodies burst, crystals like black gemstones scattered in all directions. All we have to do is not let them cross this line. A beastman next to Jewel muttered and stepped out. Jewel couldn't gauge her skill. Of course, Dunbakel was a knight too, and among them, a knight whose rank had risen under Enkrid's influence. Her nose caught everything. Some of what poured out of the demon lands hid in the fog, but she separated out the rot stench and caught their scent. It was a process that couldn't be understood even while watching. To Jewel, it was only that the beastman suddenly kicked off the ground and vanished. Then a dull thud sounded up ahead, and black masses toppled in a rush. They were monsters that resembled gnolls, and had a knack for blending into the fog. But before they could even get close and attempt an ambush or anything, Dunbakel cut and killed all of them. After killing them like that, she returned to the front of the line and scanned the surroundings again. You're fine, but stay farther back. Don't step on that. Only then did Jewel look down at the foot that had, without noticing, stepped on the line Enkrid had drawn, and flinch, backing away 3 or 4 steps. Watching made it feel like the body was being sucked forward, feet moving on their own. Only after the beastman, back already, as if killing a dozen monsters was nothing, said so, did Jewel realize. Jewel kept the gaze forward. There was still more to be shocked by. Rem and that beastman were shocking, but Savior, no. Didn't they call him the Monster Slaughterer? The West had far more interest in Enkrid than Jewel had thought. He was the benefactor who had saved the West from a crisis that came to it. Naturally, people listened for what he had done, where he had passed, and where he had formed ties. And the nickname that spread as a result was Monster Slaughterer. He proved the alias attached to him. Before anyone noticed, he was gone. Then he bored into the middle of 5 black, mass-type monsters, shaped like manticores. Jewel didn't know it, but Enkrid had only taken the most rational and fastest path. He judged it advantageous to go into the middle of the monsters. Pung, tung, pung, tung. The same sound repeated like keeping rhythm. Jewel saw 4 manticores' heads floating in the air. At the same time, monsters pouring in from all sides burst, fell, and were crushed. A calamity humans couldn't bear had incarnated. A storm swept in from all directions. All that could be done was marvel. Hands trembled. A thrill climbed up, body hair standing on end. A chill ran down the spine. Nothing could be seen properly, but the longer it was watched, the more a strange order appeared. When Ram used the line as a reference point and jumped sideways, throwing slings to blow up and kill the monster horde, the beastman vanished and reappeared, removing variable. Lastly, Enkrid, the monster slaughterer, split through the center of the hundreds. He split through, surged forward, then came back again. From where Jewel stood, it was a repeated sprint out and return. With that alone, the monsters burst like rotten pumpkins and fell like brittle, dried leaves. Monsters like that. If that horde had been met in a western city, what would have happened? Everyone. Combat readiness right now. Everyone who can fight, get out here, and everyone else, fall back! Owl would have shouted like that on the spot. That crisis and threat? Here, it was a fight where hands and feet were matched and bodies were loosened up. Of course, whether it was really loosening up or the absolute limit couldn't be known. Still, hey, you're leaking, stink breath. If you miss one, I'll split in half the skull you got hit by our captain earlier. Shouted that now and then. Worry about yourself. Dunbakel shot back like it was nothing. Just hearing that back and forth, ease seeped in by itself. Then from deeper inside the demon lands, a heavy fist flew in. The body attached to it was twice as big as a decent giant. The fist struck Enkrid, who was at the front. His body was shoved back with a whoosh. His cloak fluttered with a flurk. He retreated, floated briefly in the air, then landed softly on the ground. The motion was so natural, it looked less like someone who'd been hit, and more like someone matching hands and feet with an opponent and showing off a stunt of floating. The one that threw the punch was a monster whose head required tilting up to see. It resembled an ogre, but tentacles wriggling out of its eye sockets made it a strangely different shape. The writhing was disgusting to look at. Huh? Gus. As much as the earlier thrill had been, confusion rose. How do you deal with that? The answer appeared immediately. Enkrid dashed forward twice as fast as the shove back, blocked the punch, and surged in. A green line flashed, kicked up along the instep, spat out blue light near the neck, and came down. Thud. Thud. The sound came late. The huge ogre, head cut off, tilted and fell with a boom. A thick, sticky liquid seeped out of the headless corpse, spreading very slowly because of its viscosity. Enkrid stepped aside to avoid that thick, black lump of blood. Before anyone knew it, the number of monsters had dropped to less than a quarter. For Jewel, it was something hard to understand. But for Enkrid, Ram, and Dunbakel, it was only natural. Chapter 939. A thin light could be seen between the tightly blocked paths. There was no reason not to grab it. "Is that the answer you chose?" A hallucinated voice was heard, and a hallucination was seen. "Choices come with responsibility." Who was speaking? "Even if you turn today back, you won't be able to rebuild everything anew." Various laughter mixed together and reached his ears. If you heard voices like that somewhere under a catacomb, it would be perfectly reasonable to piss yourself. "It's close." He had crossed halfway over the demon land's boundary. As Enkrid cut down the giant ogre and sprinted forward, the demon land's fog thickened in an instant. He hadn't even walked a few steps before he couldn't tell front from back. When he opened his eyes, it was fair to say he was in the middle of the demon lands. Did it stretch the boundary line for an instant? The demon lands acted like it was alive, wrapping around him as if it had been waiting for him to come in. That was endlessly fascinating. Wasn't it clearly different from the places he'd experienced up until now? Anyway, because of the fog's influence, he heard hallucinated voices. The fog of delusion and bewilderment. Silence. The demon lands itself attacking. When physical means didn't work, it aimed for the mind. One of the words that came out of the hallucinated voices stabbed straight for Enkrid's heart. Choices come with responsibility. Everything he had missed on the road he'd walked rose up. Not just Jor and Pitt, but far too many who had died and fallen because he lacked strength. The demon lands jabbed at that point, but hadn't he already gone through it countless times? Enkrid was the same as ever. He didn't waver. There is no right path. There is only the path you chose. If you put it Ragnar's way, you'd have to say there are only right paths. If you keep walking, that path becomes the right path. What about what you left behind? What you said on flowing river water you leave and move on. If you shackle your left foot with regret and your right foot with lingering attachment, you can't even take a step. Choose and move forward, as if you were someone who had never failed even once. Right. Tight. A bright voice cut in between the hallucinated voices. He couldn't see a figure. Enkrid opened his eyes and swung his sword. At some point, a black tendril-like thing that had twisted around his ankle was cut clean through by that slash. Between the severed tendrils, thick black ooze flowed. The viscosity was so strong it had the texture of tree sap. With that slash, the fog retreated. It felt like the demon land's boundary had pulled back a step. Thanks to that, he returned to the spot where he had stopped while seeing the boundary again, not the middle of the demon lands. It was a strange experience. "You said you wouldn't let them cross the line. How far are you going?" It was Rem. Thick black liquid beaded on the axes in his hands, then dripped off. "Because I kept walking, and there was something." Enkrid raised Nightwalk and pointed forward. The monsters had come out past a certain number and then stopped. The last one had been a large ogre, and it wasn't the stage to relax. If something was still wriggling inside, this wouldn't be the end. It was what the visible phenomena, beyond intuition and instinct, were telling them. "Are we going back now?" From behind, Jewel asked. Even though he was swept up in shivers, he didn't forget what he had to do. He pulled back the bellopter they'd ridden in on and gauged the range the demon lands was affecting. He was a friend who did his own job neatly. "Doesn't look like it." The answer came from Dunbakel. Up until just a moment ago, she'd thought running was the top priority, but now her thoughts had changed. Silence was a dormant volcano that had stopped. Whether there was some separate trigger for it erupting now, or whether it moved because the time had come, she didn't know. But what was certain was that if they left it alone, Few of the people living in this area would survive. That was tomorrow set in stone. A future Dunbakel could see too. "We're going deeper, right?" Dunbakel asked. She hadn't forgotten the fear engraved into her instincts. She only hoped what she was doing now wasn't reckless bravado. Enkrid looked ahead. Through the fog that obstructed his vision, gray trees and rocks could be seen. The gray leaves surrounding them looked like walls in and of themselves. "Go back and prepare. Either lead the Order of Knights and come, or devise some other means. At the very least, if we bring Esther, wouldn't that be better than now?" He accelerated his thoughts and measured all kinds of situations. If he put it off, it would be more stable. But the danger right now has to be accepted. Enkrid listened to another voice of his own. Right now was a moment no one could intervene in. Choose and take responsibility. "If that is the life you want, then do it that way." "I'm going in," Enkrid said. Beyond this was an unknown world, and the demon lands. Rem or Dunbakel might die. Then should he leave the two of them behind? Yeah, that might be right. The choice wasn't his to make. That was why he said, "I'm going in," not, "let's go in." Enkrid just focused on killing the unknown something that was blocking his way. Owl said this. "Don't think about dying. Think about saving everyone." "If I leave you alone, Captain, I'm worried you'll just up and die somewhere, so I can send you in alone," Rem said. "So is it that thing where if you listen to your wife, Titok, steamed grain cake, will appear even while you're sleeping?" Jual muttered. "In the West, they make something called Titok instead of bread and eat it. Both use wheat as the ingredient. Simply put, bread is baked, and Titok is made by letting it hold moisture, then steaming it." Enkrid had eaten what they served as Western-style cooking a few times too. A dish called wheat solji, wheat flour sifted through a strainer and mixed with paradise water, had a superb, mouth-clinging taste. "Ow's the type to throw a fist if you don't listen, instead of giving you took if you do." Ram corrected Juol's words. For someone who had just killed several hundred monsters, jokes came easily. Enkrid listened, then answered Rem. "Up and die somewhere? Me? If we're going by the sparring results, is it really my turn to worry about you?" The previous spar had been Enkrid's overwhelming victory. The win and loss were clear, and that gap still hadn't been narrowed. Rem's eyebrows drew inward. The guy who had been wheezing when he first saw him was now standing over his head. It felt good, but it also scratched at him in a strange way. In other words, his competitive spirit surged. "You think I've been doing nothing but fooling around? Ah, did you really try?" Whose original words with a taunting mockery Pell had worn his mouth out repeating. Enkrid asked without a hint of laughter. It was the face of someone genuinely curious. And yet he dragged out the pronunciation of the word, "try?" poking at him. His talent for provoking people had been outstanding from the start. Rem let out a snort of a laugh. Enkrid laughed back at him. Even if this was the end, he wouldn't back down. Hadn't he swung his sword every day so that what he was doing now wouldn't become idiocy? He had spent that harsh time to take responsibility for his choice. He fought with his life on the line, and walked again. Quit the stupid things. He had heard that kind of talk countless times, and he had failed. In the process of those choices, Enkrid realized how lacking his own ability was. So, even more fiercely, he drove his body harshly. "I'm someone who protects the West, so you can't go without me, is what I'm saying." Ram continued. To Jewel, it looked like insane behavior. Silence had never allowed people to enter until now. Even when there was no response at all, no one had dared to go in. And right now it's spewing out monsters, On top of that, silence was in the middle of baring its fangs at them. By common sense, you should stop them. That was right. That was the correct action. But the words that came out of his mouth were the opposite. Other than you, no one can stop it, right? Wall asked. It was a question toward Rayem. Sunlight pushed back part of the fog. Light seeped all the way to where they were standing. Dunbakel sniffed. The rotting stench that had been coming from the demon lands grew a little fainter. They were standing while watching the demon land's boundary called silence, and it felt like that boundary pulled back another step, testing them. I'll stop it. I'll live too, and I'll save every last one. While Dunbakel was reading the smell, Rem answered. At those words, Jewel thrust out his fist. Rem lightly touched his own fist to it. Tap, along with a light sound. Let's go, Enkrid said. Dunbakel's true feelings were that she sincerely didn't want to go along, not even if she made up some excuse. She also knew they wouldn't force her. Whether it was Enkrid or Rem, they'd just tell her to go. Sure enough, Rem spoke first. Go back and guard the city. If there's a giant or a monster that slipped out, take care of it while you're at it. It's the price for all the food you've been eating. Beastman. Not stink breath, but beastman. What was it that could be felt from that softened form of address? Damn it. Dunbakel kicked the ground. Near the demon land's boundary, which had turned dark brown, it caved in, and dirt flew up to head height. Does it matter whether it's reckless bravado or courage? In the end, what matters is whether you can move when your heart wants to, or not. The Eastern King Anu was a wise and intelligent person. Normally, he acted like a frivolous person, but when it was needed, he shared the wisdom he had realized. Right now, Anu's words came back to her. Living and dying matters, but what matters more than that is what you live for. Dunbakel had fallen for the mad order of knights. She wanted to make this place her home. Then she had to go where they were going. Also, this fight was about protecting the western cities where children who ran around with sheep and cows lived. Dunbakel found value in existing in the act of protecting someone. Yap, the beastman said as she slapped her own cheek. Smack. I'm coming with you. Then do. Rem said indifferently and added, Don't let your guard down, Dunbakel. Up ahead is the demon lance. A demon lance no one has ever been able to enter. He called her by name. It was proof of how dangerous it was. Dunbakel nodded even as she knew. Enkrid had explored the demon lands a few times. In his mind, something like Thorn Castle rose up. It's more dangerous than there, for sure. Just from what he'd faced at the boundary he could tell. A tingling sensation rode over the surface of his skin. Ah! Aside from choice and responsibility, Enkrid felt a strange sense of expectation. What's going to come out? Whatever it was, it would be an opponent worth using his sword on. After properly using Endure, Enkrid hadn't properly added his swordsmanship on top of it and used it. Even just now, he had only swung his sword straight, heavy, and fast. It didn't even reach deception and softness. Is swordsmanship finished at that? No. I mean no. The guy he'd met in the spring of 27, and the one who put a hole in his belly this time, looked down from a higher place than that. Even after learning and mastering something new, there was still a long way to go. That alone filled him with joy. As he stepped into the demon lands, he put on a smile. It was only natural someone would call him a madman. I don't know. I'll wait here until you come out, the man who dreamed of becoming a cook said. He steadied the bellopter, grasped the situation, and if they failed, he would immediately go to a western city to deliver an evacuation order. Enkrid stepped into the demon lands together with Rem and Dunbakel. The moment they took the first step, the pitch-black fog changed into a dull, dark brown, surrounding them on all sides. It was similar to earlier. It smells like a real corpse that's been aged for about 500 years. Dunbakel grumbled and blew out through her nose. Does a 500-year-old corpse still smell? Rem shot back. I'm saying that's what it's like. It's vicious. Enkrid quietly checked his 5 senses. Visibility was short. It was hard to sense beyond 10 steps. Not just my eyes. Smell and sound are blocked too. What is making it like this? The fog blocks the smell. Without even needing to think, Dunbakel spat out the answer. Her sense of smell grasped everything. She said it because she recognized the situation with her nose alone. Look at this. There's sorcery mixed in. Ram spoke, rolled his tongue a few times, then opened his mouth again. It's something called a living spirit spell, where you trade life to live long, that kind of thing. And the demon land's energy got mixed in thick, so it got strange. Corrupted sorcery. So, is what's hidden in there a sorcerer? As the 3 of them walked like that, something like a heavy rock fell from above their heads. The 3 of them immediately jumped back. Boom! The rock struck the ground. No, it wasn't a rock. It was a foot packed with pitch-black claws and thick, dark brown vinyl-like skin. Dare! Along with a sound like lightning striking above them, intent was transmitted. Didn't you know there was something like this inside silence? Enkrid asked as he looked up. It was pressure similar to a dragonkin's word of command, crushing his whole body, but he had already shaken it off lightly. If I'd known, I would have caught it ages ago and bragged about it, Rem answered. A dragon, Dunbakel said as she grasped the enemy's position with golden eyes. Above their heads, a monster the size of a decent fortress could be seen. Dare! It spoke again, increasing the pressure mixed with killing intent. Enkrid flicked it away with a will of refusal without a word. Rem snorted, and Dunbakel shook out her shoulders. With that, they brushed off the pressure of the word of command. The dragon spat out the word of command again. Dare. The killing intent contained in that language could burst a person's heart just from hearing it. But the ones here were knights. Those who fight by forging intent into weapons. Ram front, me left, Dunbakel right. Ram blocks. Attack from the left and right. Enkrid ignored the dragon's word of command and discussed tactics. You've really grown, Captain. Ram marveled at those words. Usually he led small-scale tactics. But this time, Enkrid spoke first. And it was truly a sound erection. As for height and equipment, I've always been bigger. At the casual joke, Rem answered with a deflated laugh. Let's go. Dare. The dragon swung its foot along with the same word, as if it only knew a few words. They were up on tall gray trees. It wasn't much different from a meteor falling. The rock-like foot came down and stamped the spot where they had been. Boom! Chapter 940. Ram tucked his axes at his waist and raised both hands. Invocation, Bodrime. Ram did not dodge. Watching the dragon's foot fall, he spread both hands, received it, and pushed. If the Skydropper possessed the strength to bring down a flying divine general from the sky, and Sapsully the power to bite apart the impure, then Bodrim is the divine general who gently pushes him out. He inherited the bloodline of the bear, yet lived his whole life like a flowing river. A thunderous crash burst out, yet Rem neither coughed blood nor was flattened. Just like that, he pushed the foot aside, and the dragon's gray foot struck the ground right beside him, barely a palm's width away. Even a flowing river is fearsome when angered. Rem drove his left fingers straight into the dragon's scales. Thok. Aye. The scales were about as hard as a mass of rock. No, if anything they were harder, certainly not softer. Just like that, he took an axe in his right hand. Bodhramin's invocation dwelled in his body and into the axe, his descending weapon. Another divine general descended. Angry bird, the second divine general. Rem spared neither strength nor technique. If he judged it was time to use it, then he used it. What was the point of hoarding it? It was the result of recalling, refining, and training what he had awakened thanks to Enkrid. Invocation in the body, descent in the weapon. Two divine generals residing at once. A workaround he had devised after much thought. Rem split the form of his sorcery power into two and apportioned it. He couldn't make both dwell in his body simultaneously, but this way he could use two divine generals. It felt like dividing food equally while raising quintuplets. Idle thoughts. He cut off the stray thought and focused. If Bodhram gave the softness to push away the dragon's leg in monstrous grip to his fingers, the angry bird was always filled with rage, forever sprinting at top speed. Even if its feathers were ground by the wind into blades, until the moment of death, it wished its body to be faster than anything. The two sorceries tangled, squeezing his insides. It was hard to expect long duration. Enduring the load on his body, Rem swung the axe. The axe edge, with the angry bird descended into it, split the dragon's ankle. It was an axe swung in a world without sound. The noise followed late, buried beneath the sound the dragon made striking the ground. A sound barely audible only to Rem. Pick-yod. Then the dragon's ankle was cleanly severed. The angry bird dwelling on the axe blade neatly cut the ankle and vanished. Release the angry bird. Release Bodhram as well, and withdraw the body. What Enkrid wanted was to draw the dragon's gaze from the front. This was enough. Fortunate, you could say. Because he had come with the other two, a breathing space opened. If he'd been alone, he would have had to overextend, stamp onto the instep, climb up, and aim for the dragon's head. If there was enough room to breathe, he could bleed off the remaining strain from using two divine generals. Pull back and recover. Arn stepped back and caught his breath. He was just finishing the moment of severing the ankle with his axe and disengaging. The two who had split left and right also began their moves. Enkrid ignored the child in white fluttering clothes who vanished between gray trees and rock shaped like entrails. Fake. The demon land's silence differed from the south. Hallucinations keep forming. If the southern demon lands taxed everyone who entered with dulled senses and suppressive, this side instead issued sudden phantasms, as invitations when your senses grew sharp. Visual hallucination, auditory hallucination, phantom smell, phantom taste. You see what you never expected. You hear sounds different from reality. If you meant to endure in the demon land's silence, this was the tax you paid. Here, how many times had he heard cries like that already? Among them were several voices desperately calling for him. A bleeding child appeared, then a shadow glimpsed fleeing urgently between the trees. All hallucinations and auditory illusions. Then the smell of fresh blood began, and sweetness coated his tongue. Like chewing a whole clump of hallucinogenic mushrooms, Enkrid calmly sorted everything. Accelerating thought, he separated real from fake. At the same time, he did what needed doing. He raised his gaze and sensed the individual radiating killing intent, the one whose single kick shook the ground. Does it breathe fire? It wouldn't. His five senses were sharpened to extremes, endless hallucinations probing his mind, yet the will ceaselessly whirling inside him honed the blade of instinct. That instinct told him the dragon-like monster above would fight using only its body. False certainty? No. Distinguishing real from fake wasn't hard. A sea felt within the realm of sixth sense. It doesn't breathe fire. Fighting style, tack form, the smell it gave off. These were the basis of his judgment. Dare! The dragon babbled what was, exaggerating a little, the same word for the 46th time. Pressure similar to when Tamer's used word command crushed his shoulders. No, worse than Tamer's. That was Enkrid's judgment. Easier to shake off than the first time he'd experienced a dragonkin's word command. Will of refusal activated on its own, raising an intangible barrier. The dragon's words held no meaning for Enkrid. He had already watched Rem receive the foot from the front and sever the ankle. Enkrid drew Nightwalk. Sharp and keen, that nature was the reason this sword existed. Atri had forged something close to a demon blade. Atri, I'll use your gift well, he recited inwardly and kicked off the ground. As his body advanced, he entered the soundless world of pressure. At the same moment, from the side, he felt a heavy pressure shoving the air. A grey mass identical to the rock that had struck Rem flew in. 2 feet swung. The dragon had swung both feet at once. Enkrid couldn't see it, but the dragon's 2 eyes had split left and right. One watched Rem. One watched Enkrid. In this moment it keenly sensed the 2 presences most threatening to it. So with 1 foot it struck Rem, and with the other it swung softly from behind. With a body the size of a decent fortress, if it turned 1 foot sideways and swung, it became a mace flying from a blind angle the enemy couldn't see. The dragon exploited that. Thus it swung 1 4-foot, aiming at Enkrid's left. Enkrid could not know all that process. Only that one technique surfaced in his mind. Roundhouse? It called to mind Odin's kick that twists the hips and targets the blind spot. If the opponent hadn't been in a dragon form but a 2-legged being, it was something it might do. It learned striking? A creature that knows how to fight. Thoughts followed in succession. Striking Rem, head-on while, from the side, exploiting his senses, thrown into disarray by hallucinations, to swing a foot smoothly on the wind toward him. Admiration rose naturally. Enkrid turned his body sideways. Leaving intact the intent to go up and aim for the neck, he rotated half a turn and brought the sword down. He mixed will into the rotational force. Every motion was as natural and obvious as breathing. Vortex. From the 5 properties of straightness, heaviness, and swiftness, he took heaviness and added rotation. Pivoting on his left foot, he generated a vortex and drove the sword down. Here, together with point explosion, he shifted the center of mass of his whole body. Mix in drop. Drop was anti-giant swordsmanship learned in a previous dream from the blond man presumed to be the Ferryman. The core was loading weight equal to motion. A movement you could call a stunt, a slash someone might call a divine technique. Enkrid executed that divine, or stunt, slash in place. The sword he swung met the dragon's foot. Bang! Air compressed and burst. The foot caught by the slash split as well. Standing between the riven dragon flesh, Enkrid leapt upward the instant he finished the cut. The target was the neck. The will based on vivid killing intent remained unchanged. Kill it. Sever the neck. Oppression took blade-like form and seized all of the dragon's gaze. At that same instant, Rem too, after severing the foot and catching his breath, gripped his slings. What tuain! The whirling sound of the slings was loud, enough to bury almost any other noise. The dragon, having lost both feet, screamed. No, its jaws opened as if to scream, but no sound came. There was no sound, yet the sight alone made one's own ankles throb. Of course, Enkrid and Rem were unmoved. As the dragon reacted to the clear killing intent pouring from Enkrid and Rem and glared, a white shadow sprang up behind it. The owner of the shadow was the beast woman who had killed her presence and flown up the dragon's back. Her name was Dunbakel. Her scimitar struck the dragon's head vertically. Tong. Kruduk. The blade broke and split scales, driving in with a loud sound. As it drew straight down toward the neck, that sound too was unusually loud. Dunbakel pulled the blade free at the middle of the dragon's neck. Its blood splattered as black slime. She ran down the dragon's back with sharp footfalls, then spun once in midair and landed. Standing, she wiped her cheek. The black slime smeared on her face spread, darkening her cheek. Thudwajik, Quadukar. Then the dragon's body toppled sideways, crushing a dozen grey trees. While Rem received the force from the front and Enkrid drew the gaze, Dunbakel finished it. They hadn't spelled it out, but it was movement planned from the start. Worth teaching you all this time, stink breath. Rem said. Who taught who? I taught you. From where the dragon had fallen, the two traded trivial words. Enkrid tried to examine the dragon's scales and form, but its body, as if its work were done, began from the eyes and melted black, the whole mass dissolving into the ground and vanishing. The stench of rot is thick, Dunbakel said. Pinebakel said. She and Rem confirmed the vanished mass. Not a hallucination, Enkrid said. If Enkrid distinguished hallucination, Rem did too. Rem swung the axe in his hand like a pendulum as he spoke, then cast his gaze deeper into the demon lands. The fog thickened. The soggy ground raised no dust even as a fortress-sized mass collapsed and trees fell. As if someone had poured water over rotten soil, the ground was viscous and the air damp, like having half your body sunk in a lake. Only, what filled this lake was not water but fog packed with malice. The threat was like a blade carrying dread, and danger signals felt here and there rang alarm bells in the mind. In such a situation, Enkrid spoke. How did you do that earlier? He asked Rem, eyes flicking toward him, pushing away the dragon's foot and severing it. A simple motion, yet not simple. The sorcery contained within was not. Soft yet strong. Strong yet soft. Considerable technique. You saw that too? Rem's lips twisted upward. Asking this in the middle of this was certainly not normal, but for the mad order of knights it was ordinary. You were doing something interesting. Enkrid's demeanor looked calm, but his eyes shone. It wasn't hard to read his thoughts from that alone. He was excited. Rem had fought containing two properties at once. How could that not spark interest? After we finish things here, let's try it. There's something even more interesting. Rem answered with a snicker. Even if it wasn't the real thing, they had killed a dragon. And not even 10 steps after killing it, monsters surged in from all sides. Quite a lot, Dunbakel muttered. Enkrid saw masses pushing their heads through the fog. One of the same type as the dragon they just fought. 2 Cyclops monsters. Smaller than that, but 3 times Dunbakel's size. 3 ogres of similar bulk, 5 trolls behind them. 8 manticores, 13 minotaurs, 21 owlbears, 34 lycanthropes, 55 scale. All large. It was as if they had stepped into the middle of land where giant monsters roamed. For Enkrid, Rem, and Dunbakel, counting numbers was nothing. As if by habit they classified the monsters, and from the ground behind them black masses writhed up further. This time, ghouls, Rem muttered. The number neared 90. The writhing black masses increased, and behind them rose a number easily over 100. This time, bloated-bellied lizard beasts. More precisely, beasts similar in form to dragons. Dare! All the monsters gathered strength and shouted. A high ring vibrated the air as the fog clumped and pressed on the 3's shoulders. Enkrid quietly raised his head within the fog. If they fought like this, it would be annihilation. However much they were knights, they could not live forever cutting down endlessly increasing monsters. So would they stop here? If death approached and there was no path to avoid it, and you stopped hands and feet, it ended there. Enkrid didn't know how to live that way. "Hold," he said, and leveled his sword forward. Nightwalk pushed away the surrounding fog. Blue vapor flowed from Enkrid's mouth. It was the influence of the will swirling inside his body. Rem, too, at the same time, took on grey and aimed into silence. "Let's do it." Dunbickle wanted desperately to run from here, but endured. "You'll manage somehow, right?" The two who had been beyond the fog bridge were now beside him. With that, he had thought the first hurdle was clear. "If we kill them all, that'll do." Enkrid answered and fought. For 2 days straight, he met the endlessly surging monsters. He forgot time, forgot circumstance. What remained in the world was only sword and me and sword. Then again, enemy and me and enemy remained. With what remained, he fought until death. When he killed, monsters were born again behind. If you scoop out the sea, can you make it dry? You cannot. It was what silence was saying. Chapter 941. Sometimes tree trunks lunged in, aiming for his throat, so he cut those down too. Like that. For 2 full days he ran and swung his sword. Everywhere was filled with things to cut. So, in the world, only enemy and me, sword and me remained. Enkrid was so focused on the fight that it was hard for him to even register the hallucinations. Now and then the ferryman's apparition appeared, and he heard it muttering a few times. But it was more like he listened with one ear and let it pass. That was how completely he forgot everything and immersed himself in fighting. "If you fall here, you'll be bound to the demon lands for life," the ferryman said. He ignored it. Nightwalk cut the hamstrings of a ghoul whose bulk had grown 3 times over and split its head. The blade flowed like a gentle river, then became faster and heavier. A sword art, where 3 changes happened one after another. And into that he mixed Orars, the connecting sword. As he fought, Enkrid refined the techniques he had. Learning has no end, and that is why it is pleasant and fun. Death came close and licked his neck. Even so, Enkrid focused on the moment. He did not forget enjoyment. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as Nightwalk sprinted. He lifted his foot and moved his body. The sword became a spur, and the body became a bow. Thus he became a single arrow and pierced through the dragon's body. Bam! The one whose body had been torn swung its foot. Enkrid swung his sword as if pressing it to his back, received that foot, then pushed it away. From some point on, the monsters didn't use word command, and they didn't even leak oppression. Instead, even with their bodies crushed, they swung their feet and thrust out their fists. If you asked why, it was because they had no choice. Using the body was more effective than oppression and word command. They don't die. The first one had died when its neck was cut, but the ones that came after were different. You had to grind the body into powder to kill them. Should he say they had no vital point? So you couldn't kill them in one blow? If you chop the whole body up, it dies. He'd found the method, so he did it. Nightwalk became a hawk snatching prey. With his feet, he brought out the flavor of the connecting sword and drew a huge arc across the ground, and he delivered high-speed slashes into the dragon's hunk of flesh, chopping it up and chopping it up again. This whole process happened in an instant. So the moment Enkrid brushed past a single dragon, black slime and chunks of flesh mixed and sprayed across the ground. Uske, the well that never runs dry, supported him. Endure, the will that changed without rest, heated his body. His tempered flesh spat out the will held inside it. Nightwalk's blade sprinted across the ground once more and minced a cyclops that had blocked his path. Now and then he stopped to steady his breathing and look ahead, but the monster's numbers did not drop easily. Quit messing with me, seriously. It was Dunbakel's voice. She smelled them before the monsters appeared. A deep, thick stench of rot. If she had to put it, it was like a stench of rot steeped out, and that was what tormented her nose first. It was an amazing sense of smell which only made it more absurd. She had a premonition that this situation would not end. Both the beastman's instinct and a knight's ability were telling her so. This is a rule and a law. That was what Dunbakel thought. In the world called the Demon Lands, this is everyday life. Waves push in without end. Before you can kill all of the first wave, the second rises, and behind the second, the third rises. In those 2 days, their numbers increased even more. If you excluded a certain section centered on Enkrid, RAM, and Dunbakel, everything else was nothing but monsters. Things with wriggling tentacles sprouting out of where eyes should be. These bastards are thinking less and less, said. Enkrid agreed. They charge in using their bodies as weapons, just like he'd felt at the start. They didn't breathe fire. There was no particularly noticeable magic. It was more like they believed in nothing but that one hunk of body as they rushed in. The problem was that there was no end to it. I got tricked, Rem said. It was the same thought he'd had. The hallucinations shown at the entrance to the Demon Lands had been aimed at his impatience. The result was that he'd ended up inside the mouth of the monster called Silence. I'll carve a path. Get out, Rem said. Coldly speaking, it was an admission that this was the end. But it wasn't giving up. The Demon Lands called Silence held many secrets. They had unraveled some of those secrets. If they prepared, a better fight would be possible. They feared fighting not inside but outside. You don't solve it inside, you smash it outside. Rem's head was already staring at the conclusion after tomorrow. For that too, they couldn't all die here. Not me? The captain should finish it. If you go alone, you'll be lonely, right? Dunbakel stepped to Rem's side. The beastman had finished her resolve. They were enemies you had to break more than half the body to kill, while this side's stamina would show its limits. Go, Captain. I really wanted that face. I should have knocked it down once. Dunbakel said goodbye in words like hers. Of course, Enkrid had no intention of turning away. He worked his head. The black slime was like sap. To kill that body, you had to grind away more than half the body, not a vital point. They didn't breathe fire, but they poured out without end. It was like they formed a colony, different in appearance, but what they did was all similar. Even the ones that looked like ghouls, all they did was stomp with their feet and crush with their hands. Dragon, ghoul, cyclops, regardless of outward form, what they did was the same. If there was anything peculiar, it was that sometimes they used blind spots to reach out with a hand or foot. It's not many individuals. It's one thing with only different shapes. Like a swarm of bees protecting a queen. An exterior that's tough means there's something inside it wants to protect. That was something Shannara had said. Enkrid recalled it and muttered. It wasn't deep thought, more like a reflexive response. Shannara's words leapt out of memory and came out on their own. Coupled with the hallucinations, he had the illusion that the fairy was standing right beside him, whispering. Things that form packs have rules. This wasn't Shannara speaking. It was the process of pulling experience up from the unconscious and examining it. Enkrid did not stop thinking. If you stop thinking, you die. That was something Cress said often. Enkrid agreed with it too. What happens if all three of us pull out of here? The western city gets intercepted. Rem doesn't want that. That's why he stays. Dunbakel respects that intent. Thought accelerated, discussing and weighing dozens of possibilities. Even for Enkrid, who had gone into the southern Demon Lands, smashed Thorn Castle, and been through all kinds of things, this was a first. Quit messing with me. This won't end. Rem spoke first, reading Enkrid's will. That bastard wasn't the type to leave just because you told him to go. But after this, tomorrow, and after Rem died as well, didn't they need someone who would guard what came after? Now he knew the meaning of the dream his wife had seen. Owl had dreamed of the entire city being destroyed. His wife had watched herself die in everyone's place. Meaning, in her dream it wasn't Owl who died, but everyone living in the city. Because Owl cherished them all, she had substituted it, and seen it as herself dying for all of them. A dream might be only a dream, but right now it seemed to have enough meaning. If they couldn't stop silence here, all of it felt like a fixed future. He couldn't let that happen. Rem decided that even if he threw himself away, he would subdue the demon lands. So from a while ago, he had been thinking of accepting the offer the demon lands had been throwing out, while pretending it was auditory hallucination. Become one with me, then I'll stop by your will. Fine. Let's play once. The moment Rem spoke and decided it in his heart, Enkrid heard the auditory hallucination too. It sounded so real and so vivid that it was hard to think of it as fake. Hey, want me to help? The voice was vaguely familiar. Meaning, it was similar to the voice of one of the ferrymen. It was the voice from when it had been the form of a big woman holding a spear, blonde, with her hair tied up. If you notice that much, then you can see a possibility. Hey, come look at me for a second. With the voice that followed, the world turned black. Thud. Enkrid dropped his sword. His posture collapsed and he fell to the ground. He let go of consciousness. With one knee thudding onto the ground, his hand dangled and his head tilted to one side. Passing out here? Dunbakel muttered as she caught his body. Rem, who had been about to let go of himself, stopped. What is it? Whatever it was on hold for now. Dunbakel too was about to throw away reason and transform to fight, then quit. White fur had been sprouting thickly along both her legs, then stopped. She held Enkrid in her arms and jumped back again. There was no room to grab Nightwalk, so she left it. Rem smacked away the dragon tail that had been flying in at it. Thwack! Dragon scales cracked and black, slimy blood sprayed everywhere. Rem pulled back without even having time to wipe the blood on his face. Dunbakel found an opening and slapped Enkrid's cheek. Smack! The sound was crisp, but Enkrid did not react, limp. Then she chopped her elbow down into his head. Boom! Nut! The sound was loud. Even so, Enkrid didn't wake. It absolutely wasn't revenge for what had happened earlier. Rem, hold. Dunbakel's shout contained a question. What now? Rem did not decide easily. If he gave up, Enkrid would die. That damned captain bastard! He ground his teeth. No matter what, he needed time to think, even if only for a moment. Pull back from here. Would they even let them go easily? Since a while ago, as if intending to block their retreat, they were packing the rear tight. If you looked from above, it would be a formation where the monster horde had them encircled in a circle. Without even looking, Rem grasped their deployment. With the numbers so high, another deployment would be impossible. It was a problem if this insane monster horde all went to the city, but getting out right now wasn't easy either. It didn't feel like they would die here, but if they endured like this, the end started to feel like there was no other choice except dying. The hallucinations, the thin fog filling every direction, kept forcing hallucinations. It scrambled the senses and affected judgment. Disgusting bastards. Silence, true to the name, you could say. Without a word, they became a prison squeezing in from all sides. Rem steadied his breathing and gripped an axe in each hand. No matter what, for now getting over the incoming wave was first. You had to live to think. More than anything, he still had some leeway left. You couldn't say he was overflowing with breathing room, but he could still buy at least enough time to postpone everything. Come. Rem spoke and used descent. It was the walking turtle, Aramudung's turn. Even when all were swept up by the wave, it alone planted its feet on the bottom and walked, connecting a path. On the day the great flood came, it alone walked the land that had become a sea and braided a chain connecting two walls. A divine general that endured for over 30 days, holding the two ends of the chain it had made, blocking the waterway. With the breathing of the deep sea, he connected his breath, thin and long. In Rem's eyes, a grey light rippled as if waves were breaking. The moment he closed his eyes, Enkrid saw a hallucination. It hadn't happened, but it was something that could happen any time. Even though he recognized it as a hallucination, even though he knew it was part of a dream, it was hard to turn away from this moment of possibility. And it might have happened moment. Shit! Rem burst into rage and went berserk, and Dunbakel threw away reason and fought. The two of them surpassed their limits. He did too. He triggered 5 changes in a row and mixed them into Aurara's connecting sword. He stopped breathing and danced a blade dance amid the giant monsters. He didn't spare Will. He got drunk on omnipotence. He endured like that for 10 days, then was surrounded by a pack of ogres, and his ankle was caught by a grey vine. If Usk is a well, then silence is the sea. The limit was on this side first. It wasn't that he lost in patience, but the difference in endurance was clear. A blow from an ogre's fist crushed his ribs. The broken bones stabbed and burst his heart. It was a death that would make Luagarn scream if she saw it. Of course, it was something that might have happened, so it had not happened. The scene tangled, and he saw himself standing on the deck. Still inside the hallucination, meaning a future that had not happened was continuing. This time, he could see only his dream self, and the moment where he, standing on the deck, looked down at himself from just above. Tsk. The ferryman standing opposite clicked her tongue. She looked extremely displeased. Enkrid slipped out of the hallucination in that instant. Everything around him crumpled and scattered like a sandcastle smashed by waves. And then it was shaped again. Where Enkrid stood was the middle of a clearing in the forest. Hey? From a few steps away in front of him, he heard a voice calling him. Blonde hair braided back, green eyes, taller by more than a head, and big hands and big feet. Even the smile on her face had the corners of her mouth lifted high enough that you could say the expression looked hearty without issue. Do you think there's a right answer to a choice? You don't know, do you? The woman said again. No, asked. Enkrid looked at her quietly instead of answering. He didn't ask who she was. Even without saying it, there was something that got through and was conveyed. Ferryman. More precisely, a part of the ferryman. One of the ferrymen. Chapter 942. Watching you was starting to feel stifling, so I came out, kid. The ferryman, or the woman, said. Am I dead? Enkrid asked back. He'd been fighting, then opened his eyes and was here. His instinct said no. But it was a question thrown out to confirm. No. The woman shook her head. Her braided hair moved. It didn't sway softly. If you looked at how it swung heavily to the side in a sharp whoosh, a reasonable suspicion rose that she might use even her braid as a weapon. Then, let's say I stretched time for a moment and met you. If he tried to nitpick, it would become a story without end. Enkrid stopped trying to understand and looked at her. What was this woman's purpose in coming out? The ferryman, or the woman, didn't drag things out by circling around. Want to learn something from me? Straight to the point. At those words, Enkrid's ears twitched. He wasn't a fairy, yet the muscles of his ears moved on their own. That was how tempting it sounded. You crazy bastard. Looks like learning one thing is more exciting to you than your situation right now. The content was a rebuke, but her expression looked intrigued. A woman who was part of the Ferryman. He didn't know if she'd come with good intentions, but what she'd just said did whet his appetite. Even without an answer, Enkrid's will to learn was like an anchor dropped deep into the unconscious. He answered with his eyes, and the woman Ferryman spoke with her usual hearty grin. It's time to accept the result of the action you chose, mortal. You're wondering if this is the right answer, aren't you? Sorry, but the right answer is something you have to prove with your actions. That's my first piece of advice. If you chose, then take responsibility and see it through. That was what it meant. The woman raised a finger and touched Enkrid's forehead. Her hand was warm. Even if this was an illusion, that was how it felt. Look, a memory seeped in. More precisely, it was a memory delivered by the woman who was part of the Ferryman. Enkrid became her inside that memory. There was no moment where everything scattered like grains of sand. The surroundings simply changed all at once. He saw several people whose faces were hidden. It was hard to even make out their clothing. All he knew was that the people before him were comrades, and that they were in the middle of fighting an enemy right now. The memory seeped in and spoke about the present. Damn it, we took the wrong way. A colossus is coming in. What are you going to do? A name? The address part didn't come through. Instead, he felt her mindset. We screwed, huh? Outwardly, she looked calm, but inside she wasn't. But what can we do? We're already here. You just go. This woman was more brute-minded than he'd expected. Hey, this is the best option. If we'd gone the other way earlier, we'd be even more swarm. Fight! The Ferryman! No, the woman knight, shouted. Enkrid understood who the Ferryman was now. They were a collective. People swallowed by today's curse. Meaning once upon a time, they too repeated today. They used that to fight, and live there today. Thunk! She leveled the spearhead forward. She dashed ahead and split apart a monster called a colossus. Something more than 5 times her size. Burn it! Burn, smash, split, die. That was how they dealt with root. Of course, this method only succeeded in part. At first, burning it with fire worked well, but at some point the root bastards resisted flame. They'd a headache. Enkrid acquired a few more pieces of information. Root's specialty is mimicry and creation. They look at the enemy, learn, then make monsters as if stamping them out to fit their mold. If you use fire, they make monsters with resistance to flame and fight. No, that's wrong. The voice inside split. Instinct seized the error. It doesn't give birth to monsters or make them. Inside the memory, Enkrid looked straight at the enemy's true nature. Everything is one. A colony is a swarm. That's a form where countless individuals gather and follow a leader. But it isn't root. This was the opposite. What this woman was fighting wasn't a colony. It was a single monster. One individual had changed into the shape of a swarm. In other words, it was a demon that had turned into the demon lands itself. A trait comparable to the 6. No, now 5. Lords of those demon lands, you could say. If the parasite horse of heat had shown a trait of splitting itself and moving here and there, seeking hosts. Root is all, and yet one. Root was a monster, an evil thing, that evolved into a swarm form. Outside the memory, the ones Enkrid had been fighting, and the one he was seeing now looked different. But at the fundamental level, they resembled each other. The will was one, and under it, they fought. They acted as if all were a single connected whole. These are hands and feet. A monster with fin-like things attached and stabbing in a lump that resembled a trident, was a form he'd never seen before, but a roundhouse, the way that monster swung a spear with one hand, twisted its waist on a slant, aimed for the blind spot of its field of view, and drove in a second spear was similar to what he'd seen outside the memory. The shape was different, but the meaning inside it was the same. Looking at the spearhead of that monster now, Enkrid recalled the enemies he'd fought. Along with that thought, information rising from the unconscious accelerated and drew out a conclusion. The demon land's silence was the past of the monster called Root. The monster Root mimicked and remade its own body, building its territory. That's how it survived. It sent out colossi, sensed a limit, died, and prepared what came next. At that time, Root hid its true body, and since it hadn't yet reached the level of a demon lands, it was only called a moving swarm. Time in the memory flowed without rest. He couldn't see every fight. It was more like it paused only at important moments so he could look around. The carriage kept running, yet at intervals it seemed to stop with a ridiculous force. Then, when it started again, everything swept past with no process of acceleration at all. Who will you save? Someone's question struck his ear. I couldn't answer. It wasn't Enkrid speaking. It was another self. A moment came where only one of the two could be saved. A horrible moment of choice. Even if you insisted it was right, an unchanging truth came creeping in, filled with dread. The woman Ferryman chose. Because of that, someone died. Some ferryman mocked. Me. Ah. A wail of grief burst out. A wife who lost her husband cried. A husband who lost his wife cried. A child who lost their parents cried. Parents who lost their child cried. It was horrific, miserable. In that agony, the ferryman pressed for today's repetition. Try enduring again. Keep enduring like that. I will. She gritted her teeth and rose. Somehow, she struggled. She replayed what she'd realized right before giving up. But does that bring the dead back alive? Was my choice right? She suffered. In the memories Enkrid perceived, he didn't see the moment she gave up. Instead, what filled his mind vividly was the memory of honing the technique of handling will to the extreme. The spearhead she swung against a colossus that withstood fire. Breaking and smashing them one by one didn't balance out. Compared to her stamina, there were far too many colossi she had to kill and erase. What do I do? She wondered, searching for a method. Holding her spear and enduring among dead comrades, she advanced one step at a time. It was one scene in the memory. Kneeling, she gripped a spear thick enough to be murderous in her right hand, using it as a support. Then she lifted the head she'd been bowing. In her eyes, a fierce light gathered. She was the finisher who ended what historians call the Age of Colossi. Now I get it. The her in the memory muttered. Before he knew it, his body had separated from hers. Enkrid watched her from one step away. A woman. A ferryman. A knight who lived through the Age of Colossi. She lingered, briefly, in the memories of the past. She'd realized far too late, but she found a way to deal with the enemy. However, her mind was worn down too much. Knowing that she completed only the technique and threw away her life. More precisely, you could say her talent completed the technique on its own. With vacant eyes, she reviewed what she'd learned and realized, and in a single day finished the technique. If she focused on fighting, she didn't have to recall lost comrades and dead people, so she spent what remained as a berserker. And that was how she ended her life, killing what she assumed was Root's true body. Then she shut herself inside a prison, wrapped in the darkness of the abyss. After that final moment passed, she forgot herself, floating and wandering. She existed only as a part of the ferryman. Then her memory awakened. You could say that while watching an interesting bastard, she suddenly remembered who she truly was. A story that meant nothing to a mortal, even if he knew it. "Now I know you bastards," along with the sound of the woman in the memory muttering again. Clang! The woman's figure, head lifted, split, and shattered. Enkrid saw the broken fragments crumble and scatter, becoming a single person. Before he knew it, he was standing again in the forest clearing. "If you changed a property, you should be applying it too, right?" She came out and spoke. Enkrid understood what she meant to convey. There was no need to struggle for it, hadn't she told him directly through the memory? It was the applied course for property change. Still, a thought came to him. Hadn't he already been applying it? Maybe she'd read that, because she lifted the corners of her mouth and laughed. It was still that hearty grin. And now, through that smile alone, he also knew that it was an attempt to hide the fragile self inside by showing confidence. Mixing laughter into her voice, she said, "Clumsy kid. Second lesson. Learn it. It was my specialty. Property change. Wave." Enkrid had skimmed the other's memory, so it was like he'd already experienced it once with his body. "Go on. Do it." A demonstration wouldn't be needed. The ferryman expected it, and Enkrid did not indulge that expectation. Up. It didn't work. He slid his sword and set it against the spear-like wooden rod the woman held. The rod that should have rippled and burst with wave trembled, then stopped. "I told you to do it, didn't I?" the ferryman said again. It was a dream, but he had plenty of experience training in a place like this. So the gap in sensation from reality wouldn't be the problem. The core was understanding the principle and using it. Is your talent seriously the worst? How does a guy who's a knight and even learned endure still suck this badly? After dozens of similar attempts and failures, the ferryman said. Enkrid ignored her and repeated it endlessly. He tried to digest what she'd taught him. "This is really dizzying. You've survived this long somehow. The goddess of fortune must really love you." Hearing complaints here and there, he learned something new like that. If refusing to give up was also a weapon, Enkrid was someone fighting while holding the continent's best weapon. "It's similar to what Ragnar did to me. After fighting Aspen," Enkrid recalled how Ragnar had used a technique similar to this in sparring, and he had blocked it with Wavebreaker. "Don't compare some half-baked grapple to my wave," the woman ferryman said. Enkrid agreed. At the knight level, everyone can use a bit of it. Sword echo, more or less. A technique that spreads a wave through the weapon's vibration. Ragnar had used vibration and wave to heighten the cutting power of his sword. If you go further, it's also possible to shake the opponent's whole body through vibration. You dig into the concept of wave and open a new path. What the woman ferryman showed was further beyond even that. This wave, if it touches, it breaks. He changed the will inside his body into water, then shook it. He transmitted that vibration into the opponent and detonated it. Unless you countered with will of a similar level, you collapsed. She was forcing will's transformation to that level. Over and over, Enkrid repeated the process of taking what he'd grasped with his head and performing it with his body. This is fun. The woman ferryman thought that. The man before her kept thinking and repeating attempts without end. At no moment did he stop thinking, and he didn't stop moving either. If his will ran dry, he would sink. Then it would be over. But that never happened. He doesn't know how to give up. She'd seen it many times, but she watched it again with fresh enjoyment. The current Enkrid looked like a beast that had starved for months, finally taking the tastiest prey. In other words, he looked damn good. What she'd borrowed was a crack in time. A meeting that happened inside accelerated thought. As the price, until the moment the ferryman gave up everything, she would lose her right to speak. Are you giving up time for nothing but this kind of play? another ferryman asked. To the ferryman, there was no joy other than watching. Wishing for a moment like this while even giving up cognitive ability was stupidity. In the light spilled by a purple lamp, the gray hide of a face was revealed. Without even turning around, the woman said, "Yeah, I believe it's worth it." Another foolish choice. Hearing the rebuke, she closed her eyes. Her time was coming to an end. The small space that had wedged itself into a crack of accelerated thought was closing. I learned well. Only then did Enkrid say it, having finally more or less grasped how to use the technique. Yeah, see you again. They would meet again. Someday they would face each other again. The woman believed that. With those words, Enkrid opened his eyes again. The moment he opened them, he saw Dunbakel's lips. Pushing away that face that had come right up close with his hand, he said, "If you're going to wake Sleeping Beauty's prince with a kiss, shouldn't you at least be a beauty? That's not what it was. I was about to bite you. If the fairy lord saw that, it'd be a death sentence," Enkrid said, pushing himself up. How long had he been out? It hadn't been that long. If you asked why he thought so, you get sleepy and you just sleep. Rem was still cracking jokes, wasn't he? In the dream, Enkrid had peeked into memories, recognized what the opponent was, and even mastered a technique to face them. My sword? Up ahead. They'd been pushed back and forced to retreat by the giant monster horde. Enkrid couldn't see Nightwalk. Well, if it was somewhere on the ground up ahead, he could just pick it up. Enkrid tightened the fastener on the monster-scale gauntlets he'd worn instead of the 1,000 gauntlets. It was the moment he needed Odin's way of fighting. Chapter 943. F. Wu. Rem exhaled, his eyes half-lidded. The half-open gaze looked unfocused, like it had lost its point. The nature of Haramut's kidney is steady and unflappable. Breath of the deep sea. Long, thin breaths that don't tire easily. Turtle's endurance. A body and mind that don't shake over most things. Good for enduring. Only for enduring. It's not efficient. It was interesting. The thought process of the ferryman woman in Enkrid's memories and Rem's thought process flowed in similar directions. Efficiency. Something you can only gain by losing less of your own, while making the enemy lose more. His thinking accelerated and dragged out a conclusion. I don't need to endure. I need to break them. Haramut is as strong as Bodrim. The difference is that his senses for perceiving the opponent dull. In exchange, the skin, bones and organs all over his body hardened to a degree, comparable to Odin's holy light armor. But what's lacking is lacking. Combination. Not just using both kidneys at once, crossing their traits. A step forward born of a moment's idea. Inspiration struck his mind and showed him the road ahead. Confidence that he could do it overflowed and turned into omnipotence. Right or wrong didn't matter. If he had to do it, he would. Don't die. Save everyone. He would keep what his wife had said. He would not let her wish be crushed. Even if I become one with silence, as long as I endure it and come back, that's all that matters. Before that, though, he had to do an axe dance for the boss. He mixed Angry Bird's keenness into Haramut's steadiness. Angry Bird is furious because it's more sensitive than anyone else. Not long after Enkrid lost consciousness, Rem went beyond his limit. By keeping his eyes half open, he let go of half his vision and sharpened his other senses. Upper left, lower right, overhead, underfoot. He perceived every attack in sequence and swung the axes in both hands. Every line he drew sent chunks of monster flesh flying, and the dark gray tendrils that tried to hook his ankles were cut, burst, and shattered. Black fluid sprayed everywhere. The sticky liquid hit the ground and seeped in. It looked like the earth was drinking it, and it felt like it was telling them the fight would never end. When the fluid soaked into the ground and vanished, a new monster was born somewhere far away. A repeating law. That was the conclusion he'd reached, enduring with Haramut while watching with angry bird's keenness. Faintly, he could see something beyond, but he failed to observe it. Bastards, not even dogs would bite. The reason Dunbakel complained from behind, and the reason Rem failed to observe, were the same. There are too many of them. The number of monsters packed in front of them had increased, if anything. It didn't decrease. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, on. Under a fixed rule, the numbers increased. The types stayed the same, and the pattern didn't change much, but it never stopped. Endless, crashing waves. That was the enemy's weapon. So what? Rem swung his axe, mimicking Enkrid's tone as he spoke. He slipped past the forearm of a troll that had just thrown a punch at his face, then swung the axe in his left hand and cut through above the elbow. Then he spun and drew the axe in his right hand down in a vertical line. Its side split open, and the muscles of its entire body convulsed. An axe blow carrying the strength of 2 kidneys. Boom! The troll that took the blow to the head didn't just split, it burst. Hard flesh scattered in all directions. Rem didn't stop. He kept spinning like a top, shaping a storm with the twin axes in his hands. He charged straight into the enemy horde. He fought and fought again. If anyone had seen him fight now, they would have written a song. They would have understood clearly why nights were called calamities, and how legends were born. That was how Rem performed. With 2 axes, he chopped huge monsters into dozens of pieces, splitting and carving them apart. He did it by holding Haramut in his body and wrapping Angry Bird around both arms. Did Dunbakel slack off behind him? She, too, held out and endured with Enkrid at her back. It wasn't a long time, but some moments, short as they are, feel long. And then Enkrid woke up. Just as Dunbakel was about to wake him, even if she had to bite him, he opened his eyes. Enkrid looked over the traces Rem and Dunbakel had left behind. The ground was black and sticky, like old oil had congealed. Was it always like this? No. It was the result of killing so many. Black ico blood sprayed by monsters that lived inside the demon land's silence. Monsters different even from ordinary monsters. It happened because they were killing faster than the ground could absorb. How long was I out? It was closer to passing out than sleeping, but Enkrid asked as he tightened his gauntlets. Long enough to finish a bottle, Dunbakel answered. About enough time for the shade to stretch by a palm's width. The monsters surrounding them were still there, but they'd bought a little breathing room. Rem must have gone on a real rampage. The hand Rem had used for jokes trembled faintly. Had he overdone it by detonating his kidney a short time? He probably had. The goal was to guard their back. He'd fought to protect the city and to protect Enkrid, who'd passed out. Root? No, silence. What is it? Now he knew its origin. The shapes of the monsters he'd seen in memory, and the ones here were similar yet different. But the core is the same. A flower that gives birth to colossi. A massive plant. Silence is an aggregate formed by a single monster using its own body. It is many and an individual and many. Its manifested form looked like a garden made of the demon land's trees and flowers. A demon land's garden. It suited silence as another name. Dunbakel, find one smell. What? Assume whatever smell this is giving off is meant to hide something, and find what's hidden. It was vague. But what could he do? Even the ferryman in his memory hadn't found silence's core. She'd lost all her comrades, and only at the very end awakened the technique to catch the hands and feet that monster, both swarm and individual, had scattered. She chose, moved forward, took responsibility, but she was a little late. Enkrid felt a piece of what the ferryman carried inside. Should he call it resentment? A long-held desire? Or was it regret? Or lingering attachment? Whatever it was, she wished to erase the monster cold root, or silence. "I'll do it for you." Whether it was regret or a wish, whatever it was, Enkrid empathized with the ferryman's sorrow, with what she'd felt. He empathized with every moment of flailing to avoid losing more, because what you lose doesn't come back. At Enkrid's words, Dunbacle's nose twitched. Her sense of smell far surpassed a normal beast folk's. When it came to detecting something, she was the best in the order. Of course. In this situation, even her nose was useless. "The stink of rot is vibrating so hard I can't smell anything," Dunbacle said. "Yeah, so we go where it doesn't stink. Carry Rem," Enkrid replied blandly. "If it didn't work, you did it until it did. Put another way, if it was hard to tell smells apart, you moved to a place where you could." It was a truly crude logic, but because it was stubborn, it reached a conclusion in the end. The basics of the mad order of knights, maybe. "What?" Dunbacle cocked her head. She was used to the mad order of knights' way of thinking. But the meaning in Enkrid's words was clear enough that she had to ask back. Rem had rampaged on his own, and even if Enkrid fought better than him, the number of monsters stretched ahead didn't decrease. Yet it was a tone that said he'd decided to fight alone. They said a knight could cut down 1,000, but that only worked when the situation supported it. And besides, were the monsters in front of them even human? If even one of them got out, it would be enough to become a horrific nightmare. If a dragon-shaped monster swung its tail once, dozens of ordinary people would turn into lumps of flesh made of blood in an instant. She'd blocked it several times with a scimitar and even cut it like lopping off a lizard's tail. But they weren't easy prey. There were too many. As time passed, their bodies grew harder too. For a while now, it had felt like pounding on a shell made of iron. Not just the dragons, giant ghouls too. Rem, catch your breath and help Dunbacle. Enkrid didn't care about her state of mind at all. He was already fully in a battle stance. The moment he finished speaking, he made his words real, leaping forward and throwing a punch. Thud! Dunbacle blinked. The first clash wasn't much different from before he passed out. Enkrid smashed and broke the dragon's tail with his fist, then rolled it aside. With his cloak wrapped around him, he accelerated like he'd trained rolling sideways, then grabbed an ogre's leg and twisted it backward, snapping and crushing. Crack, squelch. The sound was loud, but there was no scream. Even if they were as hard as shells forged of iron, a knight who used will possessed monstrous strength that could warp iron barehanded. As long as something had a clear structure like a joint, breaking it was easier than tearing iron apart with your hands. Enkrid's fighting was an efficient set of motions for facing a single individual. Meaning in this situation, it was an inefficient fighting style. It stayed the same after that. He rolled on the ground and rose again. The cloak that had guarded his body while hanging loose shrank, and as he sprayed ichor off his body, he met a ghoul's fist with his own and shattered it. He swept its ankle and broke it. Even so, his feet never stopped. Enkrid's movements left after-images. If Odin fought in earnest, would he fight like that? He was darting through the monsters at a speed that couldn't be seen. But monsters didn't stop at that level, and Dunbacle knew it. You have to crush more than half the body. Only then would they stop moving. She'd learned it by fighting them countless times. Dunbacle judged they weren't undead. Even though the smell is like rotten corpses mixed into leaf mold. One thing was certain, they weren't dead beings, which made them even more of a headache if anything. Enkrid kept repeating the same way of fighting until he was knocked back. A cyclops swung a grey club, and he hadn't managed to dodge it. Enkrid rolled backward a few times, got up, and cracked his neck left and right. "Boss? Yeah, I'm fine. Carry Rem and follow me. I'll open a path." Dunbakel looked at Rem. Rem said with an indifferent face, "Carry me, stinker." Dunbakel did as he said and hoisted Rem onto her back. From her back, Rem said, "Focus. He told you to find something, so let's find it." She didn't know what the boss had seen after passing out and waking up. It was reasonable to suspect he'd been mind-controlled by hallucinations, but neither of them thought that, not even a little. If he were the kind of human who'd crumble to hallucinations like this, he'd have died ages ago. Dunbakel stepped forward, chasing after Enkrid. At first, Enkrid had been smashing joints and throwing fists and kicks, but at some point he rolled low and came up with a sword in his hand. It was his sword. Night Walk spilled blue light. Had he been rolling around to find his sword this whole time? She didn't know. After that, the fight was... what should she call it? She couldn't believe it even as she watched. "Ah!" Dunbakel let out an exclamation. Rem was surprised too, but instead of opening his mouth, he focused on breathing. He yanked his kidneys out and used them recklessly, so he focused on recovering. Since doing two things at once wasn't awkward for him, he was surprised even while recovering. Enkrid swung his sword. A simple motion. A diagonal slash. It cut the monster. It left a shallow wound. Compared to its bulk, it was about the level of a cut on a forearm that bled a little. About as much as a blade grazing an ogre's instep. Of course, if it were a person, even that kind of wound would require pressing the cut and wrapping it in bandages. But the opponent was a monster. Black ichor flowed a little, then stopped on its own. The ichor congealed like old oil and sealed the wound shut. If it wasn't a clean, hearty sword cut or an axe chop, that was what it had looked like all along. Normally, it would end there. The monster would still come at him. But the one that had been cut trembled in tiny shakes, then collapsed. Cracks spread from the wound, and its body broke apart and scattered. The ichor that had looked like hardened oil fell to the ground in clattering chunks like stone. Maybe he'd found the feel with the first slash. Enkrid sprinted forward without hesitation. He cut, and he burst them. A wave, the technique the ferryman had taught him, saw the light. Dunbakel couldn't know that just by watching. Her unconscious instinctively interpreted Enkrid's fight and what he was doing. Was the destructive power inside the swing itself overwhelming? No. Dunbakel had eyes. She traced backward from the results of what Enkrid did and grasped the process. A natural enemy? From her back, Rem snickered and said, "Where'd he pick up something like that now? A human who sometimes, no, often, showed them something strange." Rem muttered. Dunbakel agreed. He'd closed his eyes and woken up, and now he was suddenly acting like the natural enemy of monsters he'd never seen before. Chapter 944. Dunbakel's senses caught what Enkrid was doing. Vibration? A wave. More precisely, it was something she felt in the movement of the will gathered along the blade. The will riding his sword quivered at an invisible speed. Enkrid struck with that trembling blade. With a single cut, a monster's body crumbled like a bone-dry biscuit. The shattering spread the way black ink spreads through dry cloth. In the blink of an eye, one monster broke apart and scattered across the ground. Enkrid pivoted on his left foot and thrust his sword. 3 ogres caught in that cut each lost one leg. They had been swinging clubs while kicking out their right legs at the same time, as if they had matched limbs and timing. The moment the legs were severed, their bodies shattered upward from the cut, collapsing in a cascade. Some clumps of black ichor fell like chips of stone. Others struck the ground heavily like old oil. The instant he finished cutting the 3, Enkrid stepped in, punched 3 holes through a cyclops' belly, and slipped past. Monsters crumbled in heaps along the path he passed through. It was like a giant who had spent a lifetime with an axe had decided to fell trees in a single stroke and clear a road. Dunbakel found a clear lane opening before her. The ground was still muddy, with rocks scattered here and there, and trees leaning sideways in the way. But compared to before, now that the monsters had all been killed off, you could have called it a boulevard. Well, would you look at that? He paved a boulevard. Let's go, stinky carriage! The road's open. That was Rem. He'd reached much the same line of thought as Dunbakel, and was voicing his rough amazement. Dunbakel walked the path Enkrid had cut. Enkrid swung his sword around a few more times in all directions, and when a brief gap opened, he spoke. What came from his mouth was an expression of irrepressible delight. Ah, this is seriously fun. Wave is the natural enemy of root. No, of silence. One day, a single tree was infected by the air of the demon lands. After that, the tree revealed its survival instinct. Eat yun. Bounty kalan. I am so. I stado tra. Naywan. Irises. Swallow. Adapt. Dot. Through those 3 rules, the tree learned how to survive. So it survived by eating and swallowing everything around it. Survival alone was its ultimate goal. If other demons or demon lands lords sought ascension, silence's core value was immortality. To endure and endure again and remain, even after all others died, vanished, and rotted away. That was silence's long-cherished aim. Of course, Enkrid didn't know any of that. In fact, he didn't know it at all. He was simply enjoying the swordsmanship the Ferryman had taught him. Against a knight-level opponent, it wouldn't land easily. But against colony-form monsters that couldn't properly use will, it was a natural enemy. What could a mouse do before a cat? No, a mouse before a tiger. That was the right way to put it. He made the will tremble finely and injected it into the opponent. Once the vibration began, the will rode through the monster's ichor, rippling and collapsing its structure. If it were a person, the moment it struck they would twist and resist. Unless you hit a vital organ precisely, maybe you'd only break a bone. But the bodies of the monsters blocking him now weren't that complex. Aside from being large and hard, they were simple structures without anything like a nervous system. Fragments shaped with ichor for blood and tree roots for flesh. Because of that simplicity, wave spread through the whole body faster than ever. There was no avoiding its effect. A sword art made solely for them showed its brilliance. This is fun. If he swung based on wave, everything died. Even a graze killed. That was the charm of wave. More than anything, the technique itself was enjoyable enough. The Ferryman had called it the applied course of property change, and that was exactly right. It was more useful for refining and training technique than for actual combat. Its foundation didn't stray far from sword echo. Wave adhered to a method of training 3 stages. Change. Alter the property of will. Vibration. Shake it. Injection. Drive that formed will into the opponent's body. Enkrid had seen similar techniques many times. He'd even heard them explained. Odin's holy penetration was similar, but the heart-destroying art shown by Cyprus, the southern guardian, was on the same track entirely. The difference was that one was a needle targeting a single organ, while this was like the handwork of a giant, shaking the whole body. Enkrid broke through and advanced. No monster survived in the place he passed. It was like old dust being swept away. Monsters crumbled and split in showers. Enkrid understood the principle of the demon land's silence and what he had to do. Because the rate of killing far outstripped the rate of new births, a path opened. And along that path they saw the dagger silence had hidden. A flower that births colossi, Enkrid muttered. A scene he'd glimpsed faintly in the ferryman's memory. An oval bud hanging beneath grey branches. Blue veins bulged on its surface, and a faint light flickered. A shadow showed through faintly, a curled figure with 2 wings neatly folded. A dragon still in bud form. They hadn't been born yet. For that to emerge, silence would have to devour many more people. That was likely why it had moved this time. Yes. One of the reasons silence had moved lay before their eyes. It had swallowed the surrounding cities to grow its bulk and create a guard. Dragons grown from plants were silence's guard. Dunbakel, Enkrid called the beast woman. The bud formed atop the grey tree was dizzying just to look at, but that wasn't the important thing now. Still vague. Her answer came back. The reply to his order to find something different by smell. It was a moment of choice. Enkrid had to decide which way to go. It's time to accept the result of the action you chose, mortal. You're wondering if this is the right answer, aren't you? Sorry, but the right answer is something you have to prove with your actions. That's my first piece of advice. Wherever he went, he would move until he found it. He recalled the ferryman's advice and was about to step. Wait. Rem, having released possession, steadied his breathing. He'd lost some strength from the price of sorcery, but not enough to collapse. He exhaled, settling his sorcery. Rem added intuition to the keen senses. Angry bird left behind. A shaman's 6th sense peers into the future. A proverb of the West. Let's go straight. The only shaman among them spoke, and Enkrid heard the ferryman, who had briefly played teacher to him, whisper in hallucination. If you walk blindly in impatience, sacrifice is a principle of life. It's true that a choice isn't the end, but before that it's also important not to grow impatient, to calmly perceive and grasp the situation. The ferryman had failed to do that and lost everyone. Enkrid had realized that point. That's the right answer. The ferryman's hallucination spoke again. Her braided hair blurred, and green eyes vanished into the dark. It was all an illusion, but it felt like he'd said a final farewell to her. Enkrid stepped forward straight ahead. Grey trees and rocks moved to block the way. The terrain itself shifted, as if monsters alone weren't enough. Enkrid broke through without hesitation. If trees blocked him, he cut trees. If rocks blocked him, he shattered rocks. Without the ferryman's help, how many times would he have died repeating today? Would he have lost one of these too? If so, this was the ferryman's gift. Or perhaps the price she paid so that what she had never achieved could be fulfilled. At the end of the place he forced through monsters, trees, and rocks. He saw it, a massive flower. The core of the demon lands transformed from tree to flower. Hadn't there been something similar in the grey forest, too? He'd heard a similar story when he met Roman. That one had been some kind of flesh mass, he'd said. Monsters were being born along the path they'd come at several times the previous speed. But Enkrid's night walk passed over the ground and reached the flower. Kia! Behind them, monsters shrieked. Flowers and trees couldn't scream. So the copies they had made screamed in their place. Wherever Night Walk's blade touched, petals shattered. They scattered like bone-dry leaves. Between the petals, Enkrid found a dark brown pulsing root, reversed his grip, and drove the sword in. Thunk! The blade plunged in. At the same time, a deep, booming pulse rang out and spread a wave in all directions. Even Enkrid's whole body vibrated and shook. The main body burst, and a shriek rang directly in the mind. Silence's death cry. Did it gather all the living souls into one? Rem muttered. This was the end. The monster horde rushing them from behind crumbled and scattered. The mist dispersed and light fell from overhead. "Dawn's broken," Ram said. His heart churned. Not that he'd show it outwardly. The demon land's silence was an ancient pain of the West. It had moved twice before, and each time people had died in droves. Now they had faced its true body and shattered it. The violet mine and the tail needle. The violet mine had spread a plague-like curse, and the other had been the one called tail needle. When that second monster appeared, the West's greatest hero had died. Those were just the two greatest incidents. Silence had killed countless others besides. It had swallowed endlessly and digested. Now they had put an end to that demon lands. Of the monsters they had actually fought inside, how many had been on the level of tail needle? At least in the hundreds. What's different between then and now? Himself and Enkrid. And of course Dunbakel had played her part. They had chosen the straight path, but without Dunbakel guiding by scent, reaching here would have been difficult. The Lord of Living Souls is mixed with the Lord of Devouring Souls. Seeing the sorcery soaked into the shattered core, he understood. It covets life and survives by draining it in. What is born from that body, meanwhile, are only rotten, diseased things. Disgusting bastard. That was what silence looked like to Rem. "Good work," Ram said. The grey trees didn't crumble into dust, and the rocks didn't melt away. It had begun as a monster called Root that evolved into silence, but after enduring here for so long, it had already become the terrain itself. The surrounding corruption wouldn't vanish overnight. "The smell's gone, though," Dunbakel said, narrowing her eyes. Something about her expression was displeased. Rem felt the same. So did Enkrid. Given time, it wouldn't be exactly silence, but something similar would be born. To kill the demon land's silence completely would take time. The core was shattered, but remnants remained. The air left here was still that of a demon land's. It would turn nearby beasts into monsters. On rainy days, drowned corpses will keep appearing. That would be something the warriors of the West could handle well enough. It wouldn't spew monsters recklessly like this again. Its influence on the surroundings would fade. The demon land's silence was over. Enkrid, Rem, and Dunbakel turned and left. On the way out, they saw Jewel standing speechless in shock. "Why?" "What?" Rem asked, and Jewel pointed in one direction. The demon land's silence had gathered the surrounding demonic energy. At the same time, it had spread demon land's air. And now that the core was dead, the gathering of surrounding energy remained, but the spreading had stopped. That produced a miracle. "Barley's growing, crops are growing," Jewel said. Before his eyes, sprouts had emerged and crops were growing. Something that should take a full year was happening in the span of a few breaths. He was so shocked his explanation was a mess. Yes, barley had grown. As Enkrid muttered inwardly, Jewel spoke again. It grew incredibly fast. Just as he said, the surroundings had already turned into something like a field sprouting with grass. Not a sight you'd expect in winter. "Ah, smells good," Dunbakel said. After smelling nothing but rot in the demon lands, the scent of life hit her nose the moment they stepped out. No wonder she was delighted. A broad smile spread across her face. "Yeah, incredible." Rem admired it too. From a shamanic perspective, he could roughly tell what had happened. The West had always been barren land. Since when? No one knew. But one thing was certain. Silence had always been there with the West. Silence had been the beginning of the West. With it gone, the land's original vitality surged up. Even shamanically, this is a miracle. Rem was impressed. Enkrid looked at the newly grown grassland and thought, all of them, they were someone's descendants. In the ferryman's memory, he'd seen many comrades with black hair, those who had continued the fight against Root even after the Ferryman died. Those who had inherited her must be the ones who now formed the West. They had endured and fought here so Root, becoming silence, could not swallow the continent. The West was the descendants of those who had guarded this land. Good work. Enkrid spoke in place of the ferryman's heart. They would all be dead and gone now, but it was a dedication for those who had carried on her will. Chapter 945. Monster Root devours the life around it and generates demonic energy. It was an existence that survived by transforming a few kinds of sorcery and swallowing what was around it. It was an individual and a colony, and a colony and an individual. Rem knew that fact well, and he looked at the current situation from a sorcerer's perspective. It eats life force and converts it into demonic energy. The thought that rose naturally continued. His thinking accelerated and pulled out a single conclusion. A treasure vault of life. A self-sustaining colony ground made to eat, swallow, and substitute into demonic energy. Wasn't this how the Demon Land's Lord viewed the continent? It was just a thought. As he felt relief, satisfaction, and joy at having ended silence, confidence that he could end the remaining demon lands was cultivated, and his head naturally rolled that way. They were on the way back after ending silence. Jewel, riding the Belopter, couldn't hide his excitement for 3 full days. You can feel life in the surrounding land. The West had been barren because of the demon lands. With that demon lands gone, the change that arose was startling. In the surrounding land, crops grew in real time, and Jewel watched all of it. He couldn't properly sleep for 3 days. Excitement held him. Separately, Enkrid slept well. More precisely, he kept the iron rule that you rest when it's time to rest. Even if he had fought with swordsmanship that was a natural enemy, he was tired. Fun aside, hadn't he done a lot of things that would put a load on the body? Raman and Dunbakel were the same. If someone had seen the fight that happened in there, they would have written dozens of songs. At this point, there's no reason to fight the surrounding tribes. Joel, unable to hide his excitement, repeated the same thing for what had to be the 10th time. Enkrid didn't not understand the meaning of those words. Lack calls war. Limited resources are the reason people put blades to each other's throats. Conversely, abundance will give a temporary peace. Enkrid nodded at Joel's words. That didn't mean he had a soft and naive thought that there would be no more conflict in the West now. Even if people have more, the ones who fight will fight. End of war. How do you end a war? Just cutting with a sword doesn't make that happen. That was certain. What would the king he had made a close friend think? When he met later, he should bring it up. What kind of answer would come out? It wouldn't be, I don't know. Even Chris had spoken while drawing the future. How many times? Of course, he was a pessimistic man, so even if he said he believed in the mad order of knights and in Enkrid, he didn't look at the road ahead brightly. Well, first of all, unifying the continent is nonsense. At minimum, the heads of every nation on the continent have to trust each other. If not, it doesn't make sense. And then they reach an agreement. With the premise that they'll never betray each other for their entire lives. Instead of war, they make something they can compete over with each other. And they have to do that, but it's not easy. It's really not easy. Even if he was pessimistic, the fact that he held even a sliver of hope in the words "not easy" was Cress being Cress. He was a pessimistic optimist. A man who dreams a soft dream called a salon in a harsh world. Demon Land's killer. Chuo, who had gone without sleep for 3 days, muttered beside him. The light in his eyes was sparkling more than before. Savior Enkrid was now a man who killed a demon lands. The man Rem had brought, who was called the West's greatest talent, ended a demon lands. He ended the West's long-cherished wish. If those eyes didn't grow moist, that would be strange too. Men of the West don't cry easily, but at this point it would have been fine to wail and cry. Of course Jewel didn't do that. He was moved, and with moist eyes he bowed his head with meaning of respect. His only impatience was at the thought of returning to the city and telling this story. Enkrid knew the West's tomorrow might become a battlefield again, but at least for now he was satisfied. In this land for a while, there wouldn't be any fighting. It would become an era of giving and sharing what they had. That night, Rem devoted himself to recovering by contemplating his own body, and Dunbakel sipped at the liquor Jewel had tucked away. From far away, the voice of a mimic cat could be heard. Even that seemed to be singing of peace. "The whole West will bless you," Jewel mumbled drunkenly, while drinking with Dunbakel. He continued by discussing 12 ways to honor this performance and achievement. He was truly zealous. At times like this, you'd think Rem would say one word from the side that it was too much, but he only snickered and smiled. "I've got to say thanks too, but what was that cutting?" Just as Enkrid took interest in Rem's technique, Rem was the same. "Did you make it right on the spot then?" That kind of question was only natural. Rem too was an owner of talent that made the word genius seem inadequate. And if you're talking about reading the room, he would be the very best in the Night Order. He grasped the essence of the swordsmanship Enkrid had used. It was swordsmanship like Silence's natural enemy based on waves. How could he do that? Watching from the side, it looked like he had awakened and applied swordsmanship in real time. Real talent is kind of different, huh? In the end, words like that came out of Rem's mouth. It was him acknowledging his captain. Enkrid answered those words. "I passed out for a bit, and one of the ancestors who guarded this land came out and taught me swordsmanship. That's something even a mimic cat wouldn't copy." He said it in a roundabout way, but saying that it was something even a mimic cat that tempts people by repeating everything it hears wouldn't copy was synonymous with cut the bullshit. The truth sometimes exists in a hard-to-believe realm. "Well, but if you say it that convincingly, I get what you mean." Rem nodded. "In the West, there's a saying that the interpretation matters more than the dream." He was good at interpreting dreams. The words, "an outstanding sorcerer," came out naturally. Awakening or inspiration is like that. Sometimes it shows you hallucinations and lets you hear voices. I once had an axe fly at me on its own and attack. Sometimes a descended weapon has a divine presence in it and does that. Rem spoke, remembering the moment he advanced one step through that experience. Of course, what the two of them experienced were far from being on the same track. Enkrid closed his eyes while looking at the two unusually bright moons tonight. Fatigue that had piled up without him noticing, the warmth of the heat-retaining leather, a solid dinner and even a drink, all of it mixed and led Enkrid into sleep in no time. Sway, on a rocking boat, a woman holding a lamp looked at him and smiled. A full smile suited the word hearty perfectly. Her mouth opened. "Thanks." "It was my fight too. Still thanks." The woman Ferryman. No, should he call her an ancestor of the West whose name he didn't know? She resembled a bear. Especially her bulk was something you could compare to a bear. You could believe it if someone said she was Odin's older sister. Had this woman also had a nickname like Bear Beastman in life? "You have a face that's thinking strange thoughts." I was briefly thinking of the people of the West. It wasn't wrong. Well, playing dumb was something Enkrid was the best at in the Night Order. Root was born as a tree that held demonic energy, became a flower, and changed into a colony. The root of that era was called a dragon's nest. It conceived and birthed rotten dragons from trees. Those dragons didn't breathe fire, but they had a size and strength enough to destroy and crush everything around them, A stench, too. The ferryman before his eyes lived through that era and repeated today, "Now I'm going. There won't be any reason to see each other again. I'm satisfied that my long-cherished wish has been fulfilled." With those words, starting from the hand holding the lamp, she began to be dyed grey. Then behind her back, a hood rose up, covered her face, and draped over her body. Grey-white cracked skin was revealed, and her eyes turned into black holes without borders. "You really do fulfill our long-cherished wish, too," the changed ferryman said. The atmosphere from when she said thanks was nowhere to be found. With the ferryman's words, the shadow flickered and surged up like flames meeting wind. Enkrid narrowed his brow slightly. What is this now? It was a sight that made questions come out naturally. The ferryman's shadow that had been flickering and surging seemed to stretch long. Then the boat widened, and on top of it another ferryman rose. One ferryman slung the lamp over a shoulder, and another ferryman planted their butt on the gunwale. One ferryman, with a relatively smaller build, came up in front of Enkrid, raised their head, and stared at him. And a ferryman twice that size also appeared. The widened boat grew large enough to carry dozens of people. The boat kept widening, and the ferryman kept increasing. "You'll fulfill our long-cherished wish too, right?" The ferrymen's voices overlapped. There were so many that even if Enkrid turned his head wide left and right, he couldn't see them all. All those ferrymen spoke as one. "Come in. Fulfill it. Please, me too. Me too. Me too. Me too." Every single one was earnest. If you cheer everyone's dreams, us too. Us too. Us too. Every single one was desperate. Earnestness and desperation harmonized. The ferrymen clung to the beliefs and thoughts Enkrid had carried through until now. They were leeches that wouldn't fall off before sucking all the blood out. And there were far, far too many. Hundreds, thousands of leeches indulged in dreams. They entrusted their will to the free will that remained whole and alone in this place. They shoved over their long-cherished wishes and heartfelt prayers and craved satisfaction. They were like a pack of wild dogs starved for 10 days. "I want to cut a woman." The ferryman tore apart the self that had looked like one until now. One of them bluntly spit out its wish. And in response, another ferryman conveyed an intention with will. "I just need you to find one person. Is my descendant alive? Did my wife end up living alone in the end? The people I have to kill are only 5. That's enough. Kill them for me. I had a lot of property to pass on to my child, but I couldn't pass it all on. Check if my treasure is still there. Don't take it. Just check if it's there. Meet the lake fairy." It was like hundreds of people were shouting into his ears. If he had seen this kind of thing when he first started repeating today, would it have been a headache? Repeating today is a curse. The current sight was proof of that. This curse had devoured countless people until now. Among them were people who endured and endured with their own will and were trapped in the end. But there were also many who were trapped because they couldn't endure, even once. Enkrid listened quietly to their words. After hearing every single one, without missing anything, he straightened his will toward their will and answered, "I'm not doing it." It was an answer no different from swordsmanship that had reached the realm of art. A short silence settled down on the boat full of ferrymen. Light is eaten by different light depending on intensity. Sound is the same. A small sound is buried under a bigger sound. Would will be any different? The will scattered by the ferryman's resentment was eaten by Enkrid's refusal. Why? One small ferryman ran up and grabbed his pant leg. Enkrid stared straight at the ferryman, trying to cling like a tick, and refused once more. "I don't want to." His insistence of will was too clear. A mediocre portion of the ferrymen scattered like snow melting in sunlight. They faded into the air like pitch-black sand and seeped into the gunwale. As many ferrymen as disappeared, the boat's size shrank again. You fulfilled other ferrymen's long-cherished wishes, but not mine? Someone spat out dissatisfaction. Should he call it changing the approach? A ferryman argued fairness. So what? Enkrid refused, filling it with the feeling that it wasn't his problem. With a rustle, more ferrymen scattered into black sand. I don't want to. I'm not doing it. Enkrid refused one after another. The ferryman's behavior was like slapping a fortress wall that could endure a rock flung by a catapult with the palm of a hand. As the number of ferrymen decreased, the boat's size also shrank. In the end, the remaining ferrymen were fewer than 10. There were 7 in total. One of them sat on the gunwale and stated its will. I just hope to remain in a peaceful day. That tone, that air, the way it stated its will was familiar. It was the ferryman that had urged Enkrid again and again to stay in today. Life is a string of suffering anyway, right? So if you can enjoy suffering, that's enough, so it doesn't have to be peaceful. It spoke while snickering. This, too, was familiar. Enkrid hadn't met the ferryman only once or twice, so it was only natural. The ferryman that had just stated its will was the type that usually snickered and mocked beliefs. I don't care. It's fun watching. Then there was a ferryman with a calm attitude that didn't feel familiar. The ending is decided anyway. The one that was always pessimistic. Stop doing something so stupid. The ferryman that told him to give up while pretending to worry. So you feel at ease because your long-cherished wish was fulfilled. Interesting. The ferryman that sometimes came out and showed favor. How far will you go? The last one was the familiar type. The ferryman that threw questions, but didn't listen to the answers. Seen this way, should he say he could distinguish them? Those 7 stared straight at Enkrid, divided like that, then became one again. They scattered like black sand and were drawn into the ferryman at the center. All their hearts are different, but one thing among them is the same. The ferryman said. Enkrid quietly waited for the next words. They all find it fun to watch you. Had the ending of this demon lands been something surprising even to them? If not that, was it surprising that one of them had fulfilled a long-cherished wish? Whatever it was a fresh experience. Enkrid answered. Then next time too, please guide and teach me. The tone was plain, but the content was full of desire. It meant, like how that woman ferryman taught me this time, you guys should loosen up what you know too. The ferryman's mouth tore open. The corners of its lips reached its ears. With a kekek laughter sound, it drifted away. Enkrid felt a floating sensation and opened his eyes. He had noticed before too, but the ferryman is not one. And they have wishes too. That was what he gained from this dream. Chapter 946, Enkrid, Imrayam, Dunbickle, and Jewel returned to Elder Bear, and welcome back. Hira, who had now become the eldest sorcerer, greeted them at the city entrance. She had sensed the change before anyone here could say a word and come out to meet them. What did you do? Did you knock down some troublesome black bird that's been a headache lately? Hira asked. Her tone showed anticipation. In the West, there are several monsters that are troublesome in all sorts of ways. The sorcerer Hira had a good dream at night, and she guessed that since Enkrid and Rem had gone out, they'd killed a few of those things. Hadn't they been saying the monsters in the West had increased noticeably lately? The guess was that because they'd driven monsters out by trading with the continent, the ones that had been cornered had gathered together and created this change. That was Generair's thought, but it sounded mostly right. Hira respected and trusted their martial strength. Just like how they had taken care of a troublesome giant bandit group on the way here, She expected they'd killed several monsters and come back. No. Rem shook his head. Hera blinked. Did they really just go check the demon lands and come back? They didn't even see the black bird on the way. Then why was this auspicious energy overflowing like this? She was about to voice her questions when Jewel couldn't hold back and said, "We killed Silence?" Hera was an outstanding sorcerer, and she was an open-minded person with great tolerance. No matter what you said, she could accept it and answer calmly. Her attitude became an example for many Westerners. She looked blunt, but she was warm and devoted. "Was there a monster called Silence?" she asked back. "You could say it was a monster." Enkrid nodded at her words. She'd pierced the core. As expected of the West's eldest sorcerer. Well, it's not wrong to see it that way, but right now Hera doesn't understand it all. Rem added an explanation. "Aren't you hungry?" Dunbakel, who had burned through enough stamina in this fight to make it count, sniffed and asked. "I'll feed you well-cooked lamb." While Jewel answered at the suggestion that they should eat something, Hera's pupils trembled finely. Silence? A monster? A demon lands? With several questions, her mouth opened again. "What did you do?" "Silence is gone now. Only their remnants remain." "Go tell them, Hera. You came out because you felt something and came in advance, right? Wasn't it to hear these words? I'll say it again. Go tell them. The demon land's silence is over. Nothing like the violet mine or the tail needle will come out of there. Silence is dead." It was a speech from Rem, who rarely spoke at length. It was flat, but heat was mixed into the words. Even for him, this was something too violent to pass through without being shaken. Hera's hands trembled. She didn't ask if it was real. She turned around and discovered Owl standing there. "Owl, the tune," Hera called Owl. Owl walked forward past Hera. With a gaze fixed on Rem like blazing fire, she opened her mouth. "What did you do?" Instead of speaking long again, Rem nodded once. "Silence is gone now. In the West, the demon lands called Silence was like a word that meant a wound. So many people had died to that demon lands. There are not a few who had lost family, lovers, and acquaintances to that demon lands. Someone saw Silence as an enemy, and someone saw Silence as an untouchable monster. Sometimes a few sorcerers who had lost their minds even spat out that they should accept Silence as a new god. The demon land's silence was the beginning of every tragedy the West had. The sunlight is unusually good today." Enkrid looked up at the sky, looked at Owl, and watched Rem's back. Owl was calm. No, she only looked like that on the outside. To the eyes of a knight who handled will, he could see her momentum jutting and changing this way and that. It was because her feelings were shifting. "If you need testimony, I'll do it." Enkrid, who had cut it down himself, raised a hand and said, "Of course, testimony wasn't necessary." From the moment they returned, the next day had been time where everyone asked this and that, and sought answers. "Silence is a demon lands, so what do you mean you ended it?" "It's not just some colony monster. It's a demon lands. Does that make sense?" Centered around Janare, a few Westerners who had grown used to life on the continent threw out their doubts. Besides that, there were quite a few people who still didn't understand what they were saying. Even so, there wasn't a single person who treated Enkrid and Rem like mimic cats. A Westerner who couldn't believe their words was like a mirage that couldn't exist in this situation. They believed, and that was why they were confused. "If it's my husband, then of course he can do it." Among them, Jiba showed rock-solid belief. "A man who carries a storm wherever he goes." Leona marveled. "Did a demon lands die if you killed it?" Questions rose, but since they'd done it, there was nothing to say. Their faith was solid. Were the other Westerners any different? To them, Enkrid was a savior. Rem was a genius who had grown up among them and was family. Even so, this wasn't something they could just nod and say, right, and be done with it. We'll need confirmation. The great Nare chieftain stepped forward. He was still friendly, but he knew well that you couldn't simply let something like this pass with a mere, "I understand." If it was real, it would be good to make it clear to everyone. If it was fake, they would have to ask what in the world this was supposed to be. In the meantime, Enkrid rested well, ate the food Jewel cooked for him, and drank the beverage Jiba brought him. That woman isn't our obstacle, right? Jiba had become a brazen child while he hadn't been looking. It was what she blurted out the moment Leona approached. There are two obstacles even more savage than me. You bold little thing. Leona laughed and took the words in stride, then pulled out a drink made with paradise water. A pale, milky liquid sloshed in a cup baked from mud. Enkrid took it and drank, and Leona, seeing that, asked again. How is it? Enkrid marveled at the taste and scent filling his mouth. Wasn't there more than enough value for her to get greedy for trade? The sweetness and the sharp tingle in his mouth, along with a faint fruit scent, was stimulating. If Cress finds out, I think he'll start talking investment immediately. High praise, Leona answered with a full smile. I think it could be even better if we improve it a little. Even if it's good raw material, it doesn't end with just supplying it to stores. It has meaning only if people know why this is good and excellent. That way, people will look for this drink here and there. For that, Leona planned to run a cafeteria or restaurant herself. It went without saying, but work like this needed many hands. One of them caught her eye. If it's cooking, It was Jewel. As it happened, he was full of plans to open a shop specializing in West-style cooking. Leona's eyes glittered. The merchant route map, the treasure of the Lockfried Caravan, recorded various specialties produced across the entire continent. Using that, she would open specialty restaurants based on the famous dishes of each region. Her commercial sense quickly drew several pictures. The start would be traditional West cuisine connected by Stone Road. Jewel, should I open you a shop? She was faithful to her role in no time. Enkrid kept his mouth shut and watched as a spectator. Just now, Leona had found a new dream, and she had finished deciding to work to achieve it. I'll hang the name Lockfried Restaurant across the entire continent, she murmured. It was a dream similar to Cress's salon. Naturally, Enkrid supported even that. Keep it up. If you have nothing to do later, tell me. I'll always keep the vice leader seat open. So you know that's something the current vice leader would be really upset to hear. No, if it's you, no one would refuse. A worthless joke was a remedy that made him forget the moment he suffered hallucinations inside silence. This time that might look meaningless to someone else was enjoyable to Enkrid, and something he didn't want to miss. Keeping daily life, not just protecting the people behind his back, but protecting their daily lives too. Enkrid adjusted his dream that way. The news that silence had ended spread to all the surroundings in less than half a month. If you saw the barley field that had grown overnight in front of Silence's boundary line, anyone would rub their eyes. They checked, accepted, were surprised and rejoiced. After that came a festival. Eat and drink. Before the great Nare chieftain, Owl's father, could even shout it, everyone pulled out the provisions they'd stored. Hadn't they said the West enjoyed having fun by nature? Because they lived in a barren environment, a culture had taken root where they lived sparingly normally, but about one day a year they would let it all go like this and enjoy themselves. That day was today. Demonland's Killer! A new title was born for Enkrid. The snowflakes that had been falling when he arrived had left no trace. It was spring. It was warm. A spring where warmth seeped into the wind had come. Several days, Enkrid heard words like savior and hero, received thanks from Owl, and the chieftain approached and put his head to the ground. Jabba pointed at her mother and insisted she was a confirmed beauty type, and Hera, as the eldest sorcerer, cast a blessing sorcery representing the entire West. That night after receiving that sorcery, in his dream, the ferryman endlessly threw mockery at him. Bring me God's blessing. Even if you become the goddess's companion, my curse is eternal. I'm mortal. It won't leave your side. Each ferryman's desires are different, but all of them resent the gods. Enkrid realized that Anu nodded and answered. What you want? The road he had to go was still long. His mindset of cheering on everyone's dreams still hadn't changed. And if what a ferryman wanted was something even he could acknowledge as worthwhile, then instead of saying he didn't want to, or he wasn't doing it, he would be able to cheer on that dream. How unlucky! The ferryman read Enkrid's inner thoughts and said, as it did, one corner of its mouth tore up to its ear in a smile, but it didn't look like mockery. I'll admit it. There's never been a guy like you. That was what it said. The ferryman held so many mortals, wrapped them in its curse, watched and felt with them, and enjoyed fragments of life, because that was its only amusement and joy. To the ones who couldn't endure even one day, it threw scathing criticism and blame, and to the ones who endured day after day, it lived by mocking them that they would never cross the wall. What does that ferryman really want? Enkrid didn't bother asking. He didn't even think it through. Right now wasn't the moment that needed an answer. It was a thought that rose naturally. He hadn't glimpsed the future, but that certainty lifted its head in his heart. That now was not the time to touch that ferryman holding this curse, this mad collective. Are you comparing whose madness is stronger? If Chris knew, he would have said it like this. After meeting the ferryman like that, along with Jenna Ray, he met the growing sprouts of the West and gave them instruction. You bastards, and you still think you can be called the West's pillar? In the process, Rem burst out in anger. It wasn't a big deal. Enkrid ran together with the ones in the West who were considered something, and after running, he taught them endurance through sparring. They couldn't openly say demon this or that, but everyone's pupils trembled, and they asked how long they had to keep doing this. When the number of those who gave up early, not even fainting, exceeded 5, Rem got angry. Beware. Beside him, Jenna threw up what was inside. This wasn't a big deal either. If you're a teacher, isn't it the law that you must do what they wouldn't even dare imagine? Jenna had to set an example, and he did. He endured an ordeal 5 times harder than an ordinary warrior. For 2 days, Enkrid sparred with Jenna more than 40 times, and pounded his whole body. Several sorcerers who also served as healers latched onto Jenna's side, whose whole body except his face was bruised yellow and blue. Have I finally come to a world where my kidneys roaming? Jenna sprawled out, said while looking at the air. No. If you go there, you'll die. The eldest sorcerer stopped him. I can see a river, though, another warrior said. My dead grandfather is waving. The warrior beside him said too. Well, there were many Westerners who spat out things like that. These weaklings? Rem burst out in anger again. After Enkrid pounded them once, the next day, Rem pounded them again. There wasn't even a speck of intent to torment them. Why were they doing this? There were many reasons. Great Nare chieftain, even if silence is dead, the demon lands remains, Rem said. It would be nice if it could be swept away at once and erased, but a demon lands that had taken root here for a long time wouldn't vanish overnight. After that too, The probability was high that colonies and the like would settle in there. No, if they did nothing, it wouldn't be wrong to see that as a fixed future. To prevent that, what did they have to do? It was Raim's conclusion. Countless warriors have to go in there. The great Nare chieftain accepted those words and opened his mouth. That is something you can stay and do. Then he added, You are my daughter's companion and the father of my granddaughter. Don't you think that's a natural demand? It was true. Enkrid, who was sitting with them, raised a teacup and said, You can stay, Ram. Enkrid wouldn't resent him for staying here. Ram knew. And Enkrid knew, and Owl knew. Everything was only their own choice. Chapter 947. Ram burst into a rough guffaw at Enkrid's words. He laughed so loudly it was embarrassing for the person beside him. Then Rem straightened his face and said, Talk. Whose orders are you following? That sly little cat bastard. Some zealot whose mom is definitely a bear. That picky-mouthed lazy bum who loses the road every other minute? If not, don't tell me it's that tacky country shepherd. It won't be the disciple of the bear that reeks and beats himself up, either. Let's see. Don't tell me it's some turncoat bastard from the Red Cloak Order of Knights with nothing but sharp eyes. Enkrid quietly lifted his teacup and tasted it. In the West, teacups don't have handles. When you hold one, the heat of the tea transfers straight into your hand. There were a few meanings in that. It lets you judge the tea's temperature ahead of time, and it keeps a subtle warmth at all times. It's one of the West's customs. You drink tea while it's warm and you eat food when you're hungry. From that point of view, the tea's temperature is always kept steady. It means don't drink tea that's gone cold, and it's a consideration that tells you the temperature in advance. There was also a Westerner's cultural outlook mixed into it. Love a child more when the child is young, hold them close when the child is sick, and share joy when the child is happy. It's an interesting culture. In the West, they call this Maji. It means don't miss the timing. Now is Maji. Spill it all and drink. The great Nare chieftain had shouted that during the festival too, declaring that now was the time to play. Jewel had explained the word earlier. If his dream was finally starting to unfold, then Enkrid's time to leave had come too. It was a thought that struck him out of nowhere. And listening to Rem, all sorts of things surfaced and drifted through his mind. Pieces linked up, turning into a single thought. You're looking at the essence, Rem. The thought came on its own. If you listen to how Rem described the mad order of knights, it was hard to say he was wrong. Then Rem poured out something like a fiery speech. The passion was so impressive that at this rate, if Reem ran when they picked the next great Nare chieftain, he'd get elected unanimously. Don't talk bullshit. If I stay here, there's more than one bastard eyeing the vice leader seat. I can't just leave that spot sitting empty. Damn right. Who was the vice leader? Enkrid felt the question rise, but he didn't bother pressing it or asking. Jackson, the one Ram said, looked like a cat, wasn't here. Neither was Odin, the one with bare blood, or that picky-mouthed lazy bum who was a corpse, unless he swung a blade. It was fine to let Rem enjoy himself. I'm coming with you. If not now, when am I ever going to get to fight those bastards to my heart's content? Rem finished in a growling tone. The fighting spirit was still there, and the resolve ran high. In Rem's words was the West's wisdom. Drink tea while it's warm. Enkrid had caught it from the start. Fight when it's time to fight. Enkrid refreshed the West's Maji in his mind. The situation suited it. There were those bound together under the name of the Mad Order of Knights, and the King of Narilia and Pope Noah of Legion were on one side. Aspen had been tied to them through war, but now it was a neighboring country and an ally. Will the South end up the same? Even if it didn't become like Aspen, for the next few years they wouldn't start a fight. In the meantime, they would serve as a barrier blocking the demon lands. The Levy Treaty's condition was that southern Rehinstetten would play the role of that barrier. Now only one big mountain remained. The Empire. He had met a few people from the Empire so far, but what the Northern Overlord wanted was still vague. Rem wasn't stupid. No, Rem had outstanding intelligence. Borrowing Cressy's words, hadn't Tress said Rem was the best when it came to being sly? Yeah, that was right. Sometimes it was fun to hear Cress evaluate the Order or other people, and hearing Rem evaluate them from the same angle was the same. Feeling that shared understanding, someone else's gaze matching his, and listening to each of them express it in a way that fit their nature opened a new view. For example, the phrase, "whose mom is definitely a bear," sounded fresh even to Enkrid. If he ever had to fight someone later, he could use it. He says he learned how to provoke from me, but Rem wasn't easy when it came to scraping at someone's insides. There was a sense of care in a single phrase so fine you could feel the depth of it. Enkrid learned again today. There was endless stuff to learn in this world. So don't think about leaving me behind. But this feels kind of bad. What? You think you've grown up now? Rem wrapped it up. The conclusion was decided, and the resolve not to accept any other opinion was clear in his tone. I'll say it again. There were two things where I was bigger from the start, Enkrid answered. When I taught you how to walk, I didn't know your personality was this damn obnoxious. Now that I look at it, it's obnoxious in a whole new way. You know that? Enkrid opened his eyes wide like he was hearing it for the first time and asked back, Me? Dunbakel snickered at the side. Yeah. Honestly, even back then, I knew your personality was weirdly perverted. You told me about making fun of that bald soldier, remember? Later I asked Finn, and Finn said the guy who heard it had veins standing out all the way to his scalp. That's how pissed he was. Enkrid blinked and repeated what he'd said. Me? The corner of Rem's mouth lifted. A fang showed between the twisted grin. It looked like a beast's, sharp enough to stand out. But hearing human language come out of that mouth made it clear Rem wasn't a beast. Damn it. Come out. I'll fix your manners today. Enkrid nodded as if he'd been waiting for it. Words he truly wanted to hear. Beating up only the West's frail warriors had left him not quite loosened up. There were mountains of things he wanted to test, and he also wanted to see what Rem had shown before. The fatigue was gone, and the hallucinations he'd gotten from killing silence weren't audible anymore. Mind and body were ready. It was the same for Rem. Let's do it, Enkrid answered. Oh. Dunbakel took a step back, a clear sign she had no intention of fighting. Rem sprang up and went out. Enkrid followed. Why's it like this? Joel came over and asked, and Dunbakel answered. They're gonna fight. Fight! Dunbakel softened the wording. This wasn't the Mad Order of Knights, so saying it like that would be misunderstood. Sparring. Aye. Joel nodded. Then he whispered a few words to the Westerners nearby and passed it along. They all scattered in every direction, gathering people. It's a fight. It's sparring. Who is it? The Savior and Rem. Rumors moved faster than any words. Faster than Odd Eye spreading its wings. Everyone was drawn in and moved at once. People tanning leather, craftsmen making shoes, women weaving grass, children playing, warriors training. Small chieftains, and even the great Nare chieftain, came rushing over. The West revered warriors. A life of fighting to seize scarce resources had become culture, so it couldn't be helped. Maybe time would change it, but for the next few decades their old spirit and nature wouldn't change. And because they were Westerners like that, watching a fight was their greatest hobby. So who's fighting who? A lot of people had come out after hearing only the word fight. The Savior and Rem. Oh! The eyes of those who learned who the sparring partners were sparkled like never before. Some even looked like they sparkled more than when they heard silence was gone. Recently, even a handful of nearby minor chieftains had been invited, so Elder Bear was crowded. Who are you betting on? In the middle of it all, a gambling round opened. Even in the West, Rem wasn't a mad axe murderer. He had plenty of respect. So there were many who sided with him. I'm betting on Rem. A few West warriors boldly put Krona on him. Several minor tribes did too. To them, the name Savior was just a rumor, but Rem was real. An old warrior who remembered what Rem had done when Rem was in the West couldn't imagine Rem losing to anyone. The sight of him, slaughtering dozens of beasts alone, drenched in black blood, laughing loudly, was still vivid. And in that state, he cut down the neck of someone who called himself a warrior of a cannibal tribe. Back then, Rem had been a monster. Of course, now that time had passed, there were plenty of warriors who could be compared to the Rem of that time. One of them was here as well. Even so, if you were going to bet, it made sense to bet on Rem. Good. Good. I'm betting on Rem, too. You didn't go over to the continent and loaf around, did you? As even more minor tribes joined, the round grew bigger, and Owl joined in too. Of course you're betting on your husband, right? There were merchants in the West as well. They'd been swelling in power lately by trading with the lock-fried Caravan. One of them walked up to Owl and asked. Owl wasn't cautious. She dumped her whole pouch into the pot. Fudd died. The wooden board and a pouch of gold coins met with a heavy sound. On this land, who was the woman strongest at winning bets? Owl asked with action. The gambler swallowed. It was already a big round, but that was the biggest single stack of krona yet. Gold coins glittered inside the half-open pouch. The gambler waited for the words that would come out of her mouth. Obviously Rem, right? Which way had the odds tilted? Either way, if the Savior won, it would be fine. Of course. The gambler was about to finish with, "You're betting on Rem, right?" when Owl cut him off. The Savior. The gambler, merchant, doubted his ears. In the West, a wife's power in believing in her husband carried a spell-like meaning. In other words, most wives cheered for their husbands. Are you serious? The gambler asked. Raising a kid takes a lot. As the great Nare chieftain's daughter, Owl didn't have little, but working with the Caravan had taught her a lot. There's no such thing as too much krona. If Chris had been here, he would have marveled, saying she was a learned person. Well, even if she earned it like this, it would probably be spent more on taking in and feeding those who had nothing than on raising the child. At her words, the gambler lost composure for a moment, then quickly nodded. Either way, he just had to pay out based on the odds. Rem. Cheering voices roared from one side. Rem laughed and lifted a hand to cover one ear. You hear that? This was his land, and it was the West. Of course there were more people cheering for him. Rem led a little confidence show. The fight in silence hadn't been long, but the density and concentration inside that short time had been thick. He hadn't learned a little. He'd realized a lot, too. Rem of the West, the Westerner's pride. With the chaotic shouting as background, Rem puffed himself up. Then shouts erupted from the opposite side, too. Sa, the, or. Seeing that they even matched the rhythm, it looked like one lead warrior had attached themselves and set up a cheering operation. Demonland's killer. And the face wins. There was a difference in volume. It rang out, ears ringing. Someone with weak nerves might have their heart shrink. Enkrid shrugged. Not like he'd asked for it. But since it had come to this, what could you do? That was the meaning. Even the cheering was a blowout. Ha! I told you it's obnoxious. Rem spoke and pulled out the weapon hanging at his side. He let his arms hang and looked at Enkrid indifferently. Other than Enkrid and Dunbakel, no one thought the spar would start already, but Rem had already kicked off the ground. Boom! The earth burst and dirt shot up. The moment he drew the axe, he closed the distance with Enkrid. Whether they were putting half their lives on the line or ending it as light sparring, there was no discussion, no agreement. It didn't matter. They hadn't started playing like this yesterday or the day before. The instant Enkrid felt Rem's momentum, Enkrid soothed Nightwalk and swung. Don't cut recklessly. The blade, close to a cursed sword, resisted its master who was holding himself back. But this was a will that hadn't bent even to a demon. In an instant, Enkrid crushed down Nightwalk's wind and extended it. Then Enkrid's sword and Rem's axe met. Enkrid and Rem couldn't hear a sound. They were already inside a world without sound. Before the noise of the first clash could even reach them, their weapons had already met more than 6 times. They used countless tricks, hunting for a gap. Pretending a foot caught. Pretending breathing broke. Pretending will cut out. Pretending they were hurt. Pretending momentum broke. Pretending they made a mistake. Both of them were clashing with deceptive blades. Of course, to those watching from outside, nothing could be seen properly. Pop. Only the sound of air bursting. And crack. The sound of metal meeting exploded unbelievably loud, slamming into their ears. Crrr, bang. Thunder bellowed. Over the clear sunlight, thunderclaps rang out again and again. As those booms crossed, everyone felt pain like their eardrums were being torn. At this rate, someone's going to die. A few quick-witted West warriors shoved people far back. If they left it like this, someone really might faint. This was in front of the stone-built town hall. Everyone in the West pulled even farther away. They'd called it sparring, but shockwaves formed between them and wind whipped into a vortex. Even from this distance, the booms punched their insides, and the wind slapped their cheeks. Should they call it a fight between disasters? Chapter 948. Among the people watching this spar, there were many from the minor tribes around Elderbear, too. One of them couldn't bring himself to keep speaking. How? His name was Badukbium. He was a hero who had been expanding his territory, while Elderbear traded and blocked the Demonland's silence. If I have time, I can take Blackwing too. With that mindset, he repeated training over and over. He built his skill through drills that were practically the real thing, then took those who had been tied together in a sloppy fence and remade them into a true single tribe. His father had unified 12 minor tribes through blood ties and alliances until it reached the scale of a city, and now Badukbium, who had truly made them one, planned to gather even more tribes and grow it into the scale of a nation. How? Take Elderbear by force. After that, crush Blackwing, start with trade with the continent, and take everything. With the resources and grain piled up that way, raise warriors again. With them, unify the entire West again, then set his sights on the continent. The plan sounded plausible. But like everyone else, wasn't every plan plausible until you got punched in the face? Badukbium's plan was just like that. Even added together, they weren't even half of Elderbear, but he was the chieftain of 12 tribes. It meant he'd seen plenty of things in life. But right now, he'd taken the biggest shock of his entire life. It felt like he'd been cracked across the skull with an iron club. The instant he got hit, his plan collapsed at once. It fell faster than a castle built from sand. He was honestly curious. Are those two really human? Was this the god of the kidneys playing a prank and coming down for a moment? When you look at the sky from inside a well, it's round. But when you step out, the sky isn't round. It just stretches far beyond the range of what you can grasp and shows you something called the horizon. That line existed somewhere you could never reach in a lifetime, no matter how much you ran. In Badukbium's eyes, he couldn't properly see their movements. And he'd grown up being told he was a genius you'd never see again inside his tribe. He couldn't even follow their struggle with his eyes. They were monsters. Monsters in the true sense of the word. Before them, beasts weren't even as good as an old bellopter that had lost every tooth to age. A bleak feeling filled his head and covered his heart. The sky was clear, and a warm breeze was mixed into the cold wind. But in his heart, dark clouds piled up. It was the moment frustration and despair linked arms. "Do you still feel greedy?" Black Wing asked from the side. Badukbium flinched. "Still?" He didn't show it. "What are you talking about?" "What? The obvious thing. I'm asking if you still want to unify the West with force." Black Wing asked again. Did the great Nare chieftain, Black Wing and Owl, not know he was there? Including Hera. All of Elderbear's leaders had a firm grasp on the outstanding warriors of the nearby tribes. They were the pillars who would lead the West in the future. And Badukbium, in particular, had been one of the men most suited to become the next great Nare chieftain in the West. It was just that his vessel was too small, which was worrying, and separate from that vessel, he was full of greed, which made him a regrettable talent as well. Still, his talent and skill were real, so he was someone they kept an eye on. What he needed was to be told that there was another sky above the sky. Someone like me isn't enough. Black Wing knew his own limit, so he waited for him. But if you crushed someone by force, would their heart be crushed too? If that was the kind of person he was, it would be hard to entrust a West tribe to him later. So he had to break on his own and stand up on his own. There was a way not to worry about things like this. If Rem came back and took charge of the West, that would be best. But Black Wing knew Rem as well as Owl did. Rem wouldn't come back. And even if Rem did, he wasn't someone who would let himself be bound as some excellent chieftain. Either way, Black Wing wanted Badukbium to acknowledge everything, accept it, and overcome it on his own. More accurately, he wanted him to be the kind of person who could. Someone who could have faith that even if dark clouds called frustration and despair came, the sun could rise again someday. That was the kind of talent Black Wing wanted. Even if you fall, get back up. It was what Black Wing had felt and learned most while watching Enkrid. They say he was originally nothing but a soldier? And he'd heard his skill had been so miserable he'd constantly close his eyes and roll on the ground. It was truly hard to believe. Beyond subduing silence and erasing it, even just looking at what he'd accomplished in the West before, it didn't make sense. But it was something Rem had proven and Enkrid had acknowledged. Black Wing had been like this even before, but after hearing that story, his respect for Enkrid grew beyond measure. That was why his prayer wasn't aimed at a god, but at a person. Give this man some small piece of that, Savior. Black Wing wished it in his heart toward the hero who had saved his life and this land, and looked at Badukbium. Badukbium went pale, then quickly recovered his complexion and answered, "If I say I don't know what you're talking about, does that make me the idiot here?" After saying it, Badukbium closed his mouth for a moment and sank into thought. His face was still full of bleakness. He still needs time. Thinking that, Black Wing patted his shoulder. "Stay even after the festival ends? For what? Just because he needed time, did that mean you had to give him all the time he wanted? Not a chance. There was always a shortcut." Black Wing was a man who lived with a West-style way of thinking. This side has magi, moments where you can't miss the timing. If your skill is lacking, you fill it with will. If your ability is lacking, you get the job done, even if it means losing an arm or a leg. That was a West warrior. If you rest from hunting because you're not ready, your wife and kids starve. In a situation like that, what time is there to prepare? There's no such bullshit in the West. You've got a chance to train with the man who just won. Around him, several West warriors are already training together. You should experience it too. You'll learn a lot. He meant it. He'd relearn just how much it could hurt just to get beaten. Age is just an excuse. An excuse and a justification. If you emphasized that you were an old warrior, that kind of line came right back. Is the best warrior of your lot collapsing from just this? Is the West spirit only this much? Is that so? Mental attacks like that came non-stop too. If it scraped your insides enough to make you stand up, they'd smile and pick up a sword. So you've definitely got strength left. Then they'd beat you again. Had a sparring mine come out of that silence instead of a violet mine? Black Wing had even had nightmares like that. Meanwhile, Owl hadn't dreamed anything at all, and Hira, who had become the eldest sorcerer, said lately it was nothing but good dreams, and had a bloom of smiles on her face. It'll help. Black Wing judged it that way. It definitely wasn't because it felt unfair that only he had suffered. It definitely wasn't because the savior, that bastard Enkrid's training, was at a level even a demon would click its tongue at. Stay. Heimstall. It's a good chance. There was a spell in Black Wing's words. Sincerity sometimes became a spell better than any spell. Baduk Biom couldn't refuse. He's really going to watch my training? His mind was hazy. Was that even possible? Someone who could become an enemy? He was truly confused. Dizzy enough that the world might spin. He needed one clear fact. Then he could experience it directly. If it was a trap, why would they dig a trap? If one of those two went to his tribe and killed 20 warriors, including him, it would be over. There wouldn't even be a need to fight properly. It was because he couldn't beat Elder Bear itself that he'd been gathering strength in the first place. A knight was a disaster. West style. A hero was a disaster. When an ordinary person met a disaster, their mind was bound to shake. Baduk Biom fell for Black Wing's words completely. Bang, crack. After a few thunderous booms, the man called the greatest genius the West had produced spoke. What the hell did you really do? It was a line stuffed with shock. On the outside he looked calm, but inside he wasn't. Rem lost again. Of course, it was something Baduk Biom couldn't tell even if he watched. The man on the other side, the man who was supposed to watch training, retrieved his sword and answered. I did what I always do. What does what I always do even mean? Baduk Biom was a man filled with greed. Even when it came to training and tempering, it was no different. Now that things had flowed this way anyway, the desire to learn even one more thing from that man boiled up. Savio! With the shouts of those who had bet Krona, the spar ended. Sparring mine. Someone blurted out some nonsense, but it vanished as it mixed into the other shouting. Demonland's killer! Hero of the armistice! Knight Enkrid! The cheers were so high, it felt like they would tear the sky. Honey! In the middle of it all, one child's voice was sharply clear. But of course that voice was buried under the other cheers. Owl you! Rem's shout toward his wife, who had bet Krona on Enkrid instead of him, didn't mix with anyone else. He'd mixed in spell power when he shouted. Of course, Owl pretended not to know and turned away. She gathered up her pouch and slipped out. Pour it! Drink! Someone's excited shout followed, and then morning dawned the next day. Badukbiom was a man who took pride in training early in the morning. Planning to go ahead and wait, he headed to the place Black Wing had told him to come. It was just after dawn broke. Any other warrior would still be sunk in sleep. Even a fairly diligent warrior might have rested, since yesterday had been a day of eating and drinking. But hadn't Black Wing come and told him over and over, "Come to the training grounds in the morning. Absolutely come. You must come." The tone had been so persistent it sounded like a man possessed by some evil spirit. And that was how he arrived. Already? There, he saw a man who had already finished morning muscle training, and a crowd of Elder Bear's warriors. A crowd of warriors that if you met them in a battle zone, not a single one would be easy. And they all had their mouths clamped shut. Even so, their eyes shone sharper than ever. It was that their survival instinct had been pushed to the extreme, but Badukbiom couldn't know that much. A new one? "Ah, Black Wing said one was coming today. He said to treat him special, not like an ordinary warrior. For now, should we run?" Enkrid said that took them outside the city and led them to the hills. It was the start of training. Run just enough not to die, and beat them down. If you get hit, your skill improves. It was something Enkrid had learned with his own body. And it wasn't like he was hitting anywhere at random. Each blow targeted a gap the other person normally had. If they blocked even just 3 of the places they got hit, their skill would increase by leaps and bounds. Enkrid calculated it all and simply walked the most efficient path. Of course, to those experiencing the sparring mine, it would be a different story. "Ah! This!" Badukbiom's screams spread wide, mixed into the warm breeze. "It's a trap!" That kind of shout finally burst out. But it was a normal reaction. Didn't everyone spout 2 lines of nonsense like that at least once? Other West warriors were spending days on end meeting their dead grandfathers and coming back. The boundary between desert and plain was a dry wasteland. A faint vitality stirred over it. It was a change that had come when the demon land's silence collapsed. "Just looking at it makes me happy," Rem said from atop a Belopta. Enkrid nodded. It didn't look bad to him either. How happy would it be to Rem? "It's coming," Dunbakel blurted from the side. The 3 of them had come out together to hunt beasts causing trouble nearby. If they were going to stay for a while to train warriors and keep an eye on the situation, the intent was to use that time efficient. "A black bird," Enkrid muttered. Rem took it. More exactly, it's a one-eyed crow beast that got bigger. It took influence from the demon land's silence and turned into a real headache. The one-eyed crow beast didn't have any special tricks. Instead, it was extremely smart, something that avoided stronger opponents and only targeted weak ones. Normally, it was a beast with a body barely smaller than a human head, rushing down from above and gouging out eyeballs. Now its body was more than 3 times Rem's. It had become a unique specimen with a name. That was why it had been given the name Black Bird. The moment it spotted the 3 from far away, it banked. It beat its wings and changed direction. It's running. Smells like fear. After fighting in silence, Dunbakel had pulled off something strange. She read emotions from the smell that came off beasts. Of course, it was limited to simple behavior pattern, instinct-driven beasts and monsters. But even that was something impressive. Who? Rem let out one breath and called down the deities into both hands. Descent dwells in the body, and possession dwells in the weapon. Angry bird, angry bird. What was a deity? Was it truly a living being? No. A mass of power formed through spells. Rem knew that. That was why it was possible to call 2 deities at the same time. Rem did it. He called Angry Bird into his body and into his axe. The hanging weapon was originally a weapon meant for descent. Skydropper. He called a 3rd deity. The deity dwelling in the hanging weapon overlapped. The two didn't fight. The one handling them split their roles clearly. Just like that, Rem threw his hanging weapon. His axe. Scree. A sound like an eagle's cry spread across the sky as the axe, now a disc, tore through the air. Pop! As the air burst along the disc's flight path, a circular shockwave became visible. And as Enkrid watched it, Enkrid's two eyes shone bluer than ever. It was as if he was seeing every change Rem made in real time. From the outside, all you should have seen was spell power rippling. But it wasn't like that for Enkrid. I can see it. Chapter 949. The shape of the spell power flowing from Rem's body raises like feathers and sharpens into points, emptying out the inside of the body. It speaks for speed with endless lightness. With that, any blade becomes a sharp edge. Then a small lump stuck to it and added a heavy force. Strictly speaking, it wasn't heaviness. It should be called a deft kind of force, maybe. A sense of balance that's hard to put into words. That's how it felt. Replace power with speed, and attach deftness as a small lump. That was the conclusion. The two spell powers complemented and supported each other. It was no different from using two wills at the same time. Except spellcraft was different from will. Even if the root, the origin, is the same, it gets used differently depending on the person using it. What the hell did you do? That was why Rem had said that during the spar. Enkrid watched the spellcraft Rem used. Even though Rem hadn't shown anything at the stage of shaping, Enkrid perceived the entire flow. I can see it. Eyes that see a span ahead are insight that reads the opponent's preliminary movement. Along with using will, if your vision opens wider, you reach the level of reading momentum and preparing for it. Enkrid had experienced both, repeating today over and over and engraving it into his body. Now he'd taken one step beyond that. Is this how an explorer feels when discovering a new continent? Rem's movements and momentum, he could see them all in advance. Right before Rem moved, he could see the omen of will. In terms of body motion, it was like seeing the direction of the toes change and the muscles tense, like seeing a finger twitch. If all of that is an omen of motion, then the flow of will is beyond an omen of intention and action. You could call it peeking at intent with your eyes. Because of that, pinpointing the movement that would come out was far too easy. Then if you can do something like this, what more can you do? I know what the other person is seeing too. If you know the movement in advance and know the intent, fooling the other person's eyes is easy. You can hide your own intent and do something like driving your sword in. What you were seeing was probably like this too, right? Enkrid recalled the blonde swordsman he'd met in the southern Demonlands. Hadn't he been cut by that kind of swordsmanship? A strike with no omen, hiding intent perfectly beyond movement and momentum. All of this only becomes visible with a single point of concentration alongside it. Enkrid scattered the will he'd gathered in his eyes. An explorer who discovered a new continent saw a new shadow hidden by fog far in the distance. So satisfaction wasn't possible. Still a long way to go. The blonde swordsman hadn't shown him only this one thing. Everything that man had shown was a signpost to Enkrid, like a guide leading the way to a new frontier far away. There was road left to walk. No, he had already seen it. Even after walking that whole road, you still wouldn't be able to call it the end. Enkrid was excited by that fact and felt exhilaration, enough that a smile naturally rose on his face. Bang! The disc Rem threw pierced the body of the black bird that had been circling. The axe that had been flying through the air would circle back to its original owner. Spell power stretched out from Ein, still connected to the descent weapon. Just as expected, the axe pierced the monster, scattered black blood across the sky, then drew a circle and returned to Rem's hand. Fudder the inside of me. Where do you think you're going? Ram said it. It looked easy from the outside, but after seeing the flow of spell power, Enkrid knew how incredible what Rem had done just now was. He could have hit it with a sling, but he deliberately threw the axe to land the hit. This had to be an extension of the spar from earlier, kind of training to hone his skill again and step forward. And he must have done it because he was confident he could kill it even like that. The axe blade pressed tight at Enkrid's back gave the nape of his neck a chilly sensation. Not that it happened physically, just the way it felt. They don't stop. They'll chase after him at a pace even faster than the one he's walking. It's fun, and it's glad, because there are people behind him like that, bracing his back as much as he looks forward to what's ahead. What? Was my axe work that nice to watch? Smell of an excited male. At Rem's words, Dunbakel added from the side. Enkrid hadn't bothered hiding his feelings and she'd smelled it. Meaning if he tried to hide it, he could hide it as much as he wanted. That's a weird way to put it. Rem muttered. Enkrid answered. I still have a lot to learn. At that, Rem nodded a few times and said, So it flared up again. Hey, stench. Quit babbling and go find the next one. Rem knew Enkrid. He was used to Enkrid acting like a madman like this sometimes. Of course, the same went for Dunbakel. Yeah. She listed the traits of several other famous monsters in the West besides the blackbird. What was next again? A spell-casting scorpion, wasn't it? She separated scents and chased them. When Westfolk passed word about monsters from here and there, they went there and chased. Once the monster's position was pinned down, they climbed onto a balopter and sprinted as is. After the black bird, the next was a scorpion monster that used a teleportation spell. The moment Enkrid faced that monster, he grasped the principle of the spell it used. Thanks to how his eyes had changed, what he could see had changed. Only a shell, and the inside is empty. More precisely, everything filling it inside was the same kind of intangible power as will. Since it was a monster, it wouldn't be will, but demonic energy. It had replaced all its blood and flesh with demonic energy, leaving only a shell. Because of that, the body that had slipped free of the world's rules became no different from something that belonged to a spell. It's not teleportation. It's running at high speed while hiding its body. Its shell had a nature that excelled at reflecting sunlight and hiding itself. A monster that hides its form and dazzles human eyes with high-speed movement, you could say. The scorpion monster hid itself and bolted the moment it spotted the three, but it couldn't escape Dunbakel's sense of smell. Dunbakel's scimitar smashed the shell. Rotating on her left foot as an axis, the blade she drove down looked like a bolt of lightning. Boom, crunch. The lightning warped space as is. With a thunderous roar, a crack formed in midair starting from the spot struck by the blade, like glass splitting. It was the sight of the fused shell breaking. The intangible vapor that had filled the broken shell turned into black smoke and leaked out. With that sound, the demonic energy that had replaced blood and flesh scattered as smoke. It was a monster no different from an evil spirit. Enkrid cut the smoke that came out of the scorpion monster one more time. When Night Walk cleaved through the vapor, it dispersed and vanished. Yeah, that's how it really dies. Dunbakel nodded. The West warriors who'd faced this monster said it didn't disappear no matter how many times they killed it. Of course. Its shell was fake. It was closer to an evil spirit. Enkrid had cut the true body of an evil spirit. Spell slaying, something he'd done by feel until now. He could do it while seeing it with his eyes now. Next, let's go. And it was also really fun to put it to use. The third monster was something that had changed from a rock snail. Its shell resembled wood, and wings had grown on its back, its appearance in the middle of turning similar to a dragon, a monster that had become a mutant beyond a unique specimen. Because it had taken in too much influence from silence, it was becoming a look-alike of the dragon they'd seen in the forest. Enkrid's blade split its shell. Nightwalk showed off its ability to the fullest. He twisted his body with his left foot as the axis and added force. A heavy, fast sword, and a blade that dropped straight down in a hook. A shell that would normally ignore any ordinary blade was cut open like slicing a perfectly baked potato. Whitish flesh and black blood poured out of the transformed rock snail's body. "Damn, that's vicious." Watching it, Rem muttered. Somehow, every time Enkrid used it, the blade got more vicious. They spent 3 days like that, hunting monsters. They're monsters. All of them are monsters. Badukbium knew the monsters that had been harassing his 12 tribes. 1 colony of ratmen, and 2 spiral worms with spikes growing out of their backs. Every one of them was hard to deal with, so they were a headache. They were also enduring while accepting damage. Especially the Ratman colony, like it planned to build a monster city as is, it kept increasing its numbers without end. In fact, once Elder Bear's council ended, he'd planned to gather every warrior under his 12 tribes and wipe them out. He'd meant to prove his tribe's strength with that. The spiral worm was just as much of a headache. How are you supposed to drag out something that hides and moves underground and fight it? The 3 of them solved it. "Guide us." Badukbium became the guide who led them to those 2 monsters, and watched as the 3, called Monsters and Disasters, handled the monster packs. Against the Ratmen, Rem cut off the heads of 5 that served as leaders. The other 2 killed every remaining Ratman without leaving a single one. The dark blue-green blade that cut through everything blocking the way was like the scythe held by a reaper. That reaper only moved with an indifferent expression, a dark green cloak fluttering. Heavens! Badukbium felt awe. Even this alone was enough, and yet handling another monster reached the point where it was hard to believe, even after seeing it with his own eyes. The moment the spiral worm lifted its head above ground, a single line flashed past, cutting across the worm's body sideways like lightning. The distance to the worm had been more than 50 paces, but that gap vanished in an instant. It was something the beastman, turned into a single white line, had done. There was no way Badukbium could see something like kicking off the ground, drawing a scimitar, and swinging. He only saw the dead monster. Black blood flowed over the dry ground. After watching it all, the dazed Badukbium was jolted on the way back. There's training left. On the way back after dealing with the monsters, Enkrid asked if he'd felt something after watching, and said they should do the remaining training too. Is this bastard really a mine? A messenger of the demon lands that came after Silence died. A devil? The incarnation of an evil-tainted kidney. Isn't today's spar still left? He only asked back like it was nothing. Badukbium's eyes dyed themselves the color called despair. It is. Glad you're happy. Makes me feel good too. Enkrid tossed those words out like it was nothing. Badukbium's insides twisted, but if you don't have the strength to resist, isn't following the nature of a West warrior? And it wasn't even something wrong. Enkrid taught him in the quickest way. He had to. Hadn't Blackwing told him to treat Badukbium like a special top-class warrior? So Enkrid raised his sword for Badukbium. This was all for the West of tomorrow. Glad. Blackwing showed what was inside while watching that. As twilight settled, the only sad one here was Badukbium. I want to rest today. Badukbium said it without being able to hold on to his muddled mind. You're still not thinking straight. To Enkrid, it didn't even count as words. After that, Badukbium cultivated a straight mind in the clouds for more than 10 days, resented Blackwing, and then became comrades with Blackwing. It wasn't only Badugbeam who rolled around. Blackwing rolled around just as much. Badugbeam, who reached what you'd call junior knight level, crossed one more limit in less than half a month. Only then did Enkrid take Rem and Dunbikel and leave the West. The caravan that moved together now included Leona and Jewel. What we gained this time is 10 times what we've gotten so far from trading with the West. That was what Leona said. Thinking of what they'd gain going forward, she said. Well, from now on we'll have to run our feet off even more. But tell Cress. Trade with the West is going to grow tenfold. Will do. They were on the road back, chattering like this and that again. They'd enjoyed West folks' cheers and hospitality enough. If needed, call us anytime. West folk don't get ahead of themselves. They'd received great help before, and this time they'd received even more. Even if Rem stood at the center of it, there wasn't a single person who didn't know it was thanks to Enkrid. We'll stand with your wish. That was the road they'd left on. Between a brief rising train of thought, a real voice came through. Let's spar once, lightly, without weapons. It was Rem clinging to Enkrid. Let me in too. Dunbikel was the same. Enkrid didn't refuse. He shared what he'd realized. Rem was a deft genius. He quickly grasped the direction Enkrid needed to go. There's a saying in the West. Sometimes you can sit still and spellcraft just stays in your body on its own. I thought that was what folks here call usky. Doesn't seem like it is. After finishing a few spars, Rem grabbed one of the carriages on the way back, went inside, and spent over half the day meditating. Dunbikel was less deft than Rem, but the beastman instinct was outstanding. Will changes is what you're saying, I already know. And endure wasn't unfamiliar to her either. It was a beastman trait. When the body changes, momentum changes, and what you hold inside changes with it. If you could make that change on purpose, her task was clear. After that, Dunbikel spoke less too. And then it was right before they slipped just past the West's boundary again. Let's talk. A giant with legs and forearms, like logs, blocked the way. Rem got out of the carriage and was about to throw his axe, but when Enkrid put a hand on Rem's shoulder, Rem stopped. Leave it! Seeing that, Dunbikel asked. The beastman had been about to jump out too, then stopped. Enkrid nodded. Out of habit, he read the other person's will. If that giant wasn't at the level of the blonde swordsman from the southern demon lands, then there wasn't even a scrap of will to fight right now. It didn't look like the giant had any kind of technique to hide will either. Grant me one favor, the giant said. No, shouted. His ears rang, booming. Chapter 950. With Nightwalk dangling at his waist, Enkrid stepped forward and stood alone in front of the giant. The difference in size was considerable. Just on the surface it looked like one gesture from the giant would send him flying like a blade of grass. Of course no one, Leona included, felt anxious. That made sense. They were on the way back after killing a demon lands after all. Besides, Enkrid had seemed even more different lately. Even to someone who wasn't a knight, he looked like someone who had awakened to a principle and stepped into a new world. He seemed detached from everything, as if he alone were walking through some other world. My name is Iritum, the giant said. Enkrid nodded. Giant Iritum glanced at Nightwalk hanging from Enkrid's waist, then moved a hand behind his back. If things went wrong, he was planning to pull out the axe hidden there. Enkrid saw it all, but left it alone. That was because it wouldn't matter even if the giant drew the axe. And unlike his actions, he still showed no will to fight. Besides, whether he held an axe or was barehanded made little difference to Enkrid. Arrogance. Enkrid accelerated his thoughts and judged his own state. It wasn't arrogance. It was certainty. A favor? As Enkrid came to that conclusion from the short question, he asked. Iritum did not even roll his eyes once. He didn't even pretend to weigh this and that. The giant dropped to one knee. He placed one hand behind his back and lowered his head slightly. Spare us. It looked full of desperation. Enkrid silently looked at the kneeling giant. Cutting off his head would have been no task at all. As said before, it didn't matter whether the giant drew an axe or used the strength in those bare hands that could tear apart a boar, because a power that let a human covet giants was filling Enkrid now. That was why he had the leisure to watch and think. Watching from behind, Leona knew that no matter what the giant said, the right to choose here was not hers, and Dunbakel had no particular thoughts. The rest of the caravan people, Jewel included, were startled by the giant's sudden appearance and became spectators. A giant kneels too. They usually settle things with force if they can. He's a strange one. What's with asking to be spared? Rem let the crowd's useless chatter pass by and looked ahead. He had noticed that Enkrid intended to listen. Considering what had happened in the West lately, there was no way Rum would feel warmly toward giants. Still, that didn't mean every giant in sight had to be killed. Back when he wandered the continent, he had seen plenty of good giants. Dividing them by race and killing every last one was slaughter. Not just slaughter, a massacre. Even the Empire, which had unified the world's currency and language through war, had never done something like wiping out an entire race. I came from the south. Then the giant named Iritum began speaking. He was the leader of his people, and by chance had entrusted himself to the south. There was no reason for his story to be long. That was because his goal was simple, and his actions were simple too. We needed a place to live. The racial trait of enjoying battle turned most giants into warriors. Iritum used that and served in the south. That was how the giant unit came to be. It wasn't a force the Southern King had actually raised. The giant unit was born because an outstanding talent named Iritum had gathered the giant race together. As the great nation started losing, our position became difficult. We couldn't demand land, but if we stayed, several idiots kept causing trouble and our reputation with those around us dropped to the very bottom. Meaning if things were left alone, the entire race would simply end up sacrificed as fodder to hold back the demon lands. In the middle of that, several idiots who wouldn't listen showed up, and those were the giant bandits Enkrid had met. I didn't send them. Those bastards had been a mess since the south. I barely kept them alive, and all they ever did was cause trouble. I tried to kill them with my own hands, and they ran off in the middle of the night. Iritum didn't speak in flowing or ornate language, but he was direct, and the meaning was clear. Can we be given a place to live? Iritum did not speak of a deal. He begged, saying, "Spare us." Leona would have stepped in if it had been a negotiation, but since it was nothing of the kind, she kept watching. The giant wanted to live while preserving his people. His dream was grand in one way, and simple in another. We can work the land and live too. Most giants were warriors, living together by clan, yet they split apart all the time too. Iritum dreamed of a settled giant village. He was a giant who believed in the strength of the group. You could say he dreamed of stability. Just as there are Frock who make ornaments with slippery hands that can barely grip things properly, there are also giants, red-blooded beasts, who do not want such a life either. It was like the boy whose dream was to be a herbalist, and like the dream of the girl born with divinity, who still continues a Highlander's life in the mountains. There was no lie in Iritum's words. Enkrid pulled a horn-bugle dagger from his chest. A weapon that, if thrown, would punch a hole clean through a giant's skull. The giant's eyes sank. He brought forward the hand he had been hiding behind his back. Since he knew who stood before him, he knew resistance was meaningless, so his hand was empty. He did not grip the axe. He clenched his fist and placed it on the ground. It was the attitude of asking mercy from the person before him. And it was not an easy thing for a giant to do. Every time he comes to the west, he stirs up a storm and cuts away nothing but the bad. Owl said it to her father, and her father, the great Nare chieftain, opened his eyes after having them closed and answered. Yes, he truly is an extraordinary man. And so Rem? Yes. We're sending them off again, so aren't you disappointed? If I said I wasn't, that would be a lie. But if he said he wasn't leaving and would just settle down here, I'd break something on it. Give back what you received. Repay grace. Answer with your heart. That was the spirit of the West. Enkrid helped the West and helped Rem. In return, Rem had to do the same. West folk repay what they receive twice over. That goes for grudges and for grace too. And then there was Magi. Act when the time is right. A man who carries on the spirit of the West straight and true. That was Owl's partner. Our land has to be protected with our own strength. The chieftain said it. The West protects the West. That was the proper way. Of course, several people would die right away. There were still many monsters everywhere. The hands to fight them were still badly lacking. Even so, that was fine. This was not a fight over scarce resources, but a fight for the bright tomorrow that did not yet exist. When the armistice they want comes someday, and they return. We'll welcome them then, right? The chieftain asked. He left out the subject, but naturally, he meant Rem. I pray for a day like that every day. It'd be even better if it comes before Kyoto reaches adulthood. Yes, that's how it should be. Surviving until then was another task for the West. The warm breeze blowing through the west was soft and warm. And then, 2 days later, guests came to the west. It was a group of giants. More exactly, one giant approached first with both hands raised to show he was unarmed and shouted, "Receive a guest!" He repeatedly showed that he had no will to fight, and shouted again, "Treat me as a guest. Here's the token." He took out the horn bugle dagger, set it down quietly on the ground, then retreated a long way back. It was a weapon not often seen, and a dagger the savior of the West always carried. More than a few people recognized it. Black Wing flew out on a bellopter, retrieved the horn bugle dagger, and the note tied to it, then came back. The giant even breathed quietly. After hearing the giant inhale with a long SSSS, Black Wing glanced at him and returned. "Wait." At that single word, the giant nodded. The note tied to the dagger was a letter from Enkrid. "You may show mercy. Until now, the land of the West had held many things. That included the many minor tribes, and before Am left, even a cannibal tribe had been among them. Their relations soured and they fought, but before natural disaster, they still helped each other. If they weren't cannibals, having one more giant race take root in this land would not be such a bad thing. That was more or less the meaning. Below that, Rem had also added that if anything happened, they were free to kill every last one of them. Since it wasn't her decision to make, Black Wing handed the note to Owl. Owl was the next leader of Elder Bear, and the next chieftain set to inherit the great Nare tribe. Owl looked at the note and sank into thought. Even if it was just a simple request, if Enkrid made it, she couldn't refuse. These were the words of the Savior, the Demon Land's killer, the one who ended silence. There was no way not to heed them. He's not telling me to accept no matter what. Thinking that, Owl glanced at the giant. Iritum waited for an answer, fidgeting his fingers. Owl read the letter one more time. It didn't mean to simply prepare a place beside the city and let them live there immediately. Enkrid's proposal was clear. He was leaving the complicated problems for the West to handle and only setting the direction. We do not want precious land. Land beside the demon lands is fine. We just want to live. The giant suddenly said it. It was concern for the other side's worries. Iritum was clever in a way, unlike a giant. He knew that living beside the half-destroyed demon lands Enkrid had finished off was far safer than living beside the active demon lands of the south. As before, the giant's weapon was force, so he would use that force as a weapon and win a life once again. You can't achieve what you want without sacrifice. That was the world Iritum knew. He had realized a small truth and never stopped advancing. That was how he became the man who united several clans and became the head of a people numbering over 200, children included. Enkrid sent him. Only after Blackwing said it again did Owl step forward. Say it? The letter gave no detailed circumstances. At Owl's words, Iritum spoke in his original blunt way. What he wanted, and how he had come all the way here. Owl needed more time to build strength in raising West warriors. At the same time, she still had to fight the demon lands. From that perspective, the group of giants that had come to the West was welcome, as long as we don't end up fighting each other. And that was how it would probably go. Still, the land of the West was broad. Once silence disappeared, it would become even broader, meaning there was plenty of unused land. There was no problem accepting one giant race, so long as they didn't betray them or do something strange. Besides, listening to what Iritum had to say, that giants' purpose wasn't fighting. Then would they end up handling the giants that occasionally wandered the West too? It seemed likely. More than that, what about the practical problem right in front of them? How long would it take to erase everything where silence used to be? 5 years. At least 5 years. Owl was quicker at calculating than anyone else. The number of warriors being raised, the number that would die, the time to endure, the equipment to prepare in the meantime, the food and resources that would be consumed. That was the conclusion she reached after calculating for many nights on end. First, lead the warriors and kill all the monsters and beasts. Then build dozens of fortresses around the place where silence had been to stop the invasion of other monsters and beasts. After that, dig out the rotten trees and tear up the ground. Even thanks to Rem, Enkrid, and Dunbakel clearing away the troublesome monster packs, this was still how hard it would be. If a giant group joins us here, they could devote even more effort to training warriors and invest more time. Above all, if those giants made their home near the demon lands, the resources spent on various problems would go down. The conclusion was that they would not have to sacrifice West warriors right away. It's the same as hiring mercenaries, Owl came to her conclusion. If it became a problem, they would have to fight the giants too. When that happens, Rem will come. Her husband was the warrior who killed Silence. The title Demon Lands Killer did not belong to Enkrid alone. Besides, those giants had come with Rem's approval. If they were immediate threats, Rem would never have let them go. So it would be fine to think of them as an unexpected gift. More than anything, no matter how strong the giant group was, once time passed, West warriors alone would be enough to handle them. What Owl needed was time. Time to persuade the surrounding minor tribes to become one, and time until the seeds Enkrid had scattered grew and came to light. The joining of the giant group would buy that time. Good. Owl gave permission. Iritum had thought of proving his worth several times over, so when permission came at once, he was thrown off. Huh? It's allowed. Yes. We'll give you a place to live, and food too. In return, fight. I will. There was no reason to refuse such an offer. Once again, the giant reminded himself that kneeling before the captain of the Mad Order of Knights had been the right judgment. There had been twists and turns, but that was how the giant race settled in the West. When Enkrid returned to Borderguard, several letters had arrived from Krang. The seal was from the royal line itself. They were not letters to be opened carelessly. They were different from the ordinary letters of goodwill he usually sent. It was something even Chris couldn't open carelessly. The letter was handed over by Odin Molson, who had joined the city earlier. He continued, "If there is ever work that requires a low-ranking administrator in the city, call for me whenever you wish." "I heard you handle a lot for a low-ranking administrator. Chris is not the kind of person who cuts anyone slack. So you're dissatisfied." Odin had grown up in a noble house. He was well versed in etiquette and knew their kind inside and out. Maybe because of that, he still treated Enkrid with utmost respect, even now. No matter what others said, he never forgot his position and role. If Christ drew the overall picture, and Abnir specialized in military matters, Odin is the one who looks after the inside. Cress repeatedly expressed how pleased he was that Odin Molson had come. "I really do want that fellow. It almost makes me think I should take him along later when I open a salon. When Chris says he wants to take someone, that's high praise." Of course, it was something Odin Molson had no desire for at all. Everyone's dream is different after all. Enkrid unfolded the letter. It really was like Krang. He had written the purpose clearly in the first line. "The Empire is inviting you." Then it added that the matter would be discussed in the capital, so Enkrid should come when the time came.